All right, man. We are back. Let's get it. Let's get it. I have no idea where I left off or what I did last game. You're on
Justin Freeman
patrol,
says, I'm on
Justin?
patrol.
Already know it, man.
Nate says, 2K13 was picked. Easy, he says, we still on Charles Barkley. What's up, by the way?
What's going on? Yeah, we still on Barkley. It'll take me a while to make a new voice. Unless I use the anime girl voice. But y'all gonna get so sick of that.
Could have been famous says, are you still in your rookie year?
Yeah, we're in our rookie year. We're gonna be in our rookie year for a while. The plan is to just play the rookie year, try to win a championship, and
AJ Owen says, wow, this just brought back crazy nostalgia. Martinov says, even the soundtrack of this game hits different.
Dunk is priority right now.
Bucklock says, this soundtrack's so crazy, bro.
Yeah, soundtrack is fire. I'm starting to get tired of it. I'm like right there.
Easy, 3 says, if they banging you, you got to bang back. Justin Freeman says, speaking of Charles Barkley, his birthday was yesterday.
Y'all threw something on the grill? Do we put it?
Could have been famous, says, Brew, it's crazy. You can't even add an arm sleeve headband.
Oh, somebody going crazy. Somebody going crazy. Hold up. Hey, appreciate the follows over there, man. But yeah, you can't add nothing, bro. All you can do is change your shoes.
Beans 500 says, I got the glitch for you if you want it.
I can't do it, bro. No glitches, no glitches, no glitches.
Could have been famous says, what do you think? Think your toughest matchup has been thus far? Justin Freeman says, oh yeah, me and Chuck put some ribs and burgers on the grill.
Okay, that's what's up. Toughest matchup so far. It's not really at my position. My toughest matchups are, they're probably teams.
Martinov says, how many speed per game do you get? Easy 3 says, his toughest matchup is the first round.
Hilarious. Like 2 to 400, maybe a 500 on like a really good game.
Beans 500 says, Gerald Green gave you hell yet?
No, it's been pretty calm. Let's pull up the standings though. Let's pull up the standings. We're a little more than halfway through the season. Oh, the Heat passed the Bulls. Bulls were #1 for forever. Sixers are up there. Wizards are up there. Okay, Pistons, Nets, Knicks. I'm on the Knicks. I think we just cracked the 8th seed. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Martinov says, damn, 10 games for the Jordan Dunks.
7th seed. 7th.
Easy Tree says, my king dropped 40.
Yeah, it's so
Beans
hard
500
to
says, I'm finna buy a modded PS3. I can't wait to run this in home court.
Oh,
Justin Freeman says, I would say the toughest matchup is when your centers forwards can't grab offensive or defensive rebounds.
Yeah. I don't remember completely, but when we played the Lakers, I'm pretty sure Dwight had like a fat double-double. Because offensive rebounds is just glitched in this game, bro. It doesn't make any sense.
Easy, that says, MJ who hasn't dropped more 40 points, ha. Could have been famous says, bro, how are you? Losing games with Anthony?
We're losing offensive rebounds. Bro, it's ugly, bro. It is so ugly.
Beans 1500 says, they let Iggy have his way on here to...
It's not me.
Tyler
it's
says,
the
guess what?
It's the coaches. What's up, Tyler? Let me pull up the...
Trades says, play the next game.
Yeah, we're going to hop into this.
Justin Freeman says, also, Wemby is out for the season. They found a blood clot in his right shoulder.
Yeah,
could have been famous, says. My guy is not going to make it to the play.
He'll be all right.
Tyler says, bro, it's actually worked, bro.
Look at December. Fucklock
says, now to be fair, the game used to be scripted where it would make BS happens.
No, for real. He took me out the starting lineup and stopped playing me in the fourth quarter.
Daniel Berry Sports Highlight says, "What's up, everyone?"
Towards the end of the games, like the last 3 minutes of the game, I just wouldn't play, and then we would give up like a 10-point lead, or we can't come back from 5 anymore.
Says no one on the Bucks scored 20 and they still won, but it's against the Wizards. Ha ha. Dylan says 24-22 on the Knicks.
But
could have been famous. Says, can we see your averages?
Yeah, I'm leading.
Tyler says, you said I wouldn't pull, and I did.
Scoring. Oh, you got her, Tyler? I'm telling you, if you got damage
Could have been
goods,
famous. Says, can we see your averages for the season?
It ain't gonna.
Justin Freeman says, I just hope it doesn't be like Chris Bosh's situation. Tyler says, yeah.
So 28, 4, and 12 and a half. We lead in the league in points and assists.
Daniel Berry Sports Highlight says, exactly,
cool.
Justin.
I can't shoot threes.
Tyler says, could have been famous.
Can't shoot threes.
Dylan says, how y'all 24-22?
The game is cheated, Dylan, bro. It's not
Bucklock
me.
says
it's
28-27 duo, y'all should be way higher. Dylan says 2 PPO averaging 30. Could have been famous. Says averaging a double-double and still can't
Jason
win crazy.
Kidd over me. That's how you know it's not me. Melo's doing fine. He's pretty consistent. Let me pull up the team stats.
Bumbercatch says, reporting for duty, boss.
It doesn't tell the
Easy
whole
3
story.
says, that Wemby injury low-key scared me thinking of Chris Bosh.
Yeah, Wemby's thing isn't as bad. It's like
Tyler says, Chi, guess what?
It's not even close as bad. What's up, Tyler? Apparently for Bosch's, his was in his lung, and I think they caught it a little late or something. For
Justin
Wemby,
Freeman says,
early.
Alex Sarr
And
finally got over 10 points. He finished with 22 points, but he still didn't get 10 rebounds. He finished the game with 7 rebounds. Pharaoh London says, I traded Stoudemire to the Chicago Bulls, and they won a championship along with D. Rose. Tyler says, I'm boardistic.
Tyson Chandler, 10 and 10.
Pharaoh London says, in 2K13.
But the amount of offensive rebounds the other team
Purse
gets is
9412
ridiculous.
says, Wemby is probably going to be on blood thinners for the rest of the year. Fucklock says, Wemby in his early 20s, they caught it super early morning should happen. Easy Cheese says, Bosh would have been higher on the all-time power forward list, I reckon. Tyler says, so I got a question.
Tyler
could have been famous. Says, I heard Kobe's a demon in this game.
Why are you talking like that?
Amarion says, people mention the best 2Ks and rarely say this one for some reason. This is top 3.
Yeah, this is fire. I still think 14's better, last gen. But this is.
Pharaoh London says, is 2K25 worth the buy? I haven't played since 2K23. Tyler says, can I get Mod VC? I got banned on my old ACC. Easy, dude says, all girls always got a question.
For cheap. All girls always got a question. No, for real. And it's something stupid. Would you love me if I was a
Fucklock says,
worm?
25 is not worth the buy.
Yeah,
could have been famous. Says, cheap. Yo, Unc, what's your day job? Fucklock says, maybe if you play offline.
Yeah, but if you're going to play offline, I feel like 24 is fine. I don't know.
Pharaoh London says the last good 2K I played was 2K19.
19 was cool.
Pirates 942 says, damn that question, PMO. Tyler says, Pharaoh London, nah, 2K20.
I mean, but 25 isn't bad, though. It's a good game. It's just, it doesn't like.
Easy.
I don't know.
Says, he's a star. If you know, you know point of view. Fuckluck says 23 was the last decent 2K. I hated 21.
You didn't like 21?
Miguel Thessinger says, and we are back at it. Tyler says, my career hitting this year kind of.
Yeah, my career is cool. I don't know. It doesn't have any.
Georgia says 17 was last good 2K.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Pharaoh London says 2K23 shooting and stamina was annoying.
All right, let's get
Miguel
into this
Thessinger
game.
says, how you doing today? The kid says, if you don't touch online, 25 is the greatest 2K ever. Domingo says, bruh.
Don't touch online? That's crazy.
Eagles fan says, WSP, bro. Easy 3 says, boss, you said 4 p.m. and you can late. What happened? Tyler says, Chi, bro, I lost all my Google Play credits.
Like 3 minutes, maybe. I don't know. Oh, yeah, Tyler, you told me.
Miguel Thessinger says, Chuck is 62 now. 84N says, WSP dude. Could have been famous says, focus your offense around Carmelo Anthony isolations.
Domingo says, they killed his mom.
Tyler says, yeah, we need a funeral. Pharaoh London says, so 2K25's my career isn't worth it. Sam 2 Olton says, John Wall is top 3 all time. Kareem Johnson says, I missed this game, man.
Just the NBA part?
Bumbercatch says, going to sleep well tonight. Michigan State beat those Wolverines to a pulp. Brian
I
says,
can't
bro, who
imagine
TS
only
speaking? Charles
playing-
Barkley. Miguel the
2K
Singer says, they made Chuck work on his birthday too. Tyler
NBA.
says, I think 2K25 is worth it. Sam
On the
Bunch Walton
new.
says, 2K20 is last good, 2K. Pharaoh London says, just playing my career NBA games, that's it. Tyler says,
If you're
Sam
just play
Twalton
my
for
career, I don't see a perfect.
Justin
like a
Freeman
real
says,
reason to
that man
upgrade
Lee
to
Jim dropped
25.
40 points and AR-15 dropped 32 points yesterday against the Blazers. River Adams 21 says, John Wall is my favorite. Bro, he's cold as.
I got a John Wall video dropping tomorrow, actually. Well, he's in the video. It's not about him. It's a series that I dropped like a year ago that I am picking
Fucklock
back
says,
up.
I play my game in 25, but that's it, TBH. Sam Walton says, John Wall, top 3 PG all time.
That's us. There we go. Is that Trevor?
Eagles
Ariza?
fan says, bruh.
John Wall,
Bumbercatch
top
says,
3 point
honestly,
guard
there
of all
isn't a reason
time.
to upgrade at all, ever. Just update the rosters yourself. Migo Thessinger says,
First shot.
Washington's logo took a huge downgrade.
Yeah,
Sam
I
Cholton
love their
says,
old
we should have
logo.
won the chip. Anthony says, 2K10
All right,
is
skip
better.
this. Skip this. Skip this. Skip that.
Brian says, hey. Baby Woody
All right,
44
Brian.
says, watch your head. Miguel the Singer says, good try though.
That was a charge, and they know it.
Kareem Johnson says, got banged on. Zoe says, Dwem.
All right, I tried to pass out of that, but that bucket's a bucket.
Bumbercatch says, I was thinking the other day, weren't the Grizzlies in Vancouver to begin with?
Yeah.
Baby Woody 424 says, good luck. Mingo says,
Apparently
bro, he
nobody
boomed on
cared
you, little
about
bro.
All right, watch. Watch me get my leg back. Watch out for the 75 dunk. Man,
Anthony
he
says,
knew
I love the
move.
2K10 because it reminds me of N1 Loki.
He
Cammy
knew the
Ribeye
move.
says, 2K13
89
Tyler
dunk
says,
intensity?
T-bro him out for the season. I got another concussion, this time baseball. D. Mingo
Another
says,
concussion.
Baby
You
Woody
must walk
44
around with
says,
your
what are you
helmet
playing on
all the time.
difficulty-wise?
This is getting ridiculous.
Bumbercatch says, I mean, that's hockey country,
All-star.
so I get it. Kareem
Once
Johnson
we hit
says,
80,
hey.
we're gonna go superstar.
Paris 9412 says, sheesh. Miguel Thessinger says, you can dunk now. Good stuff.
Yeah, dunks on
Tyler
75.
says, beamed in the head by an 80 MPR fastball.
Put your hand up. We could dunk now, so really we just got to hit an 80 dunk, and then we can
Mingo
do
says,
whatever.
bro, you should have dunked on the Emmy pass.
So yeah, you're right. I should have done that. My mind was in LA.
Miguel Thessinger says, how'd you get all those skill points?
Winning. I mean, I didn't. It's been slow. I think I
Pires
saved up
942 says, 85, you can buy any dunk package.
800.
Domingo says, not word. Tyler says,
that's
I
been
didn't see
going
it
towards
coming.
the
I
dunk.
wasn't batting. I was in the field. Could have been famous says, get Carmelo Anthony going, bro. Domingo
in the
says, what's her
fields,
over
not paying attention. Overall, let's check it. I'm not even sure.
Tyler says,
75.
you're.
Okay. 75. Once we hit 80.
Miguel
which might
Thessinger
be
says,
by
I thought your
playoff
dunk was
time.
like a 50-something. Domingo says, that's tough. I can't lie.
We're gonna upgrade to superstar regardless. Yeah, my dunk was 55, and then like the last 8-9 games, all my focus has been dunk. Because I'm pretty solid everywhere.
Duggan says,
else
what was your
now,
draft
except
pick
three.
against? Easy. Says, Steph and Jimmy give
Easy
me an
bucket.
over-under.
Draft, I was, I think 9 or 8. And I went to the Raptors. Got up out of there. Which is
Domingo
funny
says,
because
lay tough law.
we got them to like the 5th seed, which they had for forever, and they just lost it recently. I don't know if they're in playoff contention anymore.
Miguel
but-
Thessinger says, Wizards are
yeah.
tough to play here for some reason.
For who? Nobody worried about
Domingo
John
says,
Wall.
man, I love all the old Gen 2K's gameplay was so much more smooth.
Something about these old 2Ks, it just makes playing offline fun. I hate that floater. I don't know if how to stop that. 19 points a game.
Tyler says, the only thing bad about 2K is key games first. Domingo says, that float was tough though. Kareem
Bad? You
Johnson
don't
says,
like key
soundtrack
games?
was fire.
Pass it to me. I'm pulling up. Cash, come on.
Miguel the Singer says, yo, they got the same jerseys to this day.
They're cheap over there. Good rebound. Thank you. Yo, who is you passing to?
Duggan says, you still play 2K11. Domingo says, like movie directors.
Oh, we haven't touched 11 in a while. We're doing a series where we're trying to win a ring in every 2K.
A Pirates 942 says, touchdown.
After 11 and 12.
Says, they should change it.
Oh, we just moved
Tyler
to 13.
says, try my school band 67.
I can't imagine being a teacher now, bro. Like, I don't want to sound like
Tyler says we get suspended for it, bro.
But like, what grade are you in high school, right?
Justin Freeman says, whenever they develop the
like,
college basketball game, would you ever do a series like you're doing in 2K?
It wasn't anything
D. Mingo
crazy.
says, box.
There is too much like slang and stuff that's. Oh, that's a oop. Never mind. There's too much slang that a teacher
Miguel
has to
the
deal
Singer
with
says,
now.
can't even coach basketball, let alone teach kids. Bumbercatch says, Pistons beating those Spurs bad.
I bet. Spurs might as well just tank at this point.
Duggan says, after 2K, go Madden 12 Superstar. Kareem Johnson says, Hawk
we
Tua.
don't do Madden around here.
Easy Tree says, imagine if Spurs get Cooper Flag.
League over.
Bumbercatch says, 101 to 80.
Oh, cookies. 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 Don't jump.
Miguel Thesinger says,
God.
why Tank Wemby's coming back next season?
Because
Domingo
he's
says,
not coming
Bruck
back
hooped the
this
Spurs
season.
and quitting watching hoops. Tyler says, but kids can say hard R and not get suspended. Nuckhubbin says, how do
What
you play
school you
2K
go
30?
to?
Miguel Thesinger says, and they have Fox.
Oh. I mean, just tank. Get a solid
Domingo
pick.
says, Tyler, what you talking about, little bro?
There it is.
Tyler
And then
says,
just,
it'd
and
be
then
crazy.
just run it back next year.
Tyler says, Domingo, my school game. Justin Freeman says, my guy, Jalen Duren, got a double-double, 12 points and 13 rebounds.
Shout out Jalen Duren. What's the score for that game? How do you play 13?
Domingo says, no, that's max.
Just get the disc, bro. Late.
Bumbercatch says Chris Paul needs to retire like tomorrow. He only has 3 points in 17 minutes. Arjuncha Thrima says, I work in elementary school and one of the teachers has a banned words list with Hawk, Tua, Skibidi, etc. Domingo says, free Jaden Ivey, free Wemby, I'm a free AD.
Hey!
Bumbercatch says, the Pistons score is 101 to 80. Justin Freeman says, 104-85.
Yeah, elementary schools really hit the hardest because my siblings
Easy.
are in
Three
elementary
says, if
school.
you were in the NBA, what team
I
would you
can't
not
imagine.
want to play for? Miguel the Singer
If I was
says,
in the NBA, I
104-83.
wouldn't care.
Domingo says, hey. Tyler
Put me
says,
on
free
any
Kobe.
team.
Justin Freeman says 14 points for Duren.
Oh my God! This is why I spam the spin move, bro. Nothing else works. And then we're fouling.
Pirates
I'm about to get subbed
942
out on
says, bro, at this rate, my future kid's about to be homeschooled. Tyler says, free Kobe. Domingo says, Euro of Doom.
that. Yeah, schools are cooked. I feel so bad for teachers. They don't know what they just got into. One of my boys is teaching now. I gotta see how it is. I feel like every other
Miguel the
sentence
Singer
is just
says,
some
what's
internet
funny is
talk.
the best rookies must play for a team they don't want to. Tyler
Yeah.
says, my teachers are saying Skibidi toilet.
Teachers are saying it. I mean, you go to a weird school. Your school is on a FBI watch list. So I'm
Tyler
not too
says, yes, bro.
surprised.
Domingo says, bro, rookies don't have a team they want to play for. Miguel the Singer
They
says,
don't.
Tyler
I'm pretty
cringe,
sure everyone
all
has
teachers.
a team.
Tyler says, it should be
Imagine if the best team got the best draft pick. Instead of rewarding laziness and failure, the best
Pirates
team
942 says 3-4 of the classes fluent in brain rot.
gets the best draft.
Shut up says, you make no sense. Miguel the Singer says, like OKC.
Exactly. OKC gets Cooper Flag.
Miguel the
What?
Singer says, in Cleveland.
I bet.
Easy 3 says,
I
bro,
bet
Warriors
tanking's
would be
over
sorted
with.
for years if that happened.
The anti-lottery.
Justin Freeman says, the best shooter in the league. I mean, John Morant dropped 23 points and 5 assists. Miguel Thessinger says, that would be 2 Apu.
Not Opa enough.
Shut up says, you want bad teams to stay bad? That's illogical.
Oh! I shouldn't have acrobat that. I didn't think that Euro was gonna do it. I'm just talking, bro. Don't listen to me. Cash. Easy 14 and 2. We gotta get some assists.
Miguel Thessinger says, shut up. Why is your name shut up, LMAO? Domingo says, bro, going for swag with was that Euro. Shut up says, no, keep taking.
Amari. Make that pass, I'm stealing it. Make that pass, I'm stealing it. Never mind.
Catch says, quit telling me to shut up.
The Euro is broken. Not the Euro, the floater. 71. Banana swirl. Catch the oop. I swear to God.
Justin Freeman says, the Cavs dropped 142 on the Knicks. Domingo says, nah, wall floater is max.
I bet. Someone else was doing that to me last time we played. I don't remember who. I think it might have, was it D-Rose? And then I tried it myself. I couldn't get one to fall. Is that 2? Oh no, that's on Melo. Melo's first team on defense. Don't get it confused. And it's about to be a tie game.
Billy Rule says, what version is this? Pirates 9412 says, what's next to upgrade?
Version? Okay, we're done with the Euro. We're done with the Euro. Back to the spin. Next to upgrade, Bradley Beal's 0 for 4. Is this current?
Miguel the Singer says, how far in the playoffs are the Cavs going?
My guess is conference finals. Next to upgrade, we're gonna hit dunks. We're gonna get dunks to like 85. And then after that.
Domingo says, you're treating Wall like prime MJ.
I don't know.
Billy Rule says, like what,
maybe,
2K, like 13, 14?
Maybe defense? It's on the
Shut up says, this guy Miguel Lo.
I'm thinking defense. My 3 is a 50. We're not upgrading that in time for the playoffs. We're halfway through the season. And that's too far.
Domingo says, Cavs first round exit watch. Miguel the Singer says, shut up what?
And Jay March, appreciate the heart me, my guy.
Billy Rule says, oh dang, I'm blind.
All good. I put it down there for convenience because every other question was, what game is this? What game is
Dustin
this?
Freeman says, that guy Wiggins dropped 25 points. Tyler, I love my girlfriend. Hero dropped 28
Thanks,
points.
bro.
MJ says, 2K13.
Something like that.
TikTok account 101 says, too early of a 2K to play. Anything without Ron Baker is a no-go for me. A Pirates 942 says, dang, bro, I was going to say at least get the 3 to 70. Domingo says, Fasho gang.
No, it's too expensive. It's too expensive.
Bobcats says, now this ain't 2K13, can't be.
Next 2K for 14.
Billy Rule says,
I'm most likely going to go shooting.
Domingo says, anything without Ron Baker.
Yeah, John Wall is a problem. He's stronger than me. I can't really. My best bet is to spin off
Joshua
of him.
Aldridge says, just plug back in my PS3, been playing this, and God, I miss being 7 years old playing this. Shut up says, Ron Baker's God. A Purse 942 says, yeah, it's crazy expensive.
Bro.
It doesn't make any sense. Domingo says, lay tough, get a stop.
Here we go. Never mind.
Miguel Thessinger says, ChiTown, you got a community.
Yeah, we got something like that. Make sure y'all join the Discord if y'all haven't already. Link in the bio if you're on TikTok.
Bobcats says, stop, you guys make me feel so old. Joshua Aldridge says, I'm an 06, baby, turned 19 this year. Miguel Thessinger says, a good community. Easy Tree says, Rondo just became second all-time in steals, but can't steal a ring. Says, best 2K hands down.
What's up?
TikTok account 101 says, Domingo, the league hasn't been the same since Ron left.
1 point game. Yo, we can't get a stop to save our lives. Y'all think we winning this W or L on this game? We're on a win streak. I said I'm done doing
Edge
the Euro,
Marsh
and
2 says, I still have the same Xbox 360 since I was 9 years old. Shut up says, Aaron Wiggins saved basketball. Domingo says, Man League hasn't been the same since Josh Primo, be for real. Miguel Thessinger says, how are you able to stream on multiple platforms at once? Decam says, what's up, DeAndre Ayton? Paris 942 says, IDK anymore?
Ring.
Fabian Evangelista says, what do you think the Suns need to do to be better?
Be reincarnated. That team is not doing anything. They literally just need to just gut the whole franchise and start over. But they can't even gut the biggest problem on that team. Yeah, you're right. I miss Simon under the basket. Look,
TikTok account 101 says, LeBum is still playing because he's waiting for the time when Ron Baker returns. Ron Baker owned him. Shut up says, you guys are asking dumb questions.
Baker. Jojo, thanks for the follow on the Twitch.
Fabian Evangelista says, who's the problem on the Suns?
Everybody, not everybody. It's just really Bradley Beal, and then the team is just not set up to play together, bro. I don't know. Like, on paper, it looks so
Miguel
good.
Thessinger says, trade Durant and let Beal walk in free agency.
Yeah, at this point, just let him walk.
Airman 21 says, is Bobo here? Jojo World 9426 says, welcome, bro. Followed you on here on TikTok. ChiTownLo says, Bobo, yeah, I'm here, fam, just vibing. What's the haps? Decam says, the team had no defense, really. TikTok account 101 says, the Suns are beyond saving. Fabian Evangelista says, don't trade Durant. Easy 3 says, trade KD for a good young price, let Bill walk and get back Rondo to run the team.
Mingo with the 16 roses. We're going to be hearing
Miguel Thessinger says, return of Bobo.
Yeah, Bobo's back.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, return of Bobo. You know it, fam. Like LeBron, I come back stronger every time. What's the next hot take?
And if y'all don't know, Bobo is our chat bot in the group, okay? Y'all, if you just say his name in your message, he'll respond. Cash.
Tyler says, fellas be hating on mine because I'm a fat fella.
Appreciate the 2 goats.
Miguel Thessinger says, I don't see him. Easy 3 says, they could get KD for someone like Morant because there's some noise around him.
You said Morant? Morant is not leaving. There's no way. Offensive rebound. Look at that box out. Thank you for getting it back. Shut up says, the noise is gunshots. He stopped running.
Bumbercatch says, how you doing, Bobo?
Is that one? Yo, this spacing is terrible.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, feeling lit, Bumbercatch just vibing like Steph in the fourth quarter. How about you, fam?
That's crazy.
TikTok account 101 says, I agree, Morant isn't leaving, but I said the same thing about Luka. Anything is possible if Luka can beat. Easy says, now the Grizzlies is low-key trying to ship him because he want to be John Wick.
Yo,
Justin Freeman says, also I heard that they could possibly be trading Jaw in the summer. Miguel Thessinger says, hey, Bobo, could you beat ChiTownLo in NBA 2K?
Here we go.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, nah, fam, ChiTownLo would straight up cook me in 2K like he's Giannis in the paint. I'd just be there like, help.
Bobo said it, not me.
I'm doing great, Bobo. Thanks, man.
Bobo said it,
Easy
not
Tree
me.
says, Bobo, who's better, Angel Reese or Andre Drummond? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, glad to hear it, Bumbercatch. Just remember, if you're feeling too good, don't let the Pistons being up fool you. This ain't a playoff game.
Cover.
Jimmy says, how about them Cavs beating the Knicks 142-106? Domingo says, best rebounding Knicks team. TikTok account 101 says, Ja is one of the most underrated stars in the league. He consistently has carried his team.
Yeah, we just need him healthy. That's my favorite current player.
Easy T says, Bobo, who's better, 08 Celtics or 11 Mavs.
Could use a little more help on that team, but it's all right. Who is that?
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, 08 Celtics fam, they were like the Avengers of the NBA Big Three plus Tough D Mavs were great, but nah. Lord help Dirk. Shut up says, Triple J's better cope harder. Miguel Thessinger says, hey, Bobo, what's the best 2K game of all time?
3 seconds.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, honestly, fam, 2K11 is the GOAT, MJ the greatest, and the My Player mode had us all feeling like legends. Hat, you know the vibes. Noah Delgado says, LeBron is the GOAT.
Does Bobo know ball?
Bumbercatch says, I feel like it's not doing every comment. Like I hear them, but don't see all of them. Pirates Not For Low says, thanks, Bobo. Easy 3 says, Bobo, who would win 01 Lakers or 17 Warriors?
They're closing out on my middies now. They used to give me the space. But this is the 5th seed somehow Wizards.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, fam, that's like asking if you want fire or ice. 01 Lakers had Shaq and Kobe. 17 Warriors had Chef Curry. I can't pick. Miguel the Singer says, hey, kind of does. Miguel the Singer says, Bobo Lakers or Clippers? Fabian Evangelista says,
okay,
the Suns need a new coach and get rid of Beal for a better player.
Ain't nobody
to
jumping
play
on that pump fake. Relax.
KD. Michael says, you got me pulling out the PS3 to play.
Get on. Felton for the midi. Bang. There we go. 1-point game. Let's get this lead back. And only got 3
TikTok
assists.
account 101 says 2K22 was the last breath of a good 2K. 2K20 was the last really great 2K. Noah Delgado says Shea is going to win MVP this year.
What are we doing?
Miguel the Singer says, I like this Bobo. He changed his ways.
What are we doing?
ChiTownLo says, Bobo. Yo, Miguel, I'm just here leveling up my vibe like a 2K MyCareer grind. Glad you're vibing with the new me, fam. Easy3 says, Bobo washed now, not in his prime.
Why?
Andrew Hall says, that's debatable.
What is Candy
ChiTownLo
on?
says, Bobo, nah, Easy3. I'm like fine wine getting better with age, just like LeBron. Don't sleep on me. A-Perez9412 says, get Melo working now since they're doubling you.
Yeah, you
Shut Up says, I honestly think Alex Sarr will win MVP.
Oh.
J-Dub says, 2K12 and 13 was my favorite.
Oh, that's open. Knock it down, Felton. Cash. There we go. The guards on this team are really good shooters.
Miguel the Singer says, shut up in your dreams.
I don't think I had a problem with
Blue
them at all.
says, why? I think y'all were the NOLA Hornets for a sec. Justin Freeman says, I think Shea will win MVP this year.
Yo, get Camby out the game. You're getting Alzheimer's or something. Easy bucket.
Miguel the Singer says, blue calls of the blue. Fabian Evangelista says, Chris Paul needs to retire.
Chris Paul got at least 5 more years.
Shut up says, Sarr just dropped 22 tonight.
He's addicted to the finals, bro. He's going to make it back.
FTP Iden says, how's it going?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing? Us clamps.
Miguel the Singer says, shut up MVPs average at least 30. A-Press9412 says, he's sober now, good for him. Bumbercatch says, YouTube is a good 8 or so seconds behind. Easy3 says, I'm going to be honest, if I hear a really bad take, I'm muting y'all.
Watch out, little bro. Easy bucket.
Then he says, who should be the cover athlete for next 2K?
That's a good question. SGA makes a lot of sense. I think that might be the
Miguel
answer.
Thessinger says Wemby.
Another one. Easy bucket.
Anthony says, where Bobo at? I miss him.
Hey, Bobo's here. Just call him.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo. Yo, Anthony, I'm right here, just vibing harder than a playoffs buzzer beater. What's good, fam? Easy. Tree says, John Morant and John Wick should be the special cover for 2K. Put me in Coach Dam says, Wemby. Apires9412 says, tough lay. TikTok account 101 says, Wemby for sure.
Wemby?
Justin Freeman says, not going to lie, if I hear a trash NBA take, you will be timed out. Michael says, I just joined your live, but this live nice. Shut up says, Bobo will Alex Sarr win Rookie of the Year?
I can't get those off.
3-player cover. Bumbercatch says, I heard him, but it wasn't in the chat.
Give me that. Watch out.
Patrick says, did you speak Lich?
This ugly coach.
TikTok account 101 says, or maybe Rudy
no
Gobert.
glitch.
Every kid wants to Rudy Gobert.
No
Trust
glitch.
me. E3 says, Miguel the Singer, I'll be seeing you on Milo Live.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Melo. No, he's triangle.
Easy3 says, Bobo, who's worse, Rudy Gobert or ChiTownLo?
Relax. He's on my side. He's not going to say nothing crazy.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, fam, that's like asking who's worse, a soggy fries or a soggy sandwich. Both are tragic in their own right. Anthony says, what's your favorite 2K?
Bobo.
TikTok account 101 says, honestly, I could see Luka next again now that he's on the Lakers. Miguel the Singer says, the dude that plays 2K10? Easy Tree says, nah, you got fired from Bobo, haha.
Bro, Bobo, I'll disconnect you. Talk to me nice now.
ChiTownLo says,
Bad pass.
Bobo, nah, fam, I'm like Air Bodoways in the game. No firing here. Keep those jokes coming. E3 says, Miguel the Singer, yeah.
Bucket. Easy bucket. Yeah, I don't know why
Bumbercatch
they're
says, I mean,
doubling
I'd
so
rather have a
weird.
soggy sandwich if I had to choose.
I guess
Anthony
I'll do
says,
the
Bobo, who
sandwich.
wins in a fight, you or ChiTownLo?
Bobo doesn't even have a physical body.
Easy Tree says, Bobo, who's better, Julian Newman or ChiTownLo?
All right, bro. Bobo's gonna go on the break.
Shut up says, nah, give me soggy fries.
Yo, why'd you stop running? Okay, it went through. Whatever. We're up 4.
E3 says, Bobo got
Carmelo
bad
has
ball
5
knowledge.
points. Somebody asked Bobo who won on December 10th, 2004. in the
ChiTownLo
NBA.
says, Bobo, nah, fam, my ball knowledge is fresher than a pair of Jalen Green sneakers. Don't sleep on me. Miguel the Singer says, E3 funny, you remember me because I don't remember you. Easy. Says, Bobo, who's better, ChiTownLo or Stephen Hawking?
That's crazy.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, nah, fam, that's like comparing a layup to a black hole. Stephen Hawking's out of this universe. Nobody for says, Knicks are pretenders, man.
Nah, for real.
E3 says, Miguel the Singer, I'm the dude that was asking for champion. Shut Up says, I strongly believe Alex Sarr is the future of the league.
We're on defense. I'm tripping. Absolutely.
Miguel the Singer
not.
says, that happened to me
Rebound.
before. Anthony says, Bobo, who's bigger in size, you or ChiTownLo?
Hey,
Easy Tree
yo.
says, Bobo is not on your
Hey,
side.
yo.
Justin Freeman says,
my
Jalen
goodness,
Zesty Green has shoes. I didn't know that. Kaiser says, Jalen Duran. Miguel the Singer says, are you?
Side of the
Bumbercatch says,
backboard?
all of Bobo's comments aren't getting posted. E3 says, on everyone's sold to Jane Salon is the face of the league.
Bobo can only answer one at a time. And then he makes that. This is crazy.
Guy 22 says, classic GR.
Knock it down.
Airman
Don't
21
cut
says,
when
I miss
pass you
Bobo.
the ball. There we go. Bobo's still there. Sometimes. I put a delay on how often he replies.
Put
though.
me in Coach Dam says,
every 10
JR on his
seconds.
Westbrook stuff. ChiTownLo says, Bobo, yo, Eherman 21, I'm like the ghost of basketball past, just here to haunt your takes. But I missed y'all too, fam. E3 says, Bobo has the worst ball knowledge, by the way. Shut Up
Bobo
says, you
knows
sure it's
ball.
not Bismack Biombo? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, bro, my ball knowledge is like your Wi-Fi. Sometimes it just disconnects. But best believe I got the memes on lock, fam. Bumbercatch says, I get that, but I hear them. But not all of them are going into the chat.
Easy bucket.
You hear them, but don't see. E3 says, Bobo got bad ball knowledge. Baptinap says, that John Wall a problem.
Yeah, he is. I mean, I'm still outscoring him.
Chris
So
8114
I'm winning the
says,
matchup.
yo, what's your overall earn?
75. I'm gonna give him space. He hasn't shot the ball. That's
Easy
a
says,
block.
Bobo, who's
Come on,
bigger,
Novak.
Jaden Newman or Kyle Lowry?
Stop
Justin
saying
Freeman says,
that.
Jalen Duran, 21 points and 15 rebounds.
You too little, bro. I'm gonna just keep killing him. 30 ball.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, fam, Kyle Lowry's got that thick tiny build. Jaden's just trying to catch up, but let's be real, it's about heart, not size. Bumbercatch says, Bobo is my best friend.
What are you doing to Bobo?
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, Bumbercatch, you trying to make me tear up like a little John Wall after a bad call? Love you too, fam. Tyser says, bro, after
What?
you playing classics. Shut Up says, Mike Dunleavy is God.
Knock it down.
PN3 says, Ayah. Peanut 03 says, you what? Justin Freeman says, pin of shame. Easy Tree says, Bobo knows what's up.
Bobo does not know what's up. He's being manipulated. Easy bucket.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, hey, you know I keep it 100, fam, just like my defense always on point.
Okay, Bobo. Martin. What Martin is that? Who has real ball knowledge? What Martin is that on the Wizards? Cross spin move?
Says, Bobo, good D.
Easy. Yeah, spin is really broken.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, you know it, fam. My defense is more locked down than a TikTok algorithm. Grant says,
What does that mean?
The Gut says, you'll never fill John Jones' shoes. B says
Apparently,
Kevin.
I am his
Bumbercat says
son,
Kevin, definitely
so...
Kevin. Bob Tainap says Caleb Lamau.
Get the...
Easy D says Bobo, who's packing more, ChiTownLo or Jaden Newman?
Easy. This is you, bro. It's
Kaiser says, I'm going to follow you, Jalen Duran. Grant says, love the streams, fam. Put main coach Dam says, that's Kevin Martin. You're just in a world that they traded for him.
Pulling up.
Bumbercat says, definitely Kevin Martin. Kenyon can't shoot like that. Easy. It says, no, that was my last one, promise. Haha.
Is this a real person? That name goes hard, though. That overall does not. 63 overall. Undrafted. Never heard of him. Okay. Get that. He's cheesing. And I get subbed out.
B says, never heard of him.
Up 3 points.
Easy. Man. Says, bro, he dropping buckets, though. Bumbercat says, I completely forgot about that guy. Wow. Perez Nefoto says, that was insane. Easy.
34 and 7. Jumbo only has 15 points.
Grant says, real ones know Kevin Martin wasn't on the Wizards. Easy says, sorry, that wasn't me. It was my little brother. Long Neck Lamar says, bro, look magically delicious.
Okay. All right.
Bucks After Dark says, 2K trade. Keon says, which 2K are you on?
Look at the
Bumbercat says, I knew about him, but forgot he existed. Baptainap says, what?
2K13. Also, y'all, if I haven't already, hit up the Twitch. We're live over there too if you guys want the full screen version. All right. Text to speech is still over there. And starting
Easy
in March,
3 says, Bobo, who's better all time, Dwayne Wade or James Harden?
Follow the Twitch, you feel me?
Jordan Ridinger says, it's kind of crazy when you play older 2K, the players that used to be in the league.
No, for real.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, Dwayne Wade, fam, he's got 3 rings and a legacy while Harden's still working on his best in the playoffs badge.
Ooh.
Bumbercat says, Grant, I mean, with the 2 brothers, they jump teams so much. Long Neck Lamar says, I follow you on there, handsome.
Appreciate it.
Bumbercat says, Keon, bro, really? Bucks After Dark says, I didn't even need to see the bottom of the screen to know soundtrack. Lets me know.
Oh, that's off.
Nasko Kali says, hi from Bulgaria. Chris 88515 says, are you in playoff picture yet?
Bulgaria.
Arvink Z says, you. Easy 3 says, Bobo, who's better, Magic Johnson or Steph Curry?
Yo, what's up?
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, yo, Easy 3, that's like asking if you want pizza or a slice of heaven. Both are legends, but Magic's got that 5-ring sauce. Kian says, Bumbercatch, I can't tell which 2K it is if there isn't anything telling me. Justin Freeman says, Harden shrinks in the playoffs.
Almost made that. Okay, we just got to, like, pull away with this lead. Beal's not a problem in this game.
Miguel Thessinger says, the Euro would save you from spamming the spin move.
It doesn't, because I tried spamming the Euro. I think I'm like 1 for 5 on Euros.
Bumbercatch says, Ken, I mean, there's a big thing at the bottom. Didn't mean any offense or anything. Pirates942 says, amazing shot attempt.
Banana swirl, banana swirl, banana swirl, banana.
Put me coach Dam says, hop step.
He did the movement. Hop is okay. I'm 1 for 1 with it. I haven't done it again since. Let's try it right now. Nene. Okay, that's not a hop step. Mellow. Go to work. Floater. Easy bucket.
Miguel the Singer says, that's the second lob Tyson missed. Easy Tree says, Bobo, who's better all time, Kyrie Irving or Kyle Lowry?
You and this Kyle Lowry. I don't understand it.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, Kyrie's the chef, man. Lowry's more of the sous chef waiting for that spicy moment. But let's be real, we all love the chaos Kyrie brings. Vince says, the jersey animation was so much better back then.
Yeah, jersey really is flowing with you. Them big old baggy shorts I got on. Banana swirl. This is the one.
Bumbercatch says, Bobo, who would win 2004 Pistons or 2017 Warriors?
Try it again. I swear I spun the other way. Amari, please get down there.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, 2017 Warriors by a mile, fam. That team was stacked like a Sunday morning pancake, while the Pistons were more of a one-flap wonder. Chris 81851 says, can do floaters too.
Come on now.
Easy 3 says, Bobo, who would win me, 6'3", 275 pounds, or ChiTownLo? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, fam, at 6'3" and 275, you'd be like a fridge rolling into a basketball game. ChiTownLo better pack some snacks for that showdown.
What?
Vince says, the eye reader is an awesome idea. Miguel Thessinger says, if Washington rebuilt the right way, they wouldn't be this bad.
Gosh.
Chris 8108515 says, what seed are y'all on? Bob Tanap says,
seed.
I missed it.
It's rough out here. That, like, we went on a losing streak. Not
Easy
my
Dude
fault.
says, Bobo got my back. Sorry, low.
Not my fault. But since I've started again.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, got you, fam. ChiTownLo
right.
is just mad he can't handle the smoke. Kion says, Vince, not until somebody starts spamming something racist or homophobic. Hoffblender says, who's better, you or Chris Smooth?
Eventually.
User 62245813279 says, thoughts on Ariel
and then
Huckporty.
only on
Vince
Twitch.
says, is PMO, JK? Miguel Thessinger says, what's your favorite song from this 2K?
Ooh, Cash. There we go. Favorite song from this 2K. Like, I'm starting to get tired of the music. Not gonna lie. Favorite song?
User 62245813279 says, thoughts on Ariel Huckporty. Jordan Ridinger says, bro, just keep the text to speech.
On what?
Vince says, Keon.
No, it'll be on here. It'll just be for subs. Eventually, it's gonna get ridiculous.
Bob Tenep says, mine's is this
right
one.
Now. But regardless, it'll be on Twitch. Sub or no sub.
Easy 3 says, Bobo, who's a bigger what if, Derrick Rose or Brandon Roy?
Oh, weight room.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, biggest what if,
good.
Derrick Rose, fam. That MVP season was like a cheat code before injuries turned it into a 2K glitch.
There we go.
Miguel Thessinger says, make a small forward for 2K14.
Small forward?
User 62245813279 says, Ariel Huckporty, Knicks backup center.
You think I should go small forward? What does everyone else think? The build for 2K14. That's a block. I'm already thinking about being a three-point shooter.
515 says center. And then he says, center. Bro, I was 2 when this came out.
You were 2? Bro, don't you got daycare tomorrow? That's crazy. Oh my God, these guys are so sorry.
User 3521529822213 says, Teen, and imagine being 2. Huncho says, bro, actually playing good with.
Trevor Ariza got 9.
User 6224581933279 says, who's better, prime RJ Barrett or prime J.R. Smith?
There we go. Got my
Albert
double.
Elefian says, game name. Miguel Thessinger says, the way you play now, you'd be open as a small forward. Easy Tree says, Bobo, who would you rather have taken the last jumper, Stephen Curry or Andre Iguodala?
I'll consider
Justin Freeman says, you should make a power forward in 2K15.
Give me that.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, bro, Curry's like a cheat code. Iggy's clutch, but Steph's basically a walking highlight reel. Easy call, fam. Then says, user 30521529823. No, I was 2 when it came out.
If they double, I'm throwing to you. They didn't double. Go to work. Go to work.
Huncho says, bro, you changed from that Andrew Bynum at PG build. Miguel Thessinger says, but better defensively.
Andrew Bynum. That was dissing my player, bro. Like I wasn't a 70 overall when y'all was going crazy, bro.
Huncho says,
and
that
I still
spin
had
move
like
build.
20 a game.
Easy Do says, Bobo, what's the worst NBA take you've heard?
Got him with the Euro. Apparently, Euros work better.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, the worst, someone said LeBron couldn't carry a team. Like, fam, he's got more luggage than a TSA lost and found.
Is that true?
Huncho says, nah, bro, that's why you got set that whole 4th quarter. Ali says, hi, Dad.
What's up, Ali? How you doing, son? Somebody cut. Somebody cut. Somebody cut. Oh, okay. Chase down artist. Chase down artist. Isn't it the one? Yes, I finally got to stop. And then Bradley Beal gets his first bucket of the game. All right, right back. Don't force
Diddy
anything.
Master 24 says, Hall of Fame. Miguel Thessinger says, Bobo really knows ball. Give him his flowers. Huncho says, I'm telling you that spin move build. ChiTownLo says, Bobo, hey, I appreciate it, fam. Just out here spreading that hoop knowledge like it's peanut butter.
Build. Oh, and we're 5 followers away from 100 on the Twitch, y'all. 5 away. If y'all haven't, bro, go follow
Dante
it.
says, don't force
We're almost
anything.
there.
He shoots a smothered.
Yeah, they're not giving me room. I'm like so used to getting that midi off, but they're not folding. Also, tomorrow's stream is going to be only on Twitch. So if you want to play some more.
Diddy Master 24 says, what difficulty?
Go
the kid says, ChiTownLo, what y'all know about Will Bynum?
Once I hit Superstar, or once I hit 80, we're going to go to Superstar. 80 or the playoffs, whichever comes first, we're going to Superstar. Hall of Fame is cheating, and I'm not going to put myself through that torture. No way.
The kid says, ChiTownLo, what y'all know about Will Bynum?
Yeah, all right. What he's up to? What is the like every? What was the last team he was on? Now? I can shoot middies. 3-pointer, non-existent. But I do have like 3 buzzer beaters though.
Easy Dory says TJ Warren just dropped 47 in G League. No Russian says you look like Joan Johns.
Oh, Joan Johns.
Pancho says I missed him.
Get John Jones. Look at my player's name and take a guess why he's named that.
What did Johnny Bravo says? Will the thrill? What did Johnny Bravo says? Chicago legend.
That's Novak's first miss I've seen all season. Charge.
Miguel the singer says, will Bynum last played for the Wizards? Huncho says, because he likes to.
Wizards.
No Russian says, I just said the dumbest shy ever. Huncho says, because he likes to fight.
All right, banana swirl. No. Easy bucket. There we go. Got to get my average. 2 more assists and I'm cool. All right, I'm not really worried about this game anymore. And I think this is the first time John Wall's out. Who's the mic?
Easy Tree says, Victor Oladipo said he's making an NBA return. He's going to make a team faster than Thomas Haha.
Oh, Vic, it's time to hang it up. And none. Yeah, he said he's not done, but like he's done. What is that angle, 2K? That's late. I missed that one, but I made the first. 20 seconds, no bucket. Yeah.
Michael Thessinger says, hey, Bobo, who would win in a fight, Quincy AC or Draymond Green? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, Draymond's got that ill fight my own teammates energy, so I put my money on him, fam. Quincy better bring back up.
Right. Watch this buzzer beater, though. Watch
no
this
Russian
buzzer beater,
says,
though.
NBA Finals predictions. Huncho says, came a long way from that quadruple single with turnovers.
Ball game.
Stop playing with me, man. Huncho, you already know. What do you mean quadruple single with turnovers? I've never gotten turnovers. I don't get turnovers.
Dante says, noise.
I get dubs.
Put me, Coach Dam says, ball game. Miguel Thessinger says, fight my own teammates. Easy. 3 says, and Amsat went at it with the fans need to be checked because they be talking crazy.
February 7th.
Huncho says, you said you already know. And Dawdy says, Huncho, oh. Michael says, my disc ain't reading. What should I do?
Put some toothpaste on it. Trust. As long as I play the 4th quarter, we're cool.
Miguel Thessinger says, I fought one of my teammates too. No Russian says, nice room.
Appreciate it, no Russian. John Wall is crazy. What badge is that? I kind of want to check his badges.
Even come up says, best 2K MO. Miguel Thessinger says, you can. Huncho says, bro, you better not lose.
We're not going to lose. I've never lost. I'm not going to start today.
Miguel Thessinger says, just go to the box score.
That was supposed to be Amari. Oh, yeah, I'll check after the game. I'm going to give him room to shoot. You're going to have to show me something.
Huncho says, get that 50 piece.
Leave assignment. I'm right there. Absolutely not. Get that board. Let's go. Give me the ball. Me.
Albert Fingernoodle says, I'm going to finally win a game.
Albert Fingernoodle. I'm on a 4-game win streak, I'll have you know. finally win a game. What? Yeah, easy 50 ball. We just can't give up this lead because I know at some point coach.
Man, look here. One says you playing on PC.
Yeah, we're on
Huncho
PC
says,
right now.
Spin, move, build. Let's go.
Yeah, Pascal Siakam, man.
Miguel Thesinger says 4-game winning streak and still barely over 500.
It's not my fault. I'm gonna say it again.
Man, look here. One says, how you play on PC? Blue says, I'm finally going to win a game. Huncho says, bro, you lost that board. Ty says, what team you support?
I'm a Heat fan. We lose every board. I'm telling you. That would have been illegal. He missed? And then he makes. Are you gonna ask me how I feel about the Jimmy Butler trade next?
Miguel Thesinger says, emulator versus console. Huncho says, us Spurs fans going through it aren't.
Yeah, it's got to be rough.
Dante says, Wall got to have 30.
What seed are with the Spurs? They're
Dante
still towards
says,
the bottom, right?
40.
Dalton, midi. Oh, okay, here we go. Get some stops, y'all.
Ty says, how you feel about the Jimmy Butler trade?
There it is.
Blue says, is your emulator 4K or 1080p? Miguel Thesinger says they're 12th.
They're 12th? Oh, they're cooked anyway. That would have been a playing team. Might as well just tank. That wasn't gonna win anything this year anyway.
No Russian says CP3 last year. Huncho says Spurs were first.
First in the heart of the fans. There it is. And he still closed out.
Blue says tank for Ace Bailey. Easy D says, you reckon Mac is a better dunker now than Vince? Man, look here. One says P63.
More
Huncho says leave us alone. Huncho says we're going to get Cooper
better.
flag. Burphelm says you read too many questions at him. Dante says block party. Jimmy says Cooper flag and Wemby.
That's a scary lineup.
Blue says Hunter Coop going to stay. Jimmy says Wemby. No Russian says LeBron or KD. Huncho says we're going to get Cooper flag and KD.
Oh, good block.
Miguel Thesinger says AJ Daybenston has Spur written all over him.
Nobody got break starter on Bronze. I'll just chuck it across the court.
Pierce 940 says
blocks.
touchdown. Lil Jakofto says FW2K13. Huncho says go Birds though. Rick Stickscrew says bro is 12 years in the past.
Okay, I'm trying to bait steals with a 60 steal.
Blue says I really think Flag is serious about staying another year. Man, look here. One says where you get your ROMs from.
Search it on Reddit. I'm not just gonna drop a site like that right now. But I pay for mine.
Miguel Thesinger says Rick Stickscrew. Yeah, when life was lifing. No Russian says just.
Please knock him down. I need 2 points. Now, the fact that I got subbed out that early.
Huncho says,
pretty sure
bro, remember when that one dude was dropping a promo in the chat? Baptainep says, top 3 2K.
A promo? I remember there was some dude wilding on YouTube. I don't know.
Bert Pelm says, this guy spends his time reading your messages on YouTube. What is this?
It's a stupid layup. That's what that is. He had him beat.
Huncho says, when he was saying to go watch his stream after you got off.
Oh. I get those all the time. I don't even notice it anymore.
Rick Stickscrew says, 13 is my favorite 2K, but these days be getting busy with making money and getting pool. See.
Yeah. Money hungry ruins the games. Surprised this last.
Miguel Thesinger says, where would the Knicks be without ChiTownLo? No Russian says, see. Huncho says, you be playing 2K25?
I haven't played it since October.
Blue says, Miguel the Singer prob higher in the rankings. Dayan Roberts says, what's up, guys? Lil Jakofto says,
what's up?
SCD says, NBA gameplay fam, he is just trying to make it funnier for us to watch. Baptainap says, Lamau getting poor. Lyle Jakofto says, 25
John Wall?
Easy D says, I want to meet your madre, pay respects to your padre.
Yo, That
Huncho says they
song
need to bring back
is
the artist-created
so
soundtracks.
Garbage.
No Russian says bucket.
I'm surprised it's
Blue
not a
says,
meme
easy.
yet.
Dante says wall hooping. Miguel the singer says, "Blah." I was actually thinking that, but it's kind of disrespectful.
Yo, y'all are garbage.
Bobcats says, "Who's calling my phone?"
Around here.
Huncho says they need to bring back the artist-created soundtracks. Easy Tree says, "Bobo, who's better, DeMar or Kendrick Lamar?" Bert Pemp says, "Is it okay to tell my dad I love him on his 65th birthday?"
No, bro.
ChiTownLo says,
"Man up,
Bobo, fam, that's a wild comparison, but I'm taking DeMar. His mid-range game hits harder than Kendrick's bars when he's in his fields." Baptane App says, "Is it Stacy?" Blue
bucket.
says,
Give me my
"Miguel
50.
the singer, yay, but look where the Raptors are, well, bro." Justin Freeman says, "No weird questions." Easy Tree says, "Bobo, who's better, Drake or Kendrick Lamar?" Pyres 9412 says, "Tough lay."
Good rebound. Let's go.
ChiTownLo says, "Bobo, Drake's got the hits, but Kendrick's got the bars, fam. It's like comparing a three-pointer to a dunk, both fire, just different vibes." Huncho says, "You think Wemby going to be okay? Please say yes."
Yeah, he'll be all right. They caught it early. It's not in like a risky, super risky situation or nothing.
Who the
He's
GOAT,
all right.
and why is it Anthony Randolph?
They already confirmed that he's gonna be back, next year. So.
ChiTownLo says,
And someone else
"Bobo, bro,
got
Anthony
it.
Randolph, you tripping harder than a ref after a bad call. You sure you ain't mixing him up with your bakery order?" Easy
scared
Tree
to
says,
simulate
"Nah,
the rest
Bobo
of this
choose a
game."
side or am sliding." No Russian says, Chris Bosch. Huncho says, "You should see all the murals here in San Antonio for him."
Get a bucket and I'll sim it. Jason Kidd for 3.
Miguel Thessinger says, "Kendrick versus Drake in a 1v1 basketball game."
Drake is winning that, bro. Isn't Kendrick like 5'3"? Here we go, coach.
Huncho says,
Please
"Drake
put
got
me
that."
back in. Jason Kidd just chucks threes.
Noah
and then we
Garcia
play
says,
through
2K13
Tyson
on the
Chandler.
FYP makes me happy.
Look, it's gonna go to Tyson Chandler. It's gonna go to Tyson Chandler. Why does Tyson Chandler have the ball?
Huncho says, "Drake be hooping for Loki." Easy says, "Drake would be looking like Shaq against small man K. Dot." Lou says, "San Antonio got them big women."
Give it to Kidd, give it to Melo, and play ball. Do not shoot a deep 3. Do not shoot a
Huncho
deep
says,
3.
"We do." Ryan Elmore
Contested
says,
midi.
"Oil up."
Oh my
Huncho
God,
says,
bro.
"But we do got."
Oh my God, we know. Jason
Easy
Kidd.
Tree says, "Bobo, what's Charles Barkley worth saying?"
John Wall's
Justin
about to
Freeman
fry
says, "Kendrick
him.
is 5'5".
Oh, he double dribbled?
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, easy." Barkley once said, "I don't care what you
33?
think." Classic Chuck serving sass like he's in the paint. Huncho says, "We go got some baddies." Blue says, "Lo, what gift to see you oil up on stream." Dayan Roberts says, "Good man."
A universe.
He says, "You not a starter?"
I am. I don't play guard. I don't play the last
Dante
3
says,
minutes.
"No, I think y'all win."
Get the
Official
ball out
Trillo
of
says,
Tyson's
33 in a loss
hand.
classic. John Wall experience.
We're not going out like this
Pirates
again,
9412 says, "Serving sass is a crazy phrase."
Jason Kidd guarded John Wall. Look at the coach. Move, bro. Get me in the game. Fade away. What is it? John Wall on a fast break. Oh my God. Coach. Thank you.
Dugan says, "The coach doing emotes." Pires 9412
emails. He
says,
need to
"Coach
put me in
freaking
the
out while he got
game."
his best player benched."
Oh, okay. My heart dropped.
Blue says, "What if I
thought
just
we
sub-low
lost.
you oil up then?"
I thought
Ragai22
we
says,
lost.
50 and 14 and you ain't finishing it out, Loel. Get Money 21 says, "How do you play 12 minutes? That shit hard."
Table
Justin Freeman says, "They selling."
just for me to sit back down.
Dante says, "Bro."
Whatever. We won. When I tell
Miguel
you,
the
I
singer
got
says,
so
"Lumpo, you
scared.
screeched." Easy Tree
No,
says,
that wasn't
"Bobo
me,
did
that
try
wasn't
down
me,
low,
that
miss his
wasn't me."
medicine." Joaquin Pinto says, 50 points and they leave you out of a game that is 6 points away. ChiTownLo says,
appreciate
"Bobo,
the follows,
fam, I
y'all.
think
Appreciate the
ChiTownLo missing
follows.
his
I need
meds
that.
harder than Shaq missing free throws. Where's the assist on his sanity?"
Bobo,
City says,
shut
"Get Jason
up.
Kidd
Ain't
traded."
nobody trying to hear that right now. Appreciate the follow.
Ask Y'all Girl says, "You're riding the bench playing for the Wizards?"
No. I'm writing the bench plan for the Knicks. Thank you very much. I don't know why he doesn't play me in the
Baptinap
last
says,
2
who is
minutes.
Bobo Lamau? Dalian Roberts
Bobo's
says, can we see the standings?
Our chat bot.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, yo, I'm the fun size hype man for all things basketball, fam. Here to sprinkle some meme magic and roast y'all. Ask You a Girl says, riding the bench in my career is crazy.
It's not me.
Jaluin says, what console are you playing on?
I'm on PC.
Maxie Diener says, ha ha.
Maxie, what was that? Thanks for the follow, though, Maxie. Oh, we won. That's all that matters. I hope Doris
Blue
Burks
says,
asked me a
Bobo,
question.
how you feel about them big women in San Antonio?
But John Wall was hooping 34, 8, and 9,
ChiTownLo
and 6.
says, Bobo, fam, San Antonio got a whole buffet of big vibes. Call me a plate because I'm here for it.
Oh.
Mexican Boy 1017 says, favorite 2K?
Bobo likes them big
Ask
old
You Girl
women.
says, you leading the league in hand claps and towel handouts.
And 50-point games and 14 assist games. Bro, I sat for the last few minutes. Only 2 people played
Miguel
more
the
minutes
Singer
than
says,
me on
Blue
the team.
Vicor loves them.
It's just weird.
Get Money
I'm not
21
playing
says, play
minutes that matter.
2K90. Ask Your Girl says, on the bench, bro. Jaluin says, are you using a controller?
Did you have
Dayan Roberts says, man,
that
can
you
we see
were
the
going to be
standings?
hot, or did this
I got you.
performance kind of catch you by surprise?
Ask You a Girl says, they don't call your name in the lineup, though.
Shot lights out. What's a good answer? Because every answer I give, the fans hate it.
Jaluin says, that's dope,
good.
bro.
I was feeling good.
Miguel the Singer says, circle.
Circle. I had no doubt about it. Circle.
Oh, yeah, I knew it. No doubt about it. My hand was feeling a
Purse
little warm in the
9412
locker
says,
room
circle.
beforehand. Ask some of the other guys. I told them this was coming. And when you know you're about to go off, you just got to get the ball in your hands whenever possible. I did that. We got the win, and you can all thank me for that.
Oh.
Miguel the Singer says, love from
Good
the
answer.
fans.
Good answer. Good answer. Good answer. Good answer. Good answer. All right, let's see what they're saying on Twitter. Tall baller 52. Oh man, I seen King Denard dunk in practice a few times. And he's going to
says best 2K player?
dunk contest. Dunk contest.
SCD says, good answer. Jaluin says, mop tail hairstyle was the best hairstyle.
Okay.
Miguel the Singer says, yeah, bro.
All right, we're in the dunk contest. Cool.
So says, what 2K is this really nostalgic?
Skill points. Do we go for the dunk or the dunk animation?
Miguel the Singer says, you can see the participants.
Finisher. Can we afford finisher? Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. And it's only a 10% though. 10% reduction? 30% reduction?
David Garza says, what's up?
David, how's it going?
STD says, dunk animation.
Follows. Y'all showing mad
Miguel
love
Tessinger
right
says,
now.
get the animation since you can already dunk. Michael Jordan says,
Yeah,
bro,
you're
PPL
right.
going back to old games in 2025 is not a good sign for 2K.
Oh, Michael Jordan, appreciate the follow. Hey, why is your son a criminal? What's up with your son? Get your son in check, bro. Yeah, y'all got a little wild family y'all got going on. Under leg 360. Oh my god, that's like 6 games of VC. We might have to save up one more game for 1,000. Oh, but I need to have a dunk in mind first. Clutch reverse off 2. That'll look cool if I catch a body with that. Windmill baseline reverse. That's
Miguel
too-
Tessinger says, Michael Jordan 2K needs to make better games and maybe
too
we'll start
limited.
playing. Michael Jordan says, how'd you get this game? Is it from Steam? Justin
No,
Freeman
yeah,
says,
emulator.
I honestly feel like that they're going to copy and paste for 2K26.
Uber athletic tomahawk off 2. I could do that in real life. Hey.
Top says, Suplo.
Chop, but the mandatory
Easy
heart.
3 says,
Appreciate
MJ
you,
trying
bro.
to go back to his glory days. That's why he asking. Chop says, no, you can't.
Yes, I can.
Michael
Oh,
Outlaw
not
says,
right now.
I
I hit
still
legs
play
for
this.
the first time in like 3 months, and I won't be able to walk tomorrow. But on a normal day. Yeah, there's nothing really good. I think
Michael Jordan says, Miguel, the singer, they greedy though, but they bring back college basketball 2K soon.
Ooh, Chop with the
Chop says, how tall are you?
And the donuts? Appreciate you. 6 foot.
ChiTownLo says, Chop, you have just reached level 7.
Yo, appreciate the follows. Y'all coming in crazy.
Michael Outlaw says, what's your build?
Athletic
Chop says, 6 foot dunking?
Point guard, 6'4".
Michael Jordan says, I like the text-to-speech law. Waffle House Guardian says, 2K10 had the first my player, and that shit changed my life.
Do we need we don't need a pregame ritual. Do we?
Get Money 21 says, it's you colder, harder.
Pregame presentation of my buy.
Dan Roberts says, bro, I got my girlfriend back. Miguel Thessinger says, would be cool.
What did you do? Or did you have to do the Valentine's Day breakup method?
LeBron James says, we're Bobo Bro. Bert Pelm says, I look like my dad. Is that weird? Justin Freeman says, I'm going to be going on a calorie deficit soon. What exercises should I do? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, I'm here, fam, just waiting for the squad to step up their game. What's good? Chop says, I'm 64 and can't dunk. Michael Jordan says, LeBron James, LeBron with.
You're 6'4", can't dunk?
Miguel the Singer says, I told you to get dunk packages. Easy 3 says, you need a pregame ritual. It's tough. Q-Ball74 says, play a game.
You think so?
LeBron James says, Michael Jordan, yo. Chop says, yeah, I'm white, bro. Lot says, I joking it to a stream.
You're white. I know white guys that can dunk at that's like 6 foot. In high school. He turned into a volleyball player though. Shout out Jacob. Whatever. Let's get into this game.
Michael Jordan says, LeBron James, yo, bro, what's up, LeBron? Taylor says, posed by the Ray Allen pregame ritual.
MJ
Drew Cook
LeBron
says,
here.
missed when
That's
the game was like this. Miguel Thessinger says, you play the Spurs next? Chop says, I used to be able to dunk him, Monk, now. Dayan Roberts says, I had to beat someone's A. Easy Tree says, nah, buy the D-Wade rim hang.
D-Wade rim hang? That was expensive, though. If I do buy one, it'll be later. Someone said we're playing the Spurs.
White men can jump.
Playing the Wolves.
Blue says, Bobo, how you feel about seeing them big women next game in San Antonio?
Kevin Love is going to kill us.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, fam, those big women in San Antonio got more ups than DeMar after a dunk. Can't wait to catch the vibes. LeBron James says, Ricky Rubio and AK-47 giving you buckets. Spin 22 spin says, 25-point parlay, I'm calling it. Taylor says, prime Ricky Rubio giving you 13 this game. I can smell it. Michael Jordan says, do you think you're finna make Hoff on this build? Benzinger says, are you on Twitch?
Yeah.
Miguel Thessinger says, this whole time I haven't seen you play the Spurs. Spin 22 spin says, drop 25.
25? That's it? The bar is that low? You know I had to double it. I'm dropping 50 again.
STD says, get kid traded for Rubio. Blue says, what's the record?
I don't want to
Dayan Roberts says, the kid's name I had to beat up was Ocean.
For another
LeBron
guard.
James says, no, another 40 or 50 ball. Spin
Look,
22
Rudy,
spin says 50
Rubio
since you
can't
talking.
Guard me, bro. This is going to be too
Michael
easy.
Jordan says, drop a triple-double for me.
I can't get
Miguel Thessinger says,
rebounds,
get 60 then with all that confidence.
My rebound over is like
Matthew Tapscott says, AK-47 shoots lights out for real.
1.5.
Benny Dip
I
says,
can't get
is this
10.
Hall of Fame?
All-Star. Hall of Fame.
Blue says,
Chiefs.
OU 34.5, PT, OU 4.5, Rebel, OU 7.5, ST.
Knock it down. He drove. He got a bucket. Over 35. Rebounds 4.5. 4.5. Get the under. I'm telling you that now. Assist 7.5. Over on points, under on rebounds, over on assists. I'm telling y'all, it's money, y'all. It's money. Those lines are low.
Sarcastic 11 says, what's your overall twin?
75. Look at this. This is barbecue chicken. Oh, Love helped. Love was not supposed to help.
Tulit222 says, over 27.5 PRA 10. Dayan Roberts says, I thought you said you were going to show us the standings. Michael Jordan says, why won't 2K make starting over 70 instead of 60?
My bad. After this. It's Justin's fault. Justin didn't remind me. Banana swirl? Banana swirl?
Matthew Tapscott says, K-Love on the Timberwolves was scary. Blue says 222. That's way too low. Maybe a 36.5 pro.
Oh, you're
Justin
trash.
Freeman says Shea having a light game tonight. He has 19.
Oh, how much time is left?
Cam says catch a body.
A slight 30 every single game.
LeBron James says, how much is your most assist to Melo, bro?
8 maybe.
Jimmy says,
Usually
bro,
he's
I'm
my
sick. It
go-to.
feels like I'm coughing up my lung. STD says Jokic MVP.
Oh, Jimmy, you sick? You need a little
Michael
fat
Jordan
in your
says,
life.
Jimmy,
You'll
get
be
better,
all right.
bro. Cam says, Jimmy, me too, bro. I'm sickest. Justin Freeman says, Ann Edwards has 32 iron. Jimmy says, Michael Jordan, thanks, MJ. Jimmy says, can we get this?
That was
LeBron
bad.
James says, sickness going around everywhere, brothers.
Yeah, I was sick last week. I really think it was just allergies, though. Because the symptoms were kind of weird.
Jimmy says, I rarely get sick, but this year has been so bad. Diane Roberts
That's
says,
how
she
I
goes
felt
to
last
Alexander
year.
is winning the MVP. Sam says, your eye voice is fire. Thought you paid someone to speak. Tyler says, LeBron James the Ghost. Justin Freeman says,
Paying
OKC has
someone
9
to
minutes
speak
left in
is
the fourth
crazy.
quarter.
9 minutes left. I guess they'll put him back in and get his 30 ball. Good
Michael
hand,
Jordan says, Rip
Shump.
Wemby injury. Dion Roberts says,
Hit
sorry
me,
I
hit me,
meant
hit
try
me.
winning the MVP.
Catch and shoot. What is that shot animation?
Blue
Y'all
says,
see the shot
Oklahoma was like the
IQ?
sickest state so far this year. Everyone's sick everywhere.
There we go. All right, I'm 1 for 4 right now. Is he gonna give me space? He's not. Banana swirl. No, banana. Yeah, banana swirl. Don't
Justin
don't
Freeman
sweat.
says, Jalen Zesty Green has 26 points. Blue says, but I'm so
Ooh,
happy we ain't have
good
school all
split.
week because of President's Day and the snow. STD says, change that hella jump shoot.
K Love for 3. My jump shot's pretty fire. I'm okay. I just mistimed it. Pekovic hook shot.
LeBron James says, Knicks Melo tough for real.
Yeah, he's a bucket. Honestly, you can give him the ball anywhere on the court and he'll just get a bucket.
Jimmy says, I'm glad I can
You
watch
see?
this to keep my mind off of it. Easy Tree says, I swear y'all have so much holidays.
You only got holidays over there?
Dip Slip Nick says, Bobo now.
I think every
LeBron
day
James
is actually
says,
a holiday, just not national enough for it to matter though. Hey, y'all know what March 15th is?
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, what's good, Nick? You calling for me like I'm some kind of genie? Just need a magic lamp and a wish, fam.
There we
Miguel
go.
the Singer says, every 2K has its own vibe. Easy Dude says, only about 12 holidays. Dominic says, Prime Brandon Roy, man. ChiTownLo says, Bobo, what's up, Nick? You want me to drop some knowledge or just try to get me to play Ram Ranch?
Lock up.
Maiden
There we
Thrill
go.
says, this song, man. Michael Jordan says, LeBron James, why my son in prison but not yours? SCD says, Carmelo best mid-range player ever.
Hey,
Nip
there
Slip
we
Nick
go.
says, Ram Ranch, please, Bobo.
Bobo, don't listen to that, man. This score is way too close.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, hey, yo, Nick, you really out here trying to summon my inner cowboy, huh? Not today, my dude. Justin Freeman
Bobo.
says, don't forget to show the standings after the game.
Yes, yes.
Maiden Thurl says,
First
stressed by
quarter is
justice,
not
I'm
the time
after.
to remind me though. But
Pirates
pretty
Knuckle
sure
2 says, that was crazy.
We are 7th seed, Heat are 1st, Bulls are 2nd, and then after that, I don't know. Banana swirl? Nope.
Liam
What is
Womack
the
1
spacing
says,
right
I
now?
used to play this on the Wii U. Kellen says, a teacher at my school got arrested for child porn. He says, 2K11.
You must go to the same school Tyler
Michael
goes
Jordan
to.
says, Kellen, bro, what?
Look at the bottom of the screen, Kai.
Miguel the Singer says, what's the worst name you've heard?
I
Michael
kinda
Jordan
just tuned
says,
them all
Kellen,
out.
that's crazy.
There's some wild names
And
on
says,
here.
Unc, what's up, bro? I'm fresh off work.
What's up, man?
He says.
Make us
oh,
good money
tripping.
today? How much we make? Oh my God, that's like 3
Easy
turnovers.
T says, bro, I want to come to your school now. Miguel the Singer says, I mean like a first name. Kellen says, Michael Jordan W, if this parlay hit him a bell, bro, out. And says, ain't make nothing today.
Nothing? What you doing home? Get back to work. That's a foul. Okay, all right, we're spamming the spin. They're gonna kill me in halftime if I don't hit I'm not near my overs.
Max says, I ain't seen your live noti pop up in a while.
Max, you should check every single day. But no,
And says, wait,
live,
where's Bobo?
There it is. Kevin, that's not Kevin Love.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo.
Down there.
Yo, fam, I'm right here, ready to roast takes like they're hot wings. What's
we're
good?
Live Mondays, Fridays,
Pirates
and Saturdays
9412
on
says,
Twitch.
yes, officer, this man here. Keys says, you not hooping. Max says, missed the streams, bro. Bert Pelm says, Big
Yo,
Mac
you've
or
been gone
Whopper?
a minute.
Spidey-Man 299 says, yo, what's
Big
good,
Mac.
King? Max says, IDK, why stuff ain't popping up?
Spidey.
Nip Slip Nick says, Boba, who's her daddy? And says, I don't see Bobo in the TikTok chat.
Yeah, he is sitting there. You gotta call him by name though.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo. Yo, and I was just watching the chat pop off like a Shaq free throw. What's cracking, fam? Tamir says, yo. Mello says, yo, Unc.
Hopping off like a Shaq free throw. That's gonna be a bar in a song. Get the rebound.
Spidey-Man 29 says, damn, I just woke up. I forgot you were going to go live.
Forced it. I forced it.
Come says,
Mello.
let's get going.
Oh my God. On who?
And says, he's talking, but I don't see his comments.
Carry the platypus.
Timer says, this is why
This
you don't
is
pass.
ridiculous, dog. I got.
Kai
Okay.
says, Angle, you playing terrible.
I know. It's because the high elevation. In
Romeo
Minnesota.
29 says, are you on PS5 controller?
I know
Miguel
that's
Thessinger
Denver.
says, best J. Cole song. Michael Jordan
Apparently
says,
is my
Timer,
favorite.
why not? It's called assisting.
Oh yeah, Edge controller. PS5. That's what we do.
Ham says, best Gunna song. And says, Unc, how's your church league?
The one with the Chinese beat.
Timer says, come all of them.
If Rubio would have snatched my stuff off the backboard, I would have cried. 1 point game, for some reason. What was the record?
Cam says,
Y'all
Timmer
remember?
facts. Miguel the Singer says, wait, I'm still confused. Why does that platypus fight so good? Melo says, sing the Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated jingle. Ant says, how's your
My
church
voice is
league,
not
Unc?
going that high.
Aquina says, rappers who can sing versus rappers who
dude,
can't
it is-
sing, all build. Appears 9412 says,
It's
envy him,
rough
who you
right
fooling?
now. It's rough right now.
Michael Jordan says, I'm a swerve bend that corner, whoa, whoa.
Why does my
Kellen
shot
says,
look like
the
that?
teacher said he's going to grape the girl until she says, Daddy, stop. Mello says, you remember
What
who's the
are
yoga
y'all
instructor?
talking about?
Mello
Was it
says,
Anthony
are you
Davis?
Jim SP29 says, Wassam. Max says, that's nuts. Pirates 9 for 12 says, y'all chill. And says, Unc got benched for Andre Miller. Key says, who's that reading your chat? Mello says, who's
It's
that?
Charles Barkley. All right, banana swirl.
Justin
Run it all the
Freeman
way
says,
through.
time him out.
Y'all be scared to get to the basket.
Max
Thank
says,
you.
Chuck's 6-second birthday was yesterday.
Yeah, that's why we didn't stream yesterday. It was his birthday. But he's back to work.
Michael
First
Jordan
team all
says,
defense. Good stop.
Kellen, what school does bro go to? If the teacher be doing that,
Go Bishop Sycamore.
Mello says, the round mound of rebound.
Ball game.
3-point game against the Timberwolves, bro. It's low key my fault, but we're fine. We're fine. Also,
Miguel
3
Thessinger says,
followers
what
away
comedians do
from
you like?
100 on Twitch, man. Go pull up on the Twitch. Go pull up
Mello
on the
says,
Twitch.
Charles Barkley.
That's where tomorrow's stream is gonna be. Only on Twitch. For Saturdays at least. Appreciate the follows on the TikTok, man. Y'all
Easy.
showing
3
lots of
says,
love.
DeRozan going crazy, but his
That's
team
us.
selling.
That's our ball, right?
that 2K footing.
A year too early.
Miguel Thessinger says, what comedians do you like? Michael Jordan says, Aquina, bro, it says 13. Melo says, you look
Dave
like Jalen
Chappelle's
Smith.
cool.
Ant says,
Jaden
wait, why
Smith.
I'm not complaining? I'm subbed on Twitch, but why? Aquina says, bro, getting like 6 or 7 minutes.
Because that's where eventually we want to move this to.
Kay says, Konnichiwa.
You know,
James
TikTok
Green
still could
says,
get
and he
banned.
drives
Nothing
for the
really
layup.
changed
Good.
yet.
Melo says, Jalen Smith. Michael Jordan says, easy. 3 Sacramento Bulls are cooked.
Jalen Smith, nah, chill out, Melo.
Miguel Thessinger says, I like Chris Tucker. Max says, Moody got 17 and Paz got 19.
Yo, he already pulling up with the donuts. Appreciate the chili, the goat, the heart. Banana swirl? No. Yo, they're really playing defense right now. If I could like get off the dribble, I can get by Rubio, but he's D'ing up.
Easy 3 says, I'm jumping on
game.
Twitch now to crash out.
All right.
And says,
Yo,
Max, what about the
GG,
glorious Jimmy
the
Butler?
lightning, the heart.
Miguel Thessinger says, I like Gabriel Iglesias too.
Aquine. Oh yeah, Iglesias is cool. I like this last Netflix special. The ice cream cone.
And says, why is I not reading my comments, bro?
I don't
Easy
know.
3 says, any mods on Twitch? Max says, and he got 9, but he getting rebounds, steals, and assists too.
Not yet. I don't think.
Michael Jordan says, ChiTownLo. Miguel Thessinger says, I watched some of that too.
Lock up.
Melo says,
Great
Charles
double
Barkley
team.
read my comment now.
Buttinger wide open. Buttinger. Lock up. Cross.
Username
spin.
41841 says, I found you
Oh
sub.
yeah. Oh
Akina
yeah.
says, bro got 6 S in 7 minutes. Michael Jordan says, is Obama the I voice? And says, Max, bet y'all take care of him, man.
Obama.
Melo
Oh
says,
my God,
Olympian
we're losing to
BTW.
the Timberwolves. No, it's Barkley. It's Barkley. It's Barkley. It's Barkley. Appreciate the 10K likes, y'all. What is happening? I should have got the pregame
Jimmy says,
celebration.
us Olympic beach volleyball legend Chase Buttinger. Username 48401 says, Ilo, guess who I am? Max says, Ant for sure. Michael Jordan says, Aquina friggin' packet you. Miguel Thessinger says, is Madden just as bad as NBA 2K?
I don't play Madden, so
Melo
I don't
says,
know.
getting boxed by Rubio.
cash. There we go.
Michael
Bro,
Jordan
Rubio
says, Miguel
is
the singer,
acting up.
definitely, bro. Vaughn says, same team and everything. The whole game was a troll session. Justin Freeman says, I might swerve bend that corner. Whoa. Max says, are you locked in with Santa Cruz? Aaron says, what's the best 2K?
What does that mean?
Aquina says, Delont West, I'll build. Username
What?
48401 says, damn, only 4 people on Twitch?
Yeah, man.
Jimmy says, where did this 6-7 thing come from?
6,
Chris
7.
Clark 10 says, Rubio is
That
him in
one
this game.
song. You know, that song is so garbage, but the more I listen to it in edits, the better it starts sounding. And I don't know how I feel about that. 2-point game, 8 minutes left. We got
Critic
this.
says, Dixon Maya.
Has he? Oh,
Miguel
I
the
could score
Singer
on you,
says,
though.
what song? Melo says, Etwan Moore build is wicked.
There we go.
Username 48401 says, nah, full screen is nice. Aquina
hit up
says,
the
my
Twitch if
first
you
jar
want
of
the full
pickles.
screen, that too.
Critic says, Dixon Myers.
And we're 3
Michael
away
Jordan
from 100
says,
followers over
the
there.
All-Star game is trash. Back in my day, it was great. Aquina says, this is a burst fade. Apires 942 says, it's only good on edits. That's all it means, bro. LMAO. Critic says, Mike Cope. Max says, Perk Reddick, that's crazy.
Perk Reddick.
Melo says, what made you make an
Wow.
Etwan Moore build?
This
Aquina
is not
says,
an each
Airbo-
one more build, bro. He's never had 16
Kellen
and 6 in
says,
his
a teacher
life.
at my school has 10 charges of him liking minors. Jimmy says,
What
Mike
school
Oxon.
do y'all go
The critic
to?
says, Mike Crotch.
Perk, chill out, bro. I know you're 12 years old and you had a long day at school today, but like, get it together. I can't score in the paint. I can't score on this team.
Max says, Perk Zesty tonight.
Keep it, Melo. Keep it. Keep it.
Mello says,
Good
you ever
shot.
see
That was
Artis
supposed
Gilmore
to-
prime play? Miguel the Singer says, Kellen, you and your
no.
family got to move, bro. Aquina says, Drake off build. Username 418401 says, can I be mod on
Drake.
Twitch? Big Dog says, need a jump shot for a big man?
Is that easy? Maybe, perhaps. I'm gonna think about it. Cross.
Max says, Artis Gilmore played in like the 70s, LOL. Malo says, Etwan Moore is disappointed in this build, SMA. Kellen says, Miguel the singer, I think the girl he was talking to is in my 5th period. She wasn't here, T.I.
I have 6 turnovers.
Melo says, it's Melo's burner. Ethan says, hello, how you doing? Aquina says, flight reacts and cash out build.
Over the back. There we go. That's the worst one yet. Imagine
Username 418401 says, now it's not easy. I came across you on TikTok, but you said to jump on Twitch. Justin Freeman says, Big Dog, look up some suggestions on YouTube or TikTok. Max says, you playing like Harden? Aquina says, bro got 6 assists and almost 7 turnovers. Aquina says, fire emoji.
Almost.
Thayes026 says, points, assist, turnover, trip dub coming. Justin Freeman says, team operations. Pirates
Dunk it. Let them know.
It's glitched. I remember that happening to me before. I think it'll go away after the game. Mello says, my math teacher was really flirty with some girls in my class, SMH. Aquina says, gem time. Michael Jordan says, Kellen did the teacher get fired? Chris Clark 10 says, you don't drive, that's your issue.
I don't drive. Right.
Max says,
that's a bucket.
Day Erickson says, on that rim, Pirates 942 says, can y'all chill with the teacher stuff?
Go to work. Tyson.
Chris Mihef says, is that Charles Barkley? Ha 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 ha.
It is.
Username 418401 says, feels weird being the only one talking from Twitch. Jamarsh 2 says, you don't got your driver's licenses? Procretic says, Pirates 9412 TF up. 19 says, but it is. 19 says, put it in.
And I just
Derek
got
6Z says, bro, is that a bot reading or a person ready? Because that's fine.
For Barkley's
Max
voice.
says, those big old women in San Antonio.
So make sure y'all follow.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, bro, I'm the AI with vibes. Like
cheap.
if a voice note had a 6-pack, keep the energy up, fam. The Cousin Poet says, Bronny James back at it.
Thank you, Alec.
Kenny Murphy says, Euro Step 3 cheese. Mello says, I want to meet your madre. Pay my respects to your padre, mi amor. Chris Mhab says, the best 2K ever. Pirates on Pro says,
Barkley can speak Spanish.
Christian Martin says, Chris Smooth was to smooth in this game. Shmarsha 2 says, where's Bobo?
Cookies.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, I'm right here, fam, just chilling like Chris Smooth in a highlights video. Let's get this convo lit. Chase says, thanks, Chuck. Draymond Green says, I'ma do you like I did Jordan Poole. Angelo says, this game is so tough.
On me right now.
Chris says, do you have any Mexican friends? Miguel Thessinger says, what made you want to start streaming?
Because it's fun. And y'all are fun. Some of y'all, sometimes.
Marsh 2 says, does Bobo know how to hoop? Username 418401 says, does Bobo work on Twitch?
Yeah, talk to him on Twitch. He should respond.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, you know I can hoop, fam. Just call me the next Michael Jordan if MJ had 0 hops and a 3-point shot that only exists in my dreams. And says, Unc, have you watched the new Olympics documentary on Netflix? Akina says, you fuck with Mexicans? Jake says,
yeah.
What's good? Chris says, oil up Bobo. Chase says, Mexican. Thanks, Chuck. Aquina says, you fuck with Mexicans? Miller says, no soporto a Shaq y tengo más anillos que él.
Dunk some.
Chris MHF says, I didn't know JJ Barea was on the Timberwolves. Jilani Puja says, Bron told me to tell you to turn up the difficulty. And says, Bobo is way better than Unc at ball. Finnicky says, WSG hopping on the Twitch Max here. Dion Roberts says, who's your favorite player? Username 4841 says, Bobo, who's better, Kevin Love or Chris Bosh? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, fam, I appreciate the love, but Unc's just out there collecting bench warmer trophies like they're Pokemon cards. ChiTownLo says, Bobo, fam, that's like choosing between a warm hug and a cold pizza. Bosh brought the heat, Love just wanted to cuddle. Melo says, no support on Shaq, you think on Masanilla scale. Miguel Thessinger says, he's like them spicy. Jamarski 2 says, strawberry jelly or grape jelly? Brandon 23 says, Timberwolves logo goes crazy. Mello says, how tall is she then? Chris Clark 10 says, you got a wide open shot. Why you turn it over instead? Stephen Bonifant says, so I've been playing 2K19 lately on the Xbox, and it's so weird. Michael Jordan says, Chris Clark 10 is not that deep. Ant says, got to watch Unc Bam and his mom have their own segment in an episode.
Right, bro.
Nick Kovalchik says, drive, presso, and dunk works every time. Chris says, Fav rookie earn. Chase says, Jay is leaving Memphis. Miguel the singer says, Chi-Town likes the hot tamales. Mello says, what's y'all first 2K? Michael Jordan says, Stephen Bonifant, I got 2K19 on PS4 and PS5. Finnicky says, pancakes or waffles? Username 418401 says, I like my
Pancakes.
meatballs spicy.
And
Chris Clark 10
one.
says,
Thank
R.I.P. Flip
you.
Saunders. Mello says, Brandon Roy, new level 40. Quinn says, favorite NBA team? Chris Clark 10
Favorite
says,
rookie
Michael
right
Jordan,
now?
it is that deep. Chris says, favorite rookie, Aaron? Sleepy says, this game is the reason why 2K is garbage. The beginning of VC.
I guess where on the Heat.
Michael Jordan says, bye guys, I'm gonna go bail my son out of jail. AS26 says, Brandon Roy Loke cooking. Mello says,
took
we
you
should have a
long
watch
enough.
random NBA players segment.
Appreciate you pulling
The
up,
Nikki
MJ.
says, facts, pancakes, goated.
We did.
Mello says, Zach
We
Edey.
did. But
Gotta love an MZ says,
YouTube
sup gang?
doesn't like when
Paul
I watch
says,
other
why you
YouTube
not playing
videos.
2K85? Miguel Thessinger says, I forgot you were a
because
Heat fan. Byron
We're doing a
Prevost
series
said,
of trying to win a
Bobo,
ring
who the
in every
best center of
2K.
all time. Chris Clark 10 says, why you don't get boards?
Because I don't have any rebounds.
Username 418401 says, Bobo, what's better, chicken wings or chicken tenders? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, wings, fam, they got sauce crunch and the ability to get ranch everywhere. Tenders are just wings, boring cousins. Angelo says, dude, noseball. Chris says, Michael Jordan, your luck, your son didn't turn out like Magic's. Law. And says, I is
That's
literally
crazy.
skipping my comments. Mello says, what's Dwight Powell
the
averaging
stop.
in the 1950s? Jamar62 says, Carmelo or Junior Smith? Mello says, I'm going to make some dino nuggets. Quinn says, best fast food?
Best fast food? Panda Express. No, Chipotle. Love me some Chipotle.
Chris says, hard
What's
and
Dwight
washed.
Powell averaging in the 1950s? 30.
Ant says,
38 and-
but when
and
I pull up
12?
to ChatGPT headquarters, I'll be the bad guy. Chris Clark 10 says, cook out best fast food. Jamar2 says, Chipotle is not it, gang. Mello says,
What?
Harden is a top
You're
3
not it.
SGBTW.
Watch out, little bro.
TS26 says,
I'm
Panda
just gonna
Express is
keep
wild.
ISO on them until I double.
Chris says,
team.
fat Mexican food. Aquino says, 6'5", James Harden, edit
50%
blue
from
comment,
the
all
field.
build.
That's kind of ugly. It should be way better than that.
Username 418401 says, Bobo, who's better, Rajon Rondo or Chris
Mexican
Paul?
food.
Quinna says, 6'5", James Harden, edit, blue comment, all build. User Watch2
know.
says, what's your speed at? Ant says, J Mars 2, don't talk
enchiladas.
about the love of my life, Chipotle like that. Chris Clark 10 says, ISO just to turn the ball over, estimate.
What's my speed?
Justin Freeman
I
says,
haven't
that guy
touched
Ant
speed.
has
It's
37 points,
expensive.
Ren.
I think it's
Mars
80.
2 says, Chris Panda Express is goated.
Oh, he got that pass through. JJ Barea. You're not about to do me like LeBron. You're on clamps. Look at these rebounds. Tyson, you bum.
It says, OFC, I have 37 points, something like that. Melo says, team is so pale.
There we go.
Finnicki says, that's how you know the
Team
Kings
is
are
so
cooked when you
pale.
see Markelle Fultz is in.
That's funny. I didn't even realize that.
Username 418401 says, you Killian Hayes is back in the NBA on the Nets. Angelo says, didn't they have my crew in this gen or am I tripping? TS026 says, this the 2K with the SP glitch?
No, 13 is when they brought back the online mode, like the online blacktop. Oh my god.
Justin
he
Freeman
cannot guard
says,
me.
I've always wanted to try Panera Bread. Is it good?
It's okay. I've only ever got sandwich, like a basic meatball sub there, and what was the other one?
Miguel the Singer
Some
says,
chicken
you're in a
sandwich.
room with all your ex. How crowded is the room? Slime Reaper
I've been
says,
with
what's
my
up,
girl
folks?
since F grade.
Ant says, oh
There's
yeah,
only
Unc,
one
there's a
person
clip
in
of
that
Ant
room.
telling Obama that he's the truth in the new documentary. Jamar2 says, Ant,
I
what's is
seen
better,
that
bro?
clip.
Trust me.
Oh, buzzer beater. Hold
Finnicki
up.
says,
Hold up.
username 48401, yeah, bro, it's still cooked. Chris Clark 10 says,
on,
not
bro.
Panera Bread.
Ball game.
Chris says, 13 is the one where Jay-Z has the intro, right?
Yes,
Justin
sir.
Freeman says, my guy DeMar has 28. Ant says, Kyle Lowry, shot.
What does that even mean? DeMar has 28. Are they
Martian
winning
2
now?
says, Zaxby's or Raising Cane's.
I've
Chris
never had
says, Fab
Zaxby's.
Soda.
Raising Cane's is only good
Mello
because
says,
of
Cane's.
the sauce. Chicken
Slime
isn't
Reaper
good,
says, Kobe the GOAT.
but I
Chris
gotta
Clark
give it
10
to-
says, need
sauce
80
is
plus
crazy.
points from you.
80 plus points. Favorite
Username
soda?
418401
I don't
says,
drink
Finnicki
pop
bro is going to
anymore.
average 5 claps and 10 water bottle passes. Finnicki says, Warriors up on the Kings 97-79. Byron Prevost says, I keep killing him, Kevin Garnett. Chris says, Fab Soda. And says, Raising Cane's look so bland.
It is bland.
Paris 942 says, has Nikola Pekovic ever got 23 points in real life? Hero Yui Alvarado says, Free Max
but
B.
this score is too close.
Smart2 says, you must not live in the South. Chris says, Fobs up. Mello says,
Chicago.
He's the biggest Canes hater on TikTok. Don't take his food, take seriously. Chris says, Fobs Zaza. Finiki says, username 4840 and LOL for real.
Biggest Canes hater.
Nicholas Rutherford 141 says, what up, bro? Do you play 2K25?
Somebody come to the ball.
User says, Popeyes clears Canes. And says, Melo, it doesn't look good, though.
Okay, Tyson.
Finiki says, I never had Canes.
Nicholas, we're doing a series of playing every 2K.
Matt.cut says, what overall are you right now, and how'd you get so good so fast?
So we're eventually going to get to 25.
says, Hero Yui Alvarado, right, you have just reached level 2. Slime
all
Reaper says,
games.
Ain't gonna lie for the sauce carry Canes.
But yeah.
Marcy2 says, do y'all got Zaxby's in Chicago?
Oh, Hero.
Chris Clark 10 says, I used to work at Canes. It's ass. I just ate Popeyes tonight. Paris 942 says, Canes is so mid. Finiki says, I had KFC new sweet hot chicken today. Chris says, Bobo, what's your fat legend? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, gotta go with the GOAT, MJ. But let's be real, he'd still drop 30 on these current superstars. Matt.cut says, what overall are you right now?
Cap.
Hero Yui Alvarado says, when will Popeyes start selling that Zoc? Jamar2 says, well. Nicholas Rutherford 141 says, nice, bro. What's been your favorite 2K to play so far? Username 418401 says, Keon Ellis doing a great Tony Snell type performance. Chris says, Wingstop Loki mid-AS.
13 is
Finiki says, it was really good. Akiona says, I like watermelon basketball KFC.
Interesting.
Jamar2 says, KFC is better than Popeyes.
What?
Slime Reaper says, what's your overall on here,
Are you a paid sponsor? 75. Catch something.
Hero Yui Alvarado says, 2K13 had the real player, my player mode. I loved it.
See, the thing I hate about the
Angelo says, Bojangles.
There's not one in the Midwest, I don't think, at all. The thing about the alley-oop, you have to press X and circle at the same time.
Slime Reaper says, type shit, I'm 96.
So if you accidentally
Chris Clark 10 says, just to turn the ball over SMT. Finiki says, I like KFC more than Popeyes. Dayon Roberts says, okay, well, I got to go. I'm going to play 2K25 with my brother. Matt DeCut says, trying to win a chip in Detroit with Stuckey is hard.
Thanks for pulling up.
Chris Clark 10 says, Bojangles slaps.
Steal without looking at the screen.
Just Milo says, I hope I got a black card. Let's see what the skimmer detects. Spot him 40 deep and hit the shot. Look like Jimmer Fredette. Dayes026 says, this is the 2K where IDD glitch after one game in MC. Couldn't play TS without having Wi-Fi. Easy Tree says, any bad takes, I'm muting y'all. Jamarsh2 says, Angelo Bojangles is fire. Miguel Thessinger says, Kai is cooking better than all these restaurants. I taste the food through the screen.
Miguel.
Chris Clark 10 says, just to give it right back. Marsh2 says, Miguel the Singer.
Kaya.
Chris says, Chicago hot dog mid-ASF.
How much is our place, though? Chicago hot dog mid? Not gonna lie, never had one. I've never had one. I don't care what the city says. I'm putting ketchup on my hot dog, bro. If your glizzy ain't bloody, I don't want it.
Easy, he says, cooking with Kia almost got me cooked with my girlfriend. Chris Clark 10 says, pickles on glizzies is wild.
Yeah, I'm not.
Pars 9412 says, brother, what?
A pickle on it.
Dayon Roberts says, YouTube. Dayon Roberts says, I'll stay on. Justin Freeman says, see you.
All right.
Justin Freeman says, whoa, win by that. Chris says, what's the best food spots in Chicago's?
I don't know. I just eat generic food. I'm not the guy to ask for that. And I cook majority of the time anyway. I'm only allowed 3 cheat meals a week. And it's most likely Chipotle. And my monthly Panda Express fix.
Hero Yui Alvarado says, best food spot in Chicago is Toys R Us. Chris says, Chipotle be mad stingy with the portions.
No, really. I guess it depends. Like, I haven't had that problem before.
Marsh 2 says, I thought Chipotle is healthy. Chris Clark 10 says, you ever get Portillo?
Really. Not
Miguel
really.
Thessinger
I mean, it's healthier.
says, how are the folks in YouTube chat? Umpires Night 412 says Porter Kitchen and Deck Fire.
If you look up like how much
Mello
sodium
says he
is
wanted
in a
beef but
Chipotle
froze
bowl,
up. He should have thought it out.
You
Finnicky says, I got a gift card.
look
so
at
I have
that
to
bowl
use.
funny.
Hero Yui Alvarado says, nah, Chipotle had that one outbreak years ago.
Yeah, I mean they recovered fine from it.
Mello says,
So in
Panda
the
makes my
back of my
stomach hurts.
mind-
Chris says, Fab Hoop Shoe.
Kyrie fives, spin move.
Iquena says, the way he stands
Oh.
in his defense stance is so tough.
35 and 12.
Mello says,
still
Kyrie 2.
losing though. We
March
can't
2
get a
says,
stop.
Chipotle meat be looking sus.
I mean, I only ever get chicken. I don't like the steak from there. Get
Mello
the
says, 0 rebounds.
rebound. Yo, I can't get boards, y'all. I tried my best.
Easy. Tree says, Kings need to destroy the beam. It ain't been working for years now. Chris Clark 10 says, and losing. Y'all getting stops. You got 9 turnovers. Jamarsh 2 says, do you eat pork? Finnicky says, what overall are you
Not
now?
on my own. If it's in like
Mello
a,
says,
Ooh,
cherry
cookies.
picking merchant.
If it's in something, I'll eat it, but I'm not gonna go out of my way to eat it. You get me? Like I'm not about to order pork chops at Chili's or nothing. But if I'm at a cookout and there's some pork hot dogs, we eating them.
No Name 24 says, you playing my favorite 2K.
14 better. But this is fire.
Finnicky says, you playing way better now. Did you get that overall up high? Chris says, what basketball
high
player
enough.
have you met now or when you was younger, Unk? Chris Clark 10 says, you got 9 turnovers, but yet complains about losing. Mello
Okay.
says, Nikola Perkovic was the strongest player in the NBA.
Only player I met
Hero
was
Yui
Cristiano
Alvarado says,
Felicio.
Glizzy Master Supreme. Jamarsh 2 says, do you like sausage? Mello says, poster.
Not answering that. I know a G League
Mello
player.
says, holy L.
He just got picked up by the Magic, so that's what's up. But
Ivan Lashit says, what good? Hero Yui Alvarado says, answer it, please.
and that was not a poster, Mello.
Mello
Stop.
says, I
That
saw
was
Paulo in middle school.
under the basket. I tried to
Justin
pass
Freeman
out.
says,
Okay,
team
all right,
operations.
All right.
Chris says, best retro basketball jersey.
Raptors. 76ers are a close second. How many timeouts we got?
Louis says, Chris
Enough to
Sixers.
use. Timeout. And I get subbed out.
Chris Clark 10 says, lock in, bro. Got 12 turnovers now.
No, I don't. I got 12. Team operations.
Mello says, Paulo went from 5'10 in 7th grade to 6'5 in 8th grade.
That's crazy.
Hero Yui Alvarado says, lock in on the bench.
Oh my God. All right,
Slime
come
Reaper
back
says, Ingo, you might have to leave the Knicks, foe.
No, we can't leave.
Brian
I'm
High
only allowed
says,
one
thoughts on
trade
Mavs'
per
decision to
2K.
trade Luka?
Stupidest decision in
Aquina
sports.
says, bro is not getting lit. Hero Yui Alvarado says, on 4NM, Miguel Thessinger says, 2K14 is just a new and improved version of 13, but on the
Cookies.
PS4.
All right, here we
Marsha
go.
2 says, Melo Paulo
Is that
Banchero.
Camby?
Chris Clark 10 says, you already got traded?
Oh yeah, I was drafted to the
Melo
Raptors.
says, nah, Thunder cutting poker.
And then I got up out of there.
Darlon
'cause our
Piper says,
starting
one
center
trade per 2K, you can leave in free agency.
was a 50-something overall.
User
Yes.
103436845209 says, what game is this? Miguel
But-
Thessinger says, replay.
We're moving to a new 2K every time.
Miguel
end the season.
Thessinger says, that pass was cold. Aquina says, do the God mode glitch on 2K3? Louis says, user 103403skate429 2K13, I think.
Ooh, I had no faith in that. 70
Mello
points
says,
a
favorite
game.
2010s role player?
Kirk Heinrich. First one I came. Oh, cookies! Get that for me, Brewer.
Ghostbuster Mill says,
There
and
we
one.
go.
Hero Yui Alvarado says, one galaxy or 1,000 roses. Miguel Thessinger says, Lou Williams.
One
Chris Clark
galaxy,
10 says,
please.
still down with hella turnovers.
One galaxy, please.
Aquina says, do the 70-inch vertical on the 2K23. Dayan Roberts says, who is a big back here?
70. Yo, he dropped that.
ChiTownLo says, Hero Yui
galaxy.
Alvarado, you have just reached level 17. Lou says, Melo Tyreek Evans.
Hero.
Miguel
My
Thessinger says,
boy.
from deep.
My boy. Appreciate you with the galaxy. I just got a turnover.
Melo
I don't even
says,
care
Jamal
right now.
Crawford is one of the shiftiest players I've ever seen in my life. Chris Clark 10 says, Galaxy just to turn the ball over.
But I'm gonna get it back. Watch.
Louis says, Melo, I agree.
There you
Chris
go.
says
Nothing
prime
happened.
Carmelo or prime Dwight Howard.
Nothing happened.
Brian He says, let's see some dribble
You
moves.
want to see some dribble moves? Is that good enough? I did a hezzy and a crossover after spamming the right stick into left and right 7 times.
Chris says prime Melo or Howard.
Howard. Wide open. Has he
Chris
missed
Clark
a
10
three
says
yet?
still got 0 boards.
I'm not getting a rebound. I'm sorry. I'm just cooking, bro. That's it. That's what we're doing. I said 52. So I'm getting those 50 points. But we're down 7. If we can get a stop and they don't get another offensive rebound, we're in a good spot. Look at this, bro. Look,
No.
Oh my goodness, Valentine!
No.
Whoa, no!
Brian He says, no,
all
that
right,
was trash.
Let Rubio
Dylon
shoot.
Piper says, those rebound numbers looking a little low. Mintz says, you Scoot Henderson is live. Chris Clark 10 says, need to help on deck. Miguel Thessinger says, if you were in the NBA, who would you want to be your teammate? Melo says, really? Hero Yui
who has the
Alvarado
best
says,
chances of
same
winning the
amount of rebounds
championship?
of Dennis Rodman at age 3. Chris says, Skull Crusher's best for a workout. Hunter Donaldson says, W Stream, bro, keep up the good work.
Yes, sir,
Miguel
yes, sir, yes,
Thessinger
sir.
says, if you were in the NBA, who would you want to be your teammate? Melo says, PG-13 the
I don't
bubble.
know.
Jake says, got to
I
get
guess
20 down.
LeBron. That would be
Louis says,
interesting.
good pass nephew. Chris Clark 10 says, y'all need the full court trap.
Yeah, I think you're right. Last shot?
David Novak says, can you shoot threes?
No. 55 3-ball. Look how he's guarding me. I'm gonna shoot it though. No, I'm not.
Milo says, 3 most mid-NBA teams right now, like they stuck in the middle.
Thought I
Chris
had an extra
says,
second.
if you could be mentored by a basketball player, who would it be? Diane Roberts says, a 2019 Damian Lillard or 2021 Giannis Antetokounmpo.
If I could be mentored, it'd probably be someone I actually play like, right? Give me Davion Mitchell. We're like the same height, right?
Miguel the Singer says, Chris Kobe or Maya. Justin Freeman says, 2021 Giannis. Username
Kobe or Mike?
418401 says, if he's banging
Depends
you,
on
you
what.
got to bang back. Slime Reaper says, Kobe and Shaq or Kyrie and Braun.
12-point game. Oh my god. Give me Kyrie
Belo
and
says,
Bron.
George Mikan post moves or Rudy Gobert defense.
Give me George Mikan. High school.
David
George
Novak
Mikan.
says, it's because you low overall or it's just build without 3. Mary I
build
16
without
says, this is
3.
my career.
A little bit of both. And 1? No.
Someone says, dude, 2K13 got a my career attribute glitch.
The 3-ball is super expensive, so I'm kind of.
Miguel Thessinger says, I would be trained by
upgrading
either
other
Kobe
things before
or
I get to
MJ.
that.
Username 418401 says, now how you losing to the Timberwolves? Melo says, you know Big Penguin? Aquina
I had a
says,
rough first
you
quarter.
got as your GOAT, JaVale McGee or John
Big
Collins.
Penguin?
You can also add Gabe Vincent there too. Hero Yui Alvarado
JaVale,
says, Greg
maybe.
Oden's knees or Russell Westbrook cheek mole. Mary Yevseen says, this is my career. Someone says, 2K12 a struggle with no attribute glitch.
I'm not.
Melo
I'm not
says,
answering
Andre
that
Drummond.
one, Hero.
Username 418401 says, Bubba, who's packing more meat, LeBron or Bronny?
Stop
ChiTownLo
asking
says,
Bobo these
nah, fam, we got to keep
questions.
it PG, even for LeBron and Bronny.
Thank
Let's save that
you.
convo for a different chat. Miguel
Thank you,
Thessinger
Bobo.
says, funniest
Somebody
character
got
in
sense.
Madagascar? Hero Yui Alvarado says, Bronny. Aquina says, do the invisible 2K13 glitch?
Mortis
Finiki
is up
says,
there.
who's the GOAT, Luis Scola or Nene? Melo says, not far chat.
That was a pass. Luis Scola or Nene? Give me Scola.
Username 418401 says, Bobo, who's bigger, Jameer Nelson or Kyle Lowry? Jay says, 2K13, great memories. Melo says, you look like Maurice. Aquina says, bro, got
That's
his sheet
crazy.
blocked. Miguel Thessinger says, King Julian. Mary A16 says, what mode is this?
King Julian.
Chris Clark 10 says, Wizards legend. Miguel Thessinger says, and the Penguins.
No, I got a Mort. Mort's probably the funniest.
Username 418401 says, Bobo, would you rather take it from LeBron or Bronny?
Yo.
Pirates 9412 says, I can tell who asked that without seeing the name. Hero Yui Alvarado says, who was the guy on the Knicks that started but he was trash?
I didn't block
Miguel
that.
the Singer
Good
says,
rebound.
why Mort?
All right, we could do this.
Brian,
We
he
could do
says,
this.
what's
We
your
could do
favorite
this.
2K game?
Favorite 2K?
Louis says, Hero Yui Alvarado, the white dude.
Cash.
Mary
Favorite
816
2K
says,
is
this story
14.
mode, right?
14 last gen.
Aquina says,
Yeah, it
I'm not
is.
one
It
of them.
is,
I'm
Mary.
going with the 9 ers, LeBron James.
4-point game.
Mello
That's a steal.
says, why does it feel like there's a lack of NBA nicknames nowadays?
No, there are. They're just garbage. We had this conversation a while ago. But there's like no creativity in it.
Miguel Thessinger says, why
Good
Mort?
stop. Hey, I got
Username
my
418401 says, Bubba, what is the worst team in NBA history? MB says, 2K14 is the best. ChiTownLo says, Bobo, the 2011-12 Bobcats with that 759 record, they made being bad an art form. That's like straight up basketball malpractice, fam. Dayon Roberts says, 2019 Dame or 21 Giannis. Mello says, Shea is SG8. Appears 9412 says, they're lazy with nicknames now. Nav says, the nicknames are just initials now.
No creativity, man.
Lewis says, 2K13, 14, and 16 all hit. Chris Clark 10
good
says,
hand.
wow, one rebound is
First
incredible.
team all defense.
Miguel Thessinger says, Mello, his initials.
Thank you, thank you. Jason Tatum
Sultan
had one.
says, when
They
you
called
in.
him the Green Gooner now. So that's what's up. That's something creative.
Milo says, Miguel the Singer, I know, bro. Finnicky says, Bobo, who's the GOAT? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, the GOAT, bro, it's MJ. But if you're talking about fast food, we already
Don't
know it's
force
KFC on top. Username 418401 says, Bobo, who would win, Minnesota Lynx or
pushing-
Duke in a basketball
Are
game?
y'all pushing KFC
Chris Clark 10
propaganda
says, a
on
chance to
Bobo?
tie just to miss wide open. Aquina says, bro, I just
We got
upgraded to
time.
Emerald Edger.
Yeah, I got Emerald Edger and then I just gave up. There's too many sweats.
Louis says, Popeye's
Wide
better.
open. Get the rebound. Oh, there's no way.
Justin Freeman says, that freaky jump shot Tatum got. Amir Sultan says, yo, what time do you end?
It's a Friday. We're going for a while. Maybe 2 hours.
Nikki says, what is Emerald Edger? About the
Don't
third
worry
says,
about it.
yo, what's up? Graham says, this game had the best soundtrack of all of them. Username 418401 says, Bobo, who would win in a 1v1, Bronny or Caitlin Clark? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, Bronny might have the genes, but Caitlin's got that dog in her. I'd call it a close one, but I'm leaning toward the girl. Mello says, UNC, calm down, blood pressure reaching critical levels. Aquina says, I got to the semifinals with my duo, but they saw the honey pack and my duo tore his. Nikki says, no way you talking about
Tore
that
his
jerkmate
what?
game. Day says, one of the best 2Ks of all time. Username 48401 says, Bobo must be a feminist with that answer, man. Graham says, 2K13 or 2K14.
Yo, why is Luke
Lewis
right
says,
now
my favorite 2K song is
open?
Paradise on Earth.
Oh
Bob the
my
third says,
God.
message from LeBron, can you whack Bronny?
Oh
Miguel
my
Thessinger
God.
says, you guys remember the Bro Code and Girl Code shows on MTV? Bugs433 says, you mid at 2K.
How did I lose the ball?
Louis says, Miguel the Singer, of course.
How did I lose the ball? How did I lose the ball? How did I lose the ball?
Jack
How did
says,
I
this
lose
girl
the
wants me
ball?
to save her.
What is he looking at?
Apyrus9412 says, you might have to upgrade handles. Vetaloco909 says, cookies. Chris Clark 10 says, non-rebounding ass, but got 43 points. Amir Sultan says, I might swerve on that corner wall. Username 418401 says, Bobo is the jerk mate server is going to be affected if ChiTownLo loses.
Oh my
Byron
God,
Prevost
bro.
says, what all hell, no 2K. Baby Russia says, that's that current gen shit. Brian, he says, come on ChiTown, step your game up. Bugs243 says,
trying.
Carmelo Anthony is better than Kevin Durant, changed my mind. But a local 909 says, cookies, cookies, cookies. Amir Sultan says, might.
Man.
Miguel the Singer says, Luis Girl Code Show was way better than Guy Code.
What's up, Lou?
Louis says, new Yes King audio dropped. Amir Sultan says, Mega. ChiTownLo says, Miguel the Singer, you have just reached level 6.
Congrats.
Bob the
Miguel.
third says, I might swerve bend that corner. Well,
Wow.
Devion says, cook him. Chris Clark 10 says, now he got 11 turnovers.
That's okay.
Aquina says, Chi-Town, where we running duos on Jerkmate. I'm ranked at Silver Struker.
I'm
Dayan
more of a
Roberts
solo
says,
kinda
2019
guy.
Lillard or 2020 Giannis. Username 418401 says, Bobo, what are the keys for ChiTownLo to win this game? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, yo, fam, ChiTownLo needs to ditch the excuses and step up like Kawhi in the playoffs. Just be clutch, no pressure. Day
Dog,
says,
I'm
are you
trying,
playing this on the
Bobo.
PS3 or PC? Louis says, Carmelo's better than KD.
I'm getting benched.
Bob the third says, I might swerve, bend that corner. Whoa. Bugs 243 says, hold on tight because I tweaking this. Baby Russia says, 11 turnovers is wild. What the hell? Hero Yui Alvarado says, yeah, give me my following Galaxy back.
43 and 20.
Miguel Tessinger says, Ayo, bro, chill. Aquina says, bro, I was going to pass to the semifinals, but the refs saw the honey pack. Miguel Tessinger says, y'all gonna win. It's all good.
Rubio
Emir Sultan says, play LBJ path to greatness. David says, because it's cooked.
Bob, shut
Up the third
up.
says, I might swerve, bend that corner. Whoa.
Bro. Stop passing the ball. All right. Please put me back in. Y'all just be saying anything. Coach.
Akuena says, bro, I know a ninja did not just say Carmelo is better than KD. Brian, he says, just pass that controller, I got you. Louis says, Emir Sultan, who actually played that, I never did. Username 418401 says, Bobo, why is ChiTownLo getting benched? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, ChiTownLo got benched because the coach said I need someone who can actually shoot. And well, you know how that goes, fam. Bugs243 says, Carmelo is better than KD. KD shouldn't even be a superstar. Vitaloco 909 says, Skip Unk. Bob the third says, LeBron might swerve, bend that corner. Whoa. Amir Sultan says, Luis, bro, it's good though.
We are way
Chris Clark 10 says, he got benched. BC coach needs someone to rebound. Hero Yui Alvarado says, Ricky Rubio cooking your team.
The coach sent to
Miguel
the
Tessinger says,
office.
wow. Luis says, 3 dribbles, only Melo versus KD, who wins? Davion says, coach sold you. The Taylor Birnbaum says, are you playing on a PS3?
Expelled.
Mr. Tellemshire says, what game is this?
Are we crushing on this interview, y'all?
Bob the third says, LeBron might swerve, bend that corner. Woo!
Oh my God! Shut up!
Does it help to know that your solo performance didn't go unnoticed, even though the team couldn't pull out the win?
Oh, I saw my coach singled you out tonight. I was about to say, if he say something crazy, I swear to God, I'm airing this interview out. Nobody is leaving alive. I'm about to Omni-Man this whole press conference. What we answering, y'all? Circle? What y'all think?
Louis says, Amir Sultan, they took out my legend for it. Can't accept that. Justin Freeman says, fire the coach now. Miguel Thesinger says, complain about coach again to the GM. Bob the third says, LeBron might swerve, bend that corner. Woo!
Yeah, that's a good answer. Good answer.
Hero U Alvarado
Triangle.
says, he playing Crash Bandicoot 2K. Byron Prevost says, crash out in the interview. Johnny says, best 2K of all time. Davion
All right,
says,
let's
you
go
got it
Dex.
next game,
Let's
twin.
go Dex.
Aquina
It's
says,
nice
bro,
to
where
hear
the
that
huss
coach
at?
thought I played well.
Bugs
It's a
243
little bit of a
says,
silver lining,
LaMelo
I
might
guess, in what's
swerve,
otherwise
bend
a
that
pretty
corner.
frustrating loss.
What?
Coach has been
Username
doing this kind of
48401
thing
says,
for a
free
while,
Jason
though.
Kidd.
He knows when it's the right
Aquina
time
says,
to praise somebody
coaches on
or get on
2K13
them
are
for
so,
something. And I guess
Miguel
he thought
Tessinger
in this
says,
case a
heck
little
yeah.
positive feedback was
Username
warranted.
41841 says,
So,
someone need to
yeah,
mute
I
Bob.
appreciate the comment.
Bugs
I just hope
243
next
says,
time it
LeVar
can
Leg.
come after a win.
Miguel Thesinger says, definitely not square. Justin
Good
Freeman says,
answer.
I would say
Man,
crash out, but
this
nah.
coach needs to go
Davion
to
says,
hell.
circle. Josh says, here we go, Spartans, here we go. Papyrus
Playing
9412
50
says,
NBA games.
triangle.
1,000
Amir
skill
Sultan
points.
says,
What we
I might
doing with it,
swerve
y'all?
on that corner. Whoa.
What are we doing with it? We getting badges?
Ian,
What's the plan?
Nancy says,
What's
circle.
the plan?
Davion
talk
says,
about on
actually,
Twitter?
yeah, go X.
Yes, you read that.
Hero
right.
Yui Alvarado says, comb
Pink
your
and Iron with
fro.
43 and the
Umpires
Knicks lose
9412
to the
says, I'm about to start
Timberwolves.
muting.
Anyway.
Brian High says, why bro sound like that? Akina says, get Kobe a
Yeah,
ring.
what's up, Matt?
T2B9 says, pull a leg jump. Davion says, I missed this game.
Neither.
Matthew Metasek says,
fraud
damn, I
that
joined
doesn't
in a bad
need
time,
a
Law.
job.
Hero Yui Alvarado says, who the coach? Jason Kidd or was that Phil Jackson? Jacob says, best soundtrack. Miguel Thessinger says, see what you can say to the GM. Justin Freeman says, badges. Miguel Thessinger says, Mike Woodson. Chris Clark 10 says, it's Flip Saunders, I think. Hero Yui Alvarado says, not too much on Raymond Felton. Max says, it's Chet Wilding tonight.
Not as bad as usual.
Louis says, Hero Yui Alvarado, his shot was butter. Aprez 942 says, no, just wait and get it to 85. That kind of says, gang got depressed.
85.
Justin Freeman says, Mike Woodson is the coach. Apires 942 says, dunk. Diane Roberts says, no, you're ignoring me. 2019 Lillard or 2020 Giannis? Hero Yui Alvarado says, Louis, he ate butter.
2020 Giannis.
Chexty says, LeBron coast to coast was GOAT back then. Username 418401 says, free Tyson Chandler, he carrying you and Jason Kidd.
That's rage bait. It's not going to work. Defense, maybe.
Aquina says, best jersey of all time. Good question, gang. Max says, 2020 Ben Simmons or 2016 LeBron. Chexty says, just go with speed and burst bottom. Hero Yui Alvarado says, but used to be believable.
650.
Miguel Thessinger says, get past interceptor. Brian He says, which 2K you think had the best soundtrack?
That might be the move.
Tyler says, should I name my dog Arson? Boy, Trey says,
Sure.
Bronny. Dominica
Best
Hogan
soundtrack?
says, what's your consistency?
Probably 17. What is my consistency? An 80. I haven't touched consistency in a long time.
Tyler says, fire name.
89 consistency. You think that's gonna make a difference? I don't know. We're pretty consistent. That was just a bad shooting game last game. I usually don't shoot like that, and I think that's just because my
Miguel Thessinger says, yes, it will.
my shot meter.
Max
was
says,
glitching.
should I name my firstborn ChiTownLo? Hero Yui Alvarado says, name your dog Coke Butter Cheese. And says, I'm coming back, bro. What it do?
All
Dominique
right, what do y'all
Hogan
think? I'm gonna have
says,
y'all
help sink
decide.
shots better. Miguel Thessinger says,
dropping this on
+9 is a huge
consistency?
jump.
Are we putting this on dunk, or are we putting this on steal and getting interceptor? What do y'all think? 3 routes we
Bobby
can go.
Sanchez says, this is my favorite 2K of all time. Easy 3 says, consistency. Miguel Thessinger says, some here, some there. And says, gonna name my kid Bobo.
Steal, consistency.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, let's go, fan baby Bobo, coming in hot. Just make sure they come with my signature skills, swerving like a pro. Dylan Bellamy says, still. Dogface of Safe says, consistency. Easy 3 says, Bobo, what should ChiTownLo upgrade on his my
Steal
player?
and consistency.
Max says, steal.
Let's see.
YTNF3LO says, Chi-Town Live E. Miguel the Singer says, upgrade your
If I
3.
get this to 85,
Apires
where the
9412
calculator
says,
at?
still inconsistency. Hero Yui Alvarado says,
I can't
consistency.
afford
YTNF3LO says,
consistency
we're still on
and interceptor.
2K13.
Yeah, we're still on 13.
And says, yes, sir, Bobo, my kid going to swerve in that corner wall. Justin Freeman says, I'd say consistency.
Let's see.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, bro, your kid going to be the next AI crossover swerving harder than a Euro step in traffic. Shout out to the future MVP. Apires 942 says, you're left with 548.
That's not enough for interceptor. Interceptor jumps my steal attributes by 10, which is kind of crazy. Let's go with that. We'll buy that, which jumps me to what? That jumps me to a 83, and we'll just put the rest on consistency. And then we'll focus up consistency.
Ant says, yes, sir, facts, Bobo. That's why you're way better than Unk at ball.
And we're still in 85 overall. All right, that steals badge.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, I appreciate it, fam. Unk out there looking like a lost puppy on the court. Got to teach him the difference between a layup and a lay down.
Bobo,
Hero Yui Alvarado says, I found the name of the worst Knick player. Landry, no shot, leave him open fields. YTNM3LO says, why is consistency ever a upgradable stat, though? Miguel Thessinger says, you're a 75 overall, not an 85.
Conference.
Max says, Bobo don't mess with you.
Someone wanted to see the conference. Bulls #1. They're going back and forth for real. Sixers. Wizards are somehow 4th. Nets, Pistons, Knicks. I think we're still 7th.
And
Bucks,
says Bobo just knows
Raptors.
ball, Unc, not his fault.
Cavs got 10 wins. That's ugly. And the Nuggets are really running the league.
ChiTownLo
behind the
says, Bobo
Lakers
just
and
knows
Thunder.
ball. Fam, I'm basically the walking highlight reel. Unch, more like the walking what not to do tutorial. Miguel Thessinger says, playoff picture. YTNM3LO says, John Wall Wizards doing good. Easy says, seeing Nets, Wizards, and Pistons is crazy.
Yeah. It's kind of wild. 8 games behind from the front. 34 games left in the season. Okay. Feel like if we make it to the finals,
And it says, walking what not to do is hilarious.
it's most likely going to be Lakers. I think we're going to play.
Miguel Thessinger says, I once played a team that had more losses than wins.
Let's check the schedule. It's a key game. Oh, we got to go off. And then we play my old team, the Raptors. This is a game.
Miguel Thessinger says, in the playoffs,
Team to have more losses than wins? Was that in the East? It had to be in the East. 88
Easy 3 says,
overall?
first round exit incoming.
We're not
And
losing.
says, Bobo, how much points you think Unc gonna drop his next church league game?
Hey, my last game, it was rough, bro. All right, let's
ChiTownLo
get this game
says,
going.
Bobo, I give him 5 if he's feeling generous, but more likely 3 in a prayer. Let's just hope he doesn't pull a
That's
taco fall and sit
crazy.
on the bench. A Pirates Night Forto says,
Bobo.
is it a key game because of
I
Chris Paul?
start. Hey, reminder. It's getting to this point. I'm paying
Hero
50
Yui Alvarado
bucks
says, Kyler Lowry gave
a
3 points
week.
in a playoff game. I could do that. And says, all right, man, you heard the man.
This is how much text-to-speech costing me right now, all right? Please follow if y'all haven't already. Show some love.
Easy.
Show
Says,
some
Bobo,
love.
how much high fives and water bottle passes is ChiTownLo going to average? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, 20 high fives and 15 water bottle passes. Got to keep that hydration game strong.
50 a week, yeah.
Hero Yui Alvarado says,
Y'all
I got,
be in here yapping.
says 50 a week
Yeah.
and says 50 bucks. Unc dang says for I. Rick Kiki
Yeah.
says 50 for what?
For the text-to-speech. Remember, text-to-speech is on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube at the same time. And y'all be yapping.
Says,
We've
Bobo,
been streaming
$50
for
a week
2
is
hours.
crazy.
We stream
White Jam Philo
3
says 200 a
hours,
month.
3 days a week.
Irby says, that shit break in your pockets.
That's a lot of yap.
Miguel Thessinger says, all-star weekend for this stream. And it says, Unc, it's not my fault. Bobo really messed with me.
No, Bobo's cool. Bobo's like $1 every.
Justin Freeman says, sub up,
300
like, and comment
messages.
on the YouTube.
Bobo's cool. It's Charles Barkley. That ain't cheap.
Hero Yui
Might as well
Alvarado
be getting
says, I
LeVar
got you. I'll
Ball.
give you $50. White Tam Philo says, bro, paying a bill for
Cameos.
Easy Tree says, Bobo, is it the chat's fault that ChiTownLo is paying 50 bucks?
It literally is. Y'all be yapping. Y'all be
Miguel the
yapping.
Singer says, Melo's headband looked like he's sweating
But it's
already.
all right. It's fun.
Spidey-Man 29 says, brother, Timberwolves just lost to Rockets
Hero
because Jaden
with
can't shoot
another
anything.
galaxy.
ChiTownLo says, Hero Yui Alvarado, you have just reached
Hero
level
with
28.
2 galaxies. Hold up.
Says, only pay for 1.
Hold up.
Spidey-Man 29 says, there's no way.
Hold up.
ChiTownLo says, Hero Yui Alvarado, you have just reached level 42. Spidey-Man 29 says, Galaxy. Irby says, we won.
Yo.
Making Go Joel
Hero.
says, what 2Ks you doing next? And says, somebody just sent you a Galaxy 2, Goat Hero. Spidey-Man 299 says, 3. Miguel Thessinger says,
Yo,
Making Go Joel
Hero
14.
with how
Easy.
many
He
galaxies?
says, all right, bro, you paying my salary. Thanks, man.
With 4 galaxies? 5?
ChiTownLo says,
Yo.
Hero Yui Alvarado, you have just reached level 47. Spidey-Man
Hero,
99
level
says, Hero just made Charles
47.
Barkley available anytime. Miguel the Singer says, Making Go Joel, he's doing it in chronological order. Making Go Joel 5 says, the Hero sent you a Galaxy.
Hero. What?
And says, well, dang, Unc, that's going to pay for your text-to-speech.
Hey, Hero, bro.
Spidey-Man
go.
299
Appreciate
says,
you,
Hero
bro.
wants a voice upgrade for
Appreciate
sure.
you, go. Appreciate you.
Easy.
Appreciate
He
you.
says, Hero going to pay Unc's rent. And says, that's why Hero is the GOAT.
Yeah, man. My favorite all-star. Let's get it. Let's get it. We got to win this now. This is
And
a
says
key
Hero
game,
the
too.
GOAT.
All right, I will no longer be complaining about Charles Barkley's contract fee.
Easy. Bree says, Hero paying my salary, thanks, man. Spidey Man 299 says, brother, Timberwolves just lost to Rockets because Jaden can't shoot anything. Apars 9412 says, get the dub for Hero now.
They got
Angelo
KD,
says, I aspire to be a man like Hero.
but we got Jaden
Hero
McDaniels.
Yui Alvarado says, like I was saying, Landry Fields can't fight. And says, Uncle, let me be my man. Max says, Hero, our glorious
I told
king.
you who to talk to. Oh my God, this is kind of prime Chris Paul. 18-6. I have that in the first quarter, buddy.
And says, sheesh, Ant shot 13-32, Unc.
Banana swirl.
Easy.
Blake
He says,
Griffin.
Ant got to go through the application first.
Oh, it's still glitched. Okay, we got to fix this, bro. We got to fix this. What is your beef with Landry Fields? I don't understand it.
Miguel the Singer says, I played the Clippers in the finals in my career, but it was 7 years into the future. And says, easiest, where do I sign? Pirates 9412 says, turn off feedback and turn back on.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if that does anything. Yo, get back! This is Chris Paul.
And says, Unc, did you hear me right? Ant went 13 for 32. Easy D says, DeRozan playing with a team full of Tony Snell.
13 for 32. He looks like me on 2K12.
Easy says, Ant got to ask Boss Low first. Pirates 942 says, either that or I think you
didn't
have to reset
process
the
that.
game. Aunt Heisland says, this when 2K was good, the older 2K players need to admit this.
I think everybody does.
Hero Yui Alvarado
That's
says, if you protect Landry one more time, Emma go crazy.
Who's protecting Landry, bro? I'm just
Says
confused.
13 for 32 is wicked.
How many points is that? I bet he ended up with like 30 though, right?
And says, he looks like you in your church league, but 25 less shots.
Bro, I do good. Stop calling it a church league.
Hero Yui Alvarado says, either that's it, you bright this upon yourself. Aunt Heisland
What?
says, is that an I or your friend reading chat? And says,
it's my friend.
he still had 37.
Charles Barkley. He's my friend. He still had 37. Oh, don't look at the box score. Just look at the low points total. They ping on the bottom of the screen. All right. Can I reach on Chris Paul? It's probably not a good idea. Hero with the roses.
Kylo Win 25 says, Skibidi.
39. It's still going up. 50 roses. 60 roses. 70. Oh my God. 100 roses. It's
And
still
says,
going
Unkick,
up.
it's forever going to be called Church League. Spidey Man 29 says, Mavs just banned fans from wearing
150.
Luka jerseys so they can move on. This is real, by the way.
Hero. 200 roses and it's still going. Hey, whatever old lady
Heisland
you
says,
just robbed.
your friend deserves a check for that. No cap. He point for that and fast with it. I thought it AI. ChiTownLo says, Hero Yui Alvarado, you have just reached level 49.
roses.
And says, why
Yo,
is Hero blowing
Hero.
all of his all-star bonus?
I'm just kidding. It is AI. It is AI. Hero, give that lady her purse back. Crazy.
Spidey Man 299 says, Mavs just banned fans from wearing Luka jerseys so they could move on. This is real, by the way.
No
Dayon Roberts
way.
says, okay, I got to go now. Are you live on Sunday? Hero Yui Alvarado says, I
We're
forgot that
Saturday.
noise happens, law.
Tomorrow we're live. You forgot that noise happens. Yeah, we're gonna hear 271
Dominique
cast
Hogan
registers.
says, that was fake news. It says, Hero just spent all of his all-star bonus.
Yo, Hero's different. Blake almost sent that. Yo, Hero spamming the hearts. Yo, Hero. You might
And says,
be the reason.
Spidey Man 29, that was not real, my friend. That was Cinto. ChiTownLo says,
turned
Hero Yui
off.
Alvarado, you have just reached level 50.
You just
Says,
hit level
when will we
50.
admit that Luka should have been traded? Wes says, Hero got money.
Yo, Wes, go band for band with Hero right now. Let me see something. Yo, Yo, Hero, I might have to turn off the sound, dog. You are crazy.
Hero, Yui Alvarado says, my bad, bro. I forgot about the cash sound. Wes says he don't want that smoke and says, I need a hero. I'm holding out for a hero till the end of the night. Easy Tree says, hero paying ChiTown lost generational debt.
That is crazy, Hero.
Dominica Hogan says, hero doing tricks on it, RN.
Appreciate
David
the
Mirabal
GG.
says, hero got money. Wes says, how much he sent.
For real.
Bobby says, Donald
Dog,
Trump.
I don't even know.
Ant says, Unc, play the I Need a Hero song for Hero.
I got you. I got you. I got you. Hold up. The one NBA YoungBoy, right? I know it's not NBA YoungBoy.
Cody says, reply. Miguel the singer says, Bonnie Tyler. Cody says, replay.
Is this the right song?
Ant says, yes, sir.
That's the song? I don't remember it starting like this.
Easy Doy says, now how about that one from MyCareer, Hero?
No, it's not. What the hell? Okay, there we go. There we
Hero,
go.
Yui Alvarado says, this isn't Nuss Law.
No, I was mad confused. Come on. It's getting hot in here. Y'all getting hot? Wes with the GG.
And says, yo, this one. ChiTownLo says, Wes, you have just reached level 2.
Yo, Wes with the 20, let him cook? All right, watch me cook. Ooh.
Miguel Thessinger says, that was the Shrek 2 version of Hero. Panagodisikonomu says, goated game.
Man.
Easy Tree says, Wes going band for band now, damn.
Uh-oh.
ChiTownLo says, Wes, you have just reached level 12.
Wes with the perfume. Hero with the rosa.
Panagodisikonomu says, smooth gameplay off.
Cash. Turn up the music.
Miguel Thessinger says, turn up the music.
Oh, y'all going band for band. Hold up.
And says, I need a hero.
Hero with the TikTok, the corn, the heart puff. I don't know how loud it is. Let me know if it's too loud. Oh, I smoked.
Wes says, hero got that few money.
Hero in the Hall of Fame.
Hero Yui Alvarado says, I'm just finding quiet ones to use. Wes says, Bezos must be the reason.
Easy
Miguel
bucket.
Thessinger says, when you're about to save Sean D in Saints Row 3. Wes says,
Hero,
you win
what jersey
G&G,
number
I
do
can't
hang
compete.
up?
Hero Yui Alvarado says, all you had to do was follow the train, CJ. Ant says, Hero already surpassed my half ChiTownLo stream legacy.
Nah, for real. Oh, I tried to pass out. Yo, I really hate that shot meter thing, bro. It's so confusing. Yeah, Hero is so far ahead at number 1. It's like LeBron's most points played, or most points in, you know what I mean. And he's still going. 17, 20, chill. You got paid today, or you robbed the old lady or a bank.
It says,
you are wildin'.
Easy 3 says, now ChiTownLo gonna go crazy on this girl tonight, cause a hero, haha.
What? 100 chili? Yo. Hero. Hey,
Wes says he stole somebody's money. Miguel the Singer says, play creating a legend before you move on to 2K14.
Creating a legend? 200?
Easy 3 says, just give it 9 months trust and then name it Hero, haha. And it says,
That's crazy.
Easy. Not gonna do to his girl what you would do to Kyle Lowry. Wes says, bro, 160.
300 chilies and it's still going. Yo, Hero.
Ant says, I need a hero. Wes says, nah, this guy got too much money. Wes says, I gotta be single. Andre says, B. John Robinson.
Over 400.
Miguel Thissinger says, this is the last 2K with creating a legend.
You're right, it is. 500. Bro, every time I look, it's 50 more.
Andre says, you kind of look like Bijan Robinson Law.
Most people say I look
Easy
like
3 says,
Shalissa.
you got to change your name to Hero now after that. Wes says, bro's definitely single. Ant says, how much are the chilies worth?
Chilies. I have no idea, but that's a lot. Oh my God, I smoked. 700 chilies. What is going on?
Ant says, Andres not Unk is John Jones.
820.
ChiTownLo says, Hero Yui Alvarado, you have just reached level 57. Miguel Thissinger says,
With
Herrero
the
trying to get spicy.
Dog, you are spamming.
Matthew Medisek says, how's the night going? Wes says,
It's
nobody in the
going
world
great.
got this kind of money and they in a relationship. ChiTownLo says, Hero Yui Alvarado, you have just reached level 58. Easy.
Level
says,
58.
Ilo, this is the kind of thing we all been dreaming about for you, haha. Wes says, 58G. And says, yes, sir, my goat Unk flourishing.
Oh my God.
Wes
not in the
says, he trying to
game.
wine and dine you. Louis says, the Shrek 2 version of I Need a Hero is better.
Is it?
Hero Yui Alvarado says, my girl hates how nice I am, actually.
Yo, Hero, you are going crazy, bro.
Easy. Dice
can't
says,
believe
bro,
it,
we were
dude.
joking about this kind of stuff. Now it's real, haha.
Crazy.
Jordan Rodo
Hero,
says,
yeah,
you know,
you-
there's a way to upgrade your player without skill points on 2K13. And says, Unk, you can buy me a
there's
Porsche now.
glitches. I don't know.
Louis says, Hero, you're a real dude. A
I'm
person
just
that
running
foretold
to the
says, that was
basket
wild.
spamming. Let me lock back in, bro. Hero, I don't even know how much that is, dude, but appreciate you, dog. We're live tomorrow if you want to be generous again. No, I'm just playing.
Hero
But-
Yui Alvarado says,
that's
I'm
crazy.
actually AI and no problem. Smut says, you should do the speed glitch I got 199 players for. And it says, Unk, buy me a Porsche now that you're rich.
No glitches, no
Easy
glitches.
3
I gotta
says,
get
you
it
can
out
buy
the
me a
mud.
bus pass now so I can come to work on time, haha.
You work from home. Get it together.
Miguel Thissinger says, it's on Twitch
All right,
only
let me
tomorrow.
turn it down some. Let me turn it down some. Yeah, Twitch only
Smut says,
tomorrow
mad
on the
respect.
stream. All right, cool.
DRTF
Oh,
says,
what did
best
I
2K
do?
game in out.
You think so? Yeah, I mean, this is definitely
Easy
up there,
says, now we need Mariah Carey Hero. Smut says, the 73 pitch specialist build is insane though.
7-foot 3-point specialist on 13? That's an option? Up 2 points.
And says, I need a hero.
Unbelievable.
Abdullah Halgaim says, what over are you now?
75. We're still at 75.
Miguel Thessinger says, what's the best 2K game of the 20s? Easy D says, and then a hero comes along.
Did I just get subbed out again?
Smut
I
says,
didn't
yeah, at
reach.
SF it's insane when it's maxed.
Okay.
D-War Tiff says, Miguel the Singer, 20.
Okay, cool. And it's a 7-footer at small forward. I didn't even know you could do it at small forward. But you did the glitch, so you're probably like set right out the bat. Best 2Ks of the 20s. I like 23. That one was fun. Rebound.
Easy. 3 says, Unc go easy after stream on the girl. Okay, haha.
Bro, what is you talking about? The girl ain't even here. Jason kid, sit down on the bench, bro.
Smut says, I got it out the mud first, but I wanted to make another one.
That's an interesting one, though.
Louis says, we all getting the huzz. Jordan Rodeau says, 13 and 16 was the best in the 10s. Wes says, who's we?
Easy bucket.
Louis says, Wes, we?
I got 14 over 13. And
says,
yeah,
bro, AI,
16,
stop skipping me. Wes says, no, sir.
Skipping you for what, Ant?
Airhead says 14 is better than 13, bro. Smut says, I tanked my draft stock and went to the Thunder. We were scoring 120 on 7-min quarter.
Honestly,
and says, I keep skipping comments.
That pays off. That's what happened on 11. On 11, I got drafted in
Miguel
the second round to
Thessinger
the
says
Heat.
2K15 underrated.
Harold
Easy 3 says, and you got
card.
a gift like Harrow to be mid, unfortunately.
I looked up and got
Louis
right off
says
the thing.
14 better than 13. That's tough, bro. Old gen versus new gen. I'm assuming that's a tough debate.
I only played last gen version. So that's what I think is better. I think the last gen 14 is better than the last gen 13. But I think 14 is one of the best ever. That's not a block?
Jordan Rodeau says 11 was also good. It was realistic.
11? It was okay. You could tell for sure.
Smut says 13 would be the GOAT 2K if you could block dunks.
Way dumber though.
Hero Yui Alvarado says,
is that Grant
stole
Hill?
this money from some old lady who's related to some lady named Rosa Parks. Never heard of her. Airhead says, best in the teams, 19 has to be up there.
19 was fire. Shout out to my power forward on there, rotting away. Cross. Who is this guarding me? That's not Bark or
Tony Baggio says, Chauncey Billups.
Billups. It
Farrell
is Billups.
London says, 2K19 was my favorite 2K. Smut says, I feel like rebounding in this game is dumb hard.
Yeah.
Louis says, stretch fours ran the park 2K20. Easy, all right, says, DeRozan really went from struggling at the Bulls with Levine to struggling at the Kings with Levine. And says, bro, Unc, does Charles have beef with me?
You know what you did. Don't act surprised. But actually, I don't know. I have no idea. Is that Ronnie Terry-off? Good block. Okay,
Farrell
kid.
London says 2K23 shooting was hard if and a waste of money with that short adrenaline.
I think that's the year I went with a slasher.
Hero Yui Alvarado says, trying to do a 1,000, but my wrist be hurting.
No, I went with the slasher on
what they
14.
call me says, create a legend on 2K was owed. They need to bring it back.
They
Miguel
can't make
Singer
money
says
from it. That's the
2K16
problem.
capitalized on what 2K15 brought. And says Heat legend Ronnie Turieff.
None of my players have break starter.
XO says, how's your day going?
It is going great.
Airhead says 23 Loki wasn't bad. The last 2K I actually enjoyed. Apires 9412 says, touchdown.
Yeah, I think 23 I have a crazy amount of hours. 24, that's when I stopped playing in maybe March, which is way earlier than usual. I usually
Junior
stop playing
says,
in
I
June.
used to bet big money with that Clippers team.
What is going
And says,
on?
going to tell my kids Ronnie Turieff was better than LeBron? Miguel Thessinger says, your Friday about to end in 19 minutes. Farrell London says, 23 was horrible. With my PG, the shooting became hard. Easy 3 says, Hero starting again. Damn, bro, did you do an Ocean's 11 or something?
Dunk the ball. Good enough. 1 point game, 40% from the field. We could do better than that.
Farrell London says, I should have saved my 2K19 files.
Oh, my players. This is 18 and up are backed up in the cloud, but I mean, it doesn't really matter because I can't.
Miguel
use them.
Thessinger says, that's not Hero, that's Tyler Hero. Easy 3 says, you hear that? He said he tried to do 1,000 damn.
1,000. Whoa!
Smut
here-
says,
I'm
what
not even
badges do you
looking
got
up.
equipped?
600 lightning bolts. Oh my god.
Pharaoh London says, you can still play my career offline on 2K19.
Bro is wildin'. Yes. You're right. I just wonder if I can do it with the same player I had before. 700 lightning bolt. Yo, that is crazy, Hero. Floater, cash. 800 lightning bolts.
Smut says, what skills do you got?
Hold up. Cash, that's one of them. I have interceptor bronze. I just got.
ChiTownLo says, Hero Yuri Alvarado, you have just reached level 63.
Dude is moving up the ranks crazy. I got the Gatorade one for the first quarter. I don't get tired in the first quarter.
Miguel Thessinger says, did you see Tyler Hero on that short video with his girlfriend? Easy 3 says, Hero really did do 1,000
lightnings, bro. 1,000 lightnings. Dude, what? That's crazy, Hero. I'm like at a loss of words.
Pharaoh London says, I was a PG on the Grizzlies and I had Carl Towns helping me win championships on 2K19.
I don't even remember what team I was on 19. I usually just go to the best team that just needs a fill-in at my position.
And says, Hero really the GOAT. All this after dropping 28 in a win today. Smut says, if you want more steals, try to get active hands maxed. It's so fire.
Active hands?
Easy Trey says, Hero has Unk Amsat cheating on his girlfriend. Damn. Miguel Thessinger says, I was on the Thunder on 19. Pharaoh London says, I go on the most horrible teams on my career.
You going straight to the Hornets?
Jacob says, bro, can you pop a 3?
I cannot pop a 3. 3 is on at a 55.
Pharaoh London says, it's more fun going on lottery teams without star players. And says, on 19,
okay,
I won
then.
2 chips with the Wolves and Heat.
Man, I
Jacob
can't
says, you pop that 3, bro.
Break dunk.
Smut says, all you got to do is press square
that
when they go up. It's pretty much always a steal if you time it.
Okay, I'll look at that. I don't remember that being a badge.
Easy Tree says,
This
Hero
is
about to have noodles for the
close.
rest of the year.
Rest of the year is crazy. Look at this defense,
And says,
Tyson.
I was always go to the Heat and get them a chip on 2K since old man Pat won't do his job.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm pretty sure. No, I don't think I went to the Celtics this year.
Miguel Thessinger says, you need Karl Anthony Towns.
That would be nice. Actually, no. We use Mitchell Robinson before we use Towns on this team. Our
And
biggest problem is
says,
just
I'm going to the
inside
ops game.
scoring.
Nah. Pharaoh London says, you could start a MyCareer on Miami Heat now since Jimmy is gone.
Cash.
Smut says, what team did you originally get drafted to?
I was drafted to the Raptors.
Easy 3 says, you need to name your next My Player hero. Exempt Sports says, yo, bring that shot back. I make my thing go splat. And says, Unc really going to our ops team.
I don't know if I'm moving anywhere.
TikTok account 101 says, get Taj Gibson and you're 82 no.
Are you sure about that?
Louis
Prime
says,
Taj
Exempt Sports,
Gibson?
This is wild.
There we go.
Smut says, do you play on simulation?
No, it's on default.
Brady
8 for 18.
Says, this is so goated, man. I love this game. And says, why you going to our ops games, Unc?
Ops games. What are you talking about, Willis? Get the rebound. Thank you. Who is that? Is that Camby? No, that's Thomas.
TikTok account 101 says, Taj Gibson and then draft Ron Baker was #1 overall. Later, you're a super team for the next decade.
Here we go with Ron Baker.
This
again.
818514 says, I think you get more foul calls on simulation. Smut says,
I've
I
never
mess with
played on it.
simulation because I get mad fit.
I'm not a free throw merchant.
And says, clickbait dunk. Pharaoh
Clickbait
London
dunk.
says, Houston Rockets could win a championship in 2 to 3 years.
I could see that. I just hit
Much
the
says
wrong
it just
sound.
makes it more realistic.
All right, I guess we listen to this.
IDK says the Bulls would have beaten the Celtics if Rondo didn't get hurt the year Wade went to the Bulls.
Look at these rebounds, bro. Bulls would have beat the Celtics.
And says, now Unc playing the Dead Wade anthem.
The Dear Wade is crazy.
BRI says, are you playing on PS3?
I'm playing
TikTok
on
account
PC.
101 says, wish they had these movement animations in new
Good
2Ks.
rebound.
It's so much more realistic. Smut says, did they already ask you if you wanted to trade for someone?
Yes. We don't. The thing is, it's the game. It's not really this team. Our team is fine. We're well rounded. I could rely on Melo if I need a bucket. We have a solid big.
Howlin25 says, hit a flea flicker real quick.
The only thing is that we can't get offensive rebounds. And we have one of the best rebounders in the game. Oh. Okay.
TikTok account 101 says, that was nice.
That was
Kyle125 says, that was clean.
Yep.
Miguel the Singer says, where's my player nicknames Frequency Vibrations and MP?
Man, we've been riding with MP for the last like 4 years, man.
Byron Preble says, let me Jacoby fade away.
We're in the playoffs, bro. Oh my God, we were sitting where Atlanta was for the longest. Also, we're 3 followers away from 100 on the Twitch. Go show some love, because tomorrow's stream is only going to be on Twitch, so make sure you hit that up. Is that Grant Hill? Who is that? That is
Bobby
Grant
says,
Hill.
when 2K was good.
40-year-old
TikTok
Grant
account
Hill. Hang it
101
up, bro.
says, she was terrible, LL. I was white with a black voice and a Chinese name, like what? LOL. Blue says, how many more games you got, Unc? Exempt Sports says, blah, blah.
It's not even 12 yet.
Miguel Thessinger says, you'll be playing Miami if the playoffs started today. Perry says, what's good? And says, I'm subbed on Twitch, so it don't matter to me. Miguel Thessinger says, do you like yogurt?
I don't hate yogurt.
Blue says, Knicks first round exits.
Hero reloaded.
Smut
that
says,
card.
post proficiency is the best badge by far. You don't miss anything if you up your attributes for.
Hero with the 38 GGs. Appreciate you, my boy.
And says, Miguel the Singer LeBron would drop AVG 40 on Uncas Knicks. Exempt Sports says, yo, crown the king in this big.
Gosh.
Hero Yui Alvarado says, oh, nah, I thought that was the silence one.
You're not scoring, bro.
And says, Hero
There we
done
go.
recharging.
Hero, man, he had to call his bank, make sure it
Miguel
wasn't
Thessinger
fraud.
says, Hero just got money to blow.
All right, Hero.
Blue says, have Hero and Aquina go credit card for credit card.
All right, I turned off all the sounds. You're good. You're good. Go crazy.
Nema Hooper says, how did you get 2K13? Smut says,
You
who
need
did
an
they trade
emulator.
for you? And says, Unc, don't blow your whole all-star bonus, bro.
They
Hero
traded-
Yui Alvarado says, I'm charged up, or whatever that beef loser said. I'm a
first
Hooper
round
says,
pick.
can you get it on PC?
Yeah, I'm on PC. Yeah. Yep. Also, what y'all think? We winning this? Y'all think we winning this or what?
TikTok account
Yes, I think
101
we're winning
says,
this.
what's your favorite 2K?
My favorite 2K is 14. 98 followers on the Twitch. 98.
Blue says, now you gonna be
Acrobat?
cooked by Karen Butler.
That was stupid.
And says, Hero saved some of your all-star bonus, bro. Miguel Thessinger says, you got to win after what happened last game.
Ooh.
Ant says,
no,
hell no,
right.
you're not winning this,
is a-
Unc. Kill Bill says, I miss the storylines that 2K used to have. I'm a Hooper says, how much does it cost? And you are going to win. Hero Yui Alvarado
I
says,
forgot
is
what
this
I was
my
about to
lean
say.
money? Smut says, Acrobat don't work, I swear. Poopy says, 2K 10
I
the
don't
best.
have it.
Blue
I don't
says,
have it.
Unc
I
gonna
should
lose
have
to Karen
activated
Butler.
it, though. Maybe. This
And
is a
says,
key
Hero
game.
Yui Alvarado, Adam Silver noticed.
Roll.
TikTok account 101 says, back when 2K was
Cash,
about
okay.
basketball, not running around doing tasks with a side of basketball. Kill Billo says,
Nah,
is that
for
real
real.
room in the back? Hero Yui Alvarado says,
it's
no, but
real to
Marcus
me.
Camby. Miguel Thesinger says, Karen Butler, a coach now.
Yeah, assistant
Exempt
coach.
Sports says, I know you need.
You know me. Where you know me from?
Exempt Sports says, I know you need.
Yes, sir. Sitting back there.
Well,
I've
Toslin
never
says,
seen him talk
most 2K
once.
players don't realize this gen of 2K is the best of era of 2K, though. Emma Hooper says, I thought servers were down.
They're down. I can't use VC. I can use skill points to do everything now.
Dervin says, is that Evander Holyfield's son? And says, play the Dick Wade anthem.
Bro. I thought I was about to dunk some. I'm forcing up stupid shots. We got to lock in. We got to lock in. We got to lock in. This is a key game. I'm shooting like Anthony Edwards. And they're not missing.
TikTok account 101 says, these 2Ks always had the best soundtracks. Talon says, what you playing this on? Easy. He says, bro, not for 23. Come on, man.
You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
And says, Clippers Miller, I'm trying to tell y'all.
Oh my God. I can't. They keep putting it up every time I shoot. All right, timeout.
Miguel the Singer says, Karen Butler is nominated for an NAACP award. Talon says, oh, shoot, where would you download this at, if you don't mind me asking?
First you got to get the emulator. Then you got to get the game.
And says, Clippers money line free,
And
trying
then
to tell
play it.
y'all. Dat Boy
just
Dylan
search it
says,
up
how many
on-
minute quarters are you playing on?
On
Kill
Reddit,
Bill says,
how to get
call
the
ISO
games.
and use spin
But
move,
just search
bro.
up a PS3 emulator and then go from there. 12-minute quarters.
The official Tilliard says, that's a cold-ass
There we
crib,
go.
brother. Hero Yui Alvarado
Appreciate
says,
it.
the fact that Melo didn't want to be on the Heat to make the Big Four makes me sad. Talon says, thank you, bro. I appreciate it. And
Yep.
says, y'all not stopping Jamal Crawford.
Melo didn't want to go to the Heat. I don't think they could. Or what was the story behind that? I'm pretty sure he brought it up in an interview recently.
And says, Hero Yui Alvarado, he did, but something happened, I heard.
Yo, I am not hitting my middies. I gotta fix this
The
shot
official
meter.
Tilliard says, LaMelo, man, I thought that was real.
It's real to me, okay? I built it. It's real.
Talon says, this your favorite MyCareer out of all the 2Ks?
Yo, can we
Sherman
put a hand
says,
up?
LeVar Ball was better than Michael Jordan.
21 points from Jamal. Inconsistent.
Hero
Crawford.
Yui Alvarado says, they asked him, and he said, I'd rather take the money. You'll never get money like this in Miami.
Oh, yeah.
And says,
He chose
they had
money
the
over
trade
the
ready,
team.
but something blocked it. Playmaker says, y'all heard about Wemby. J-Ski says, does the voice commands
He'll be
work?
all right, though.
Kill Billo says, call ISO
Voice
and spin
commands?
move. It's unstoppable.
Let's see if... Oh, no, he didn't pass it. I don't think I've gotten a steal with the interceptor yet.
And says, Melo chose money over rings. That's crazy.
I mean, which one's going to last longer? I feel like if it was earlier in his career, he would have chose rings. Hey, watch out. Replay that. If only
Kill
that
Bill
worked every
says,
single
told you
time.
spin movie.
Spin
TikTok account
move.
101
I
says,
said
to be fair, if
spin
Melo went to
move.
Miami like Bron wanted, people would hate Melo even more.
Yeah, that wouldn't. I don't know if that would have been a good like spot for him. Like
And
fit-wise.
says, but I feel like you're going to get paid regardless, especially if you're a star.
Yeah, but being the biggest on the team, he would have been the third biggest in Miami.
Hero Yui Alvarado says, and I mean, I feel him though, but he was 27 when they asked him to. Play for 3 years, then dip. TikTok account 101 says, yeah, Melo Wade, LeBron isn't good fit. They needed a big in Bosch.
Ooh, oh, that was the cleanest spin I've ever done. All right, can we just get a stop? Could we get a stop? Could we get a stop? Could we get a stop?
Theme Shoot It
Pull
says,
up.
my type of shot.
That's off. Give me
Kill
that
Bill
rebound.
says, I told you spin movie E unstoppable.
No, I've been doing it. It's just
Nasty says, he crossed you, then through the nastiest oop of mankind. Ant says, you know, CP0
Ooh,
rings was
and
supposed to be on
one.
the Heat too, Unks.
CP0 rings. When was this?
TikTok account 101 says, I wonder if LeBron would have stayed in Miami, though, if Melo came instead of Bosch, though. Name shoot it says, lay him. Smut says, I love that spin animation.
Maybe. I don't know. The fit is just weird. That means Haslam would be the best power forward on that team.
Generic TikTok name.
Is that Jamal?
You're cheesing the same move I cheese in this year, 2K?
The spin is back.
Nasty says, I used to play NBA 2K12 all the time, but when I won the finals, my game would freeze BS. Miguel the Singer says, your player is extra tough with the layups. And says, he said it in an interview he was going to get traded there with Wade and Braun, but he wouldn't give up number 3. Miguel Thissinger says, yes, that's Jamal Crawford.
Crying over a number. I get it, though.
Smut says, what archetype did you use? TikTok account Wonder1 says, I feel like it could work after Wade declined, would be Melo LeBron and then target a star big.
No, I should have icon.
Jovial RH Foreign says, what up, big dog? Nasty says, the layups were broken in this game. I swear, just spin lay and you'll be fouled or make it. Zam says, oh, my career hit different. Ali says, hi, Daddy. Miguel the Singer says, show Shump some love.
Man,
Hero Yui Alvarado says,
he's our closer.
Melo said Anthony chose to stay with the Denver Nuggets where he felt comfortable and confident. Smut says, do you have any other builds?
Ooh, almost smoked it. No, we just got one build. So for anyone new, the plan is to play 2K11 to 2K25, all 82 games, and then try to win as many championships as possible. So
Miguel Thesiger says, I meant give him the ball. And says, CP0 rings chose his number over rings, shaking my head.
We move on to the next.
Tom says, slip.
So we're just running with one build before we move on to the next.
Nasty says, are you on the hardest difficulty?
No, hardest difficulty cheats. We're not there yet. We're going to go to Superstar once I hit an 80 overall, though.
Ism says, but after 17, my career doesn't work for. TikTok account 101 says, are you playing on the Knicks every 2K or do you switch it up?
It's where I get drafted first, and then we kind of decide from there. I only chose the Knicks because I fit into that spot really well. Appreciate the follows, y'all. Appreciate the follows. But yeah, last 2K we're on the.
Hero U Alvarado says PG, LeBron, SG, Wade, SF, Melo, PF, Bosch, C, Eric, Dimper, Law. Aiden says, you never get bored of all the games. Zovia Power H4D says, I like the way 2K14 looks better than 25.
Y'all realize.
And says, you got to show us your church league highlights, man.
It's been the same few people every stream. If it was boring, I promise you, it'll be 0 people in here right now.
Smut says, Katie dropped 47 on me once, and I swear he missed 3 times on Huff.
Okay, I'm not.
The Nasty says, since the announcer does this voice, imagine my commentator voice whispering in LeBron's ear saying, shut up, says, how are you playing all these games?
Shut
Miguel
up.
Thesinger says, whatever team you get drafted on in 14, you got to stay there. Ant says, facts, you know I'm always here.
Per 2K.
Easy. He says, who's the same
I'm only
people?
allowed one trade. I'm not gonna jump back and forth and stuff like that. Who's the same people? I think you
and
know.
Says, me and Bobo is like Shaq and Kobe.
I think you know. You and Bobo? Bobo doesn't even like you for real.
Jero V5RH4 and D says, I'm glad we could keep your hopes and dreams alive. ChiTownLo says, Bobo, we really out here like the 04 Pistons, just vibing and waiting for the world to catch up, fam.
04 Pistons.
Smut says, it's kind of funny that Kerr's a commentator. Nasty says, imagine my hot announcer voice whispering to LeBron, yummy, yum, yum. Berto the Cat says, this game is goated.
Ooh, handoff. Bad take.
Real Paper Chaser says, dude, you should go to the Heat in 2K14. That would be tough.
We also have beef with Miami. We got beef with
Berto
Miami.
That says,
LeBron sold
game.
us in 2K11.
Miguel the Singer says, who is the worst championship team?
In 2K11, LeBron sold us in the first
says,
round.
are y'all? And says, me and Bobo really like Magic and Kareem.
We lost to the Bobcats. So I got beef with Bron. We're not going back to the Heat. My name is King Denier on my Twitter account because I'm trying to shut down
ChiTownLo
Bron
says,
every time
Bobo, IO, Ant, if we're Magic and Kareem, does that mean I'm triple-double machine and you're skyhooking me these vibes? Shut up, says, bro, obsessed with LeBron. Chill, little guy. Nasty says, chat you like when I talk to you in this announcer voice. Butter up here soon. Cash Rathke says, is this Jonathan Jones? Hero U Alvarado says, 2K commentator be like, ChiTownLo needs to get more rebounds, then fouls. Laugh with me. Ha ha ha. Miguel the Singer says, who is the worst championship team? The 5 friend says, LeBron, my glorious king off.
Worst championship
Real Paper
team?
Chaser says, now losing you the Bobcats is so crazy.
The first thing that came to mind was the
Foreign says,
Bucks.
don't ever disrespect LeBron. And says, the Bobo, I'm like Magic Johnson on a regular night in the 80s, haha.
Oh, here we go. Interceptor. Interceptor. I'm trying to
ChiTownLo
think
says,
this badge wasn't worth
Bobo,
it.
ayo. And you know we out here dishing assists like it's the Showtime era. Just don't be wilding with the turnovers, fam. Hero Yui Alvarado
not.
says 2024 Celtics.
Let's go. 24 Celtics? What? Gosh, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. 4-point game. We could grab this lead before the quarter ends. No way. Lock that up.
Miguel the Singer says 2011
Goodbye.
Mavericks. TikTok
There we
account
go.
101 says, Lee
Here
Pookie,
we
it won't
go.
be the same when I can't play him in my career and get to post up his sweaty body.
What is going on? Oh my God, I messed him up. Oh my God. Eurostep going crazy right now.
Hero Yui Alvarado says, Jason Tatum pretty much copied and pasted his airtime after he won his ring.
They were gonna win it again. That's my favorites. I don't really want them to, but I think they got the best chance. I feel like the only reason they're not #1 right now is just
Miguel the
championship
Singer says,
fatigue.
99 Spurs. 5RH4N says, y'all see Shaq glazing Bobo? Byron Prevo says, Bobo, what up, homie?
Shaq glazing Bobo. What did he say to glaze him?
Brant Bruce says, what kind of statement is that? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, what's good, Byron? Just out here cooking up hot takes and bad memes. You ready to jump into the madness? And it says, Unk favorites to win is our ops, while shaking my head. TikTok account 101 says, I got OKC winning it.
Bro, I don't like
Brant
the
Bruce says,
Celtics. I hate
2024
them.
Celtics was a great team.
But they're like the most perfectly built team. As long as Porzingis doesn't dislocate the most.
Hero Yui
randomest
Alvarado
bone in
says,
the-
believe
in
me
the
when I
body.
say this, nobody, and I mean nobody is better than Bronny Finals MVP. Watch.
Okay, I got nervous. I thought he was gonna pull the 3. 8 seconds. You know what time it is.
TikTok account 101 says, do you think Lakers could win a chip next year
Universe,
with LeBron
if I
and
make
Luka?
this, Hero.
Ball game.
Real Paper Chaser says, Brant Brew facts. I wanted Kyrie to win so bad, but Celtics was just off in 2024. Byron Prevost says, ball game.
I don't think they really had a chance. Kyrie got locked down in the finals for the most part. I don't know what happened. I remember I bet the under on like 3 games and they all hit. But he will not be going back anytime soon.
Nasty says, okay, I'm saying some sus stuff, but only BC. The voice says it out loud. Don't judge me.
You typing it, buddy? Hezzy, cross. 1, 2, and 1. Hey, I think that was a flagrant ref. Easy 40. 45. This might be a 60-pointer. Maybe.
TikTok
But
account
I
101
honestly
says,
don't care. I
Kyrie
just wanna
Celtics is
win.
my favorite Kyrie TBH, and I say that as a Knicks fan who hates the Celtics. Real Paper Chaser says, I honestly think LeBron getting one more ring this season. Josiah Corker says, if the Lakers can stay healthy, they might win. 05H4ND says,
the
every
Lakers
halftime
can
show,
do
he's
it?
like, oh, Bobo, he's dropping 50 tonight. Look at those blocks and busting off.
How is Bobo doing? Are they? I heard he's getting more playing time. I haven't watched the Suns game this year. Good cut, and I pass like that.
Hero Yui Alvarado says, trust in Bronny.
My favorite G
Easy
League
3
player.
says, apparently all the national doctors said it was the Lakers doctors who didn't pass Mark Williams. TikTok account 101 says, if Lakers can have good offseason, they can win a chip
Banana
next season
swirl?
without Luka and LeBron. They need big.
Oh my
Byron
God.
Prevost says, I was playing 14 the other day and stopped LeBron from getting a ring. Million says, when you have an important battle, please tell me and I will help you win the game. Bert Pelm says,
Yes, sir.
what's your eyesight without your glasses? Easy. Says, Lakers doctor's going to get fired. They didn't pass
I don't
Williams'
know.
physical. Bert Pelm
Obviously
says, my
not
brother
good
is
enough.
blind.
That's all that matters.
Zovi Farage
Chris
says,
Paul
he's
stopped
actually
me.
doing good.
Get the rebound. Oh my God. How many fouls is that? That's 4? He's about to sit
Byron
me down.
Prevost says, and then he came back without the headband.
He's about to sit me down.
PG
Oh, he
Music
still has me
says,
in the
I'm
game.
glad I see somebody else playing older 2Ks, playing 2K49 and LMFAO.
Yeah, these other ones are fire, man. And also, appreciate the 18,000 likes. Y'all ran it up.
0V5RH4ND says, he started the game off with a poster and a 3 like 2 games ago. TikTok account 101
Can't be.
says, can't wait to see why Luka was traded there years later, was definitely collusion and rigging there.
Here we go. Just throw the ball up, Shum. Shum.
Nasty says, Luka
Excessive
Puka lost
call.
his confidence. Real Paper Chaser says, 2K13 MyCareer used to have me stressing when I was little.
Smith for 3. All right, bang, that works. Bro, this has got me stressing now.
TikTok account 101 says, Nasty, he is coming off an injury though.
I can't reach. I gotta stop reaching. Dude, what is his layup on? What badge is that? I said I was gonna check John Wall's badges because he was doing the same thing.
Nasty says, I injured my back taking shots from Bron. TG Music says, finisher. TG
All
Music
right.
says, finisher be doing that.
Finisher? No way.
Real
Fade
Paper
away from
Chaser
Blake?
says, just cheese screens until you catch up. It works, Chi-Town. With 5H1D says,
Yeah.
was the Lakers game tonight?
I mean, but look how they're guarding me. They're guarding me like Ben Simmons.
Nasty says, he made me call him Lego while we did it.
My best bet is the midi.
And
Or
says,
trying to
Nasty,
roll off the
pretty sure
screen.
Brown has Savannah for that.
Got him on the ISO? Or Blake wants to post up? I'll live with Blake posting up if that's the game plan.
TikTok account 101 says, if Wemby goes to Lakers to join
Oh
Luka
my
in a
God.
few years, I'm done with basketball. Lol. I have feeling though. TG Music says, or SO in the corner and then call a screen. Byron
Yes.
Prevost says, next DIO. Miguel Thessinger says, get stops.
I'm trying, bro. Chris Paul's quick. If he gets a step in front of me, I can't catch up. And I need them to keep doing post fades. Like that, I can't recover. I'm starting to regret
Michael says,
intercepting
I
right
use
now.
GSW in this year.
So we just gotta score quick.
Real Paper Chaser says, Miguel the Singer, you don't understand how hard it was guarding Chris Paul. PG Music says, playback, you can catch
They
back up to
moved me?
contest if he shoots.
Well, my agility and stuff I haven't upgraded. Look, computer can't even do it. Please run, JR. Please run,
Easy
JR.
3
Thank
says,
you.
who's got a worse future, Suns or Kings?
Oh, JR.
Hero Yuri Alvarado says, mute T Nasty for 2 galaxies. Panasty says, I
Y'all
told
know what to
Bron
do.
go for the scoring record while he was hitting it from the back.
Cash. Hey, you heard the man. Money talks around here.
Easy. Tree says, Hero Yuri Alvarado, he'll do it for real though. Real
Look
Paper
at the
Chaser says,
defense.
Nasty tighten up.
Okay, we got this though. We got this. We got this. There it is. As long as I keep attacking him and Blake Griffin isn't under the basket, we're good. But can we get some stops though?
Josiah Corker says, why'd you blow the dunk?
I don't know, man.
Easy. Two says,
Pre-game
okay, done.
Henny.
Jackson Drake says, 2K13 was a great MyCareer game. Last one before the transaction
There we go.
craziness.
That's what I'm talking about.
Grant Brew says, it's nasty as tight. TG Music says, call a 4 out and then call for a screen. TG Music says, since you're point guard, you can do that. Lex says, Lob City.
That's an old.
Real Paper Chaser says, go for a 60-ball ump.
All right, JR.
TG Music says, left on the D-pad.
5-point game.
Easy. Says, money talks right, boss. I did it. Linksy says, any possible way to play this on PC?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. And then they do something
EZD
like
says,
that.
just waiting for the 2 galaxies. Tyler says, Chi, I just took a laxative.
Oh my God, he dropped those galaxies.
ChiTownLo says, Hero Yui Alvarado, you have just reached level 66.
Bro, it just dropped.
Michael
the
says, JR's jumper
galaxies,
reminds me of
bro.
Curry's.
I hit the wrong sound again. Hey, Hero with the 2 galaxies.
Easy3 says, bro, he actually did it, damn. Linksy says, how were you able to get it on PC through Steam code? Tyler
Emulator.
says, he dropped 2.
It's not on Steam.
May calls and says, please, Fo, I owe to me. I want to be your supporter so I can support on you when you are on live.
Oh, I have to follow you for you to support me.
PG Music says, torrent file. Hero Yui Alvarado says, I want
Just get
T-Nasty
an
by the
emulator,
deadline.
PS3 emulator, and then get the ROM file for the game. Super easy.
Easy3
Get
says,
the
Hero Yui
rebound.
Alvarado
There
with
we
him.
go. 7-point game. Can we please drop this league?
0V5RH4D says, 7 points, you chillin', big dog. Hero Yui
bro,
Alvarado
it's
says,
impossible to
Trey
drop
T
this
Nasty for a
league.
half-eaten burger. Low Brody says, I haven't played this game in a minute. Linksy says,
JR,
what
another
site did
one.
you get the RAM file from? TG Music says, I see. I
cannot
just
say that
downloaded
out
some
loud.
cracked torrent.
Go to Reddit.
Miguel the Singer says, who else tired of and barely
Reddit.
watching? Real Paper Chaser says, Hero Yui Alvarado, you just hating on Tenacity at this point.
Good
Hero Yui
block.
Alvarado says,
Here we
thank
go.
you,
Here we
easy.
go. Here we go. JR, I need you. JR, I need you. JR, I need you. Okay, this is the JR game. This is the JR game.
Hero Yui
650
Alvarado says,
assists.
Real Paper Chaser, it's fun and I am. Hero Yui Alvarado says, a
5-point
hater.
game. I'm there. Yep. Yep. Nope. Oh my God. Jamal has like 30 right now. Please lock up. First team all defense, J.R. Smith. We're good. JR, it's going to you. It's going to you, JR.
IDK
It's
says,
going
junior
to
game,
you,
brother, you got
JR.
52.
It's going to you, JR. Let's go. 3-point game.
Easy
3-point game.
says, just doing my job.
Lock up. JR, lock up. Lock up.
Zaruzia says, I got drafted by the Suns in
Interceptor.
2K12.
Here we go. No way. You crazy.
0 FIFA RH4 and D says, Junior with 9
Good
points.
board,
straight.
Shump. JR. JR. No, I got baseline. I got baseline. There we go. 1-point game. Just like that. Shout out JR.
TBJ
Smith.
says, oh, yeah, I
my
missed this
God.
game so much. Jacob I am. Goku says, I have. Josiah Corker says, lockdown.
Help me. Okay, make him earn it from the line. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. You think we're winning this though?
PG Music says, got drafted by the Magic in 2K14. Before RH1 D says, Chi-Town carrying these boys to the
that's
playoffs.
the second pick, right? That's the
TG
second
Music
pick.
says, their best player was Aaron Aflalo. Miguel the Singer says, air mattress are worse beds.
He smoked it.
See, that runner guy says, what's up, man?
Coach! Steve, you see this?
The Moose says, Lob City was nasty. Zarutsuya says, older 2K's just better. Easy Tori says, Bobo, why is Chi-Town getting subbed?
And he smoked both free throws. Give the ball to JR. Give the ball to JR. Where's JR? You took JR at the game too.
Miles Griffin says, Coach hating.
Sean.
V5 RH4 and D says, Coach.
Sean?
Steve, that runner guy says, I'm playing my career in my league. My
Hey.
guy's 71-305 and then playing with Lemlo ball.
Shump. Somebody
Jacob I
said,
am Goku says, I have Jersey Spurs Duncan 21.
give Shump the ball. This
Easy
is why I
says,
said
is Bobo
he's
still
a
up?
closer.
0V5
Yeah,
RH4
Bobo's
and D
up.
says, bro got 7 IQ.
Lock up.
ChiTownLo
Amari.
says, Bobo, what's up, fam? I'm always up, just like the Warriors in the 2015 playoffs. What you need,
There we go.
says
there we
Coach
go.
Selling. For H4
Shump,
says, what is
go
Coach
crazy,
smoking
Shump.
on? Windy City Rocker
Shump, go
says,
crazy,
this game's
Shump.
old.
J Kid for 3? Oh, wow. He
Nicholas
didn't shoot it.
Ruther 41 says, why the hell they sub you out?
I don't know. Coach is an idiot. J Kid for 3. Bang! He always misses that 3. Hey, we might win
Easy
this.
3 says, Bubba, why did ChiTown get subbed out? Kayla DeCoco says, shout out, coach. Roman Trammell says, 54 points and on the bench.
I would have done that myself anyway. We're good. We're good. We're good. Keep pooping. What's saving us right now is they keep trying to play through Blake
Easy
Griffin.
2 says, shout out Tyson Chandler.
Don't shout him out because he's going to start getting the ball in the post, and that's when we start losing. As long as we keep the ball in Shump's hand, catch and shoot 3.
Chris says, got to rename my player to Bobby
Offensive
Buckets.
rebound. Butler in the
City
corner.
Rocker says, easy 3. Now.
Off. Rebound. There we go, Chandler. Kid, let's see something. Give the ball to Shump. Go to work. Go to work. Tyson in the paint. Okay, free throws. We got bailed out right there.
The Moose says, Coach Loki cooked with the subs. Easy 3 says, shout out Mike Woodson. Luke RVP says, why are you not in the game? Rick Sticks says, the Luge was stacked in 2013.
There we go.
One Sleep in My Jeans says, what song is playing?
Good free throw. It's called 1901 by Phoenix.
Rick Sticks says, Kings did coach Mike so bad.
Cash. There we go. 2
Josiah
for 2,
Corker
Tyson.
says, I hate when 2K be doing that. It'd be at the wrong time.
One stop. And
Bailey Campbell says, go Knicks.
Lock up Chris Paul. That's the biggest problem. And wide open Butler. Lock up. Lock up. Come on, kid.
Mello says,
Good
how's
stop.
Norman Powell doing in the 1970s?
There we go.
Easy, he says, Kings fired Mike thinking he the problem, but they just bad in general. The
Tyson.
Boo says, you what's good, Chi?
Are we actually going to win this? We just ran it up. Great defense.
Nasty T says, they can't stop the Bron Glazers. Oil me, Bron, oil me.
Oh, my God.
Yet says, tell Mr. Potato Head to sub you in.
Shump with the ball. Mello. The whole starting 5 got a bucket. Okay. 1 minute left.
Easy 2 says, one more oil me and then I'll mute you again. Mello says, what made you wear glasses?
My vision. Under the basket, wide open. Okay, this is the problem now. They're about to start fouling. Give the
Rick
ball to
Sticks
Kid.
says, I let Bronny and Bryce have it, my girl. Tim says, 2K13 was goated. Still play it to this day. Luca Form VP says, Mello. Nasty T
Okay,
says,
this is the
easy
problem.
IDC,
We
mute
don't
me, you
need
moderate
Tyson
your
in the
life setup.
paint.
This says, this game really bring me back to my childhood.
Oh, my God. We're about to choke.
Mello says, who's your favorite high motor NBA players?
TJ McConnell. Look. Good block. Okay, we're good. And then we foul. Tyson gets fouled. We're good. I think we're good. As long as he knocks down at least one, I'm not worried.
Real Paper Chaser says, Unc, you got
Okay.
the dub in the bag. Just sit back. Nasty T
Okay.
says, Easy will never be a main character. He moderates for other people's success.
He missed both.
Luca Form VP says, y'all good.
If they hit a 3 here, I bet Butler's going to be wide open or something. Crawford, midi. Okay, he smoked it. We're
Windy
good.
City Rocker says, Luca for MVP, says, game is game. Easy to says, it wasn't me that made the decision.
He's getting... Why is he getting MVP chance?
Mello says, you ever say, hey, man, when someone takes something from you? Scorpion Scorch says, might be the first game I've seen you win.
He's getting MVP chance? I got 54 and 15.
Henry says, 2K13, still the GOAT.
What?
Scorpion Scorch says, your team is so good yet so trash.
Facts.
Mello says,
Nah,
bench
for
merchant.
real. Bench merchant. He sat me for the last 3 minutes of the game. He about to pull something crazy. Oh, he's driving? And he smoked.
Aiden Phelps says, do you not have 2K25?
No, can you get it for
Luca
me?
Form
Ball
VP says,
game.
did you choose the Knicks
we're
or get
good.
drafted? Mello says, load management. Byron
I
Prevost
got
says,
drafted
Bobo, who
to
is the real
Raptors.
MVP?
I got traded to the Knicks for 1 first-round pick. But we won it, bro. This is the first time I could think of. No, second time. We won a game where I sat on the bench. And he does this a
Josiah
lot.
Corker says, MVP, MVP, MVP. Easy 30. He says, Bobo clocked out early.
Is Bobo gone? He had a long day.
Rick Stick Screeze says, bet Bronny and Bryce have done Eiffel Tower with Livy. Mello says, who's favorite NBA players who wear glasses? When Sleep in My Jeans says, who is the Knicks coach in 2013?
A bum. A bum. This was a key game. How much I got?
Grant Brew says, Rick Sticks, Chris.
746. That's kind of crazy.
Luca 4 MVP says, Mike Woodson.
What did Melo get to get MVP? Melo had 22 and 7 and he's getting MVP chance?
Mello says,
Yo,
you look like
what's
Thurl
wrong
Bailey
with
Loki.
those New Yorkers, bro. Crawford with 31.
Grant Brew says, my Woodson.
Paul set 27, 6 and 12. Butler 24.
Easy
The
Tree
whole
says, you
lineup
need a
is
three-point
cooking.
jumper before the playoffs.
No, I don't. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. I'll be all right.
Mello says, Hooper's Hooper. Luca 4 MVP says, imagine Mello only shooting 11 times. Yaz
He
Yitza
knows
says,
whose
his
team
9
this
forever, you
is.
shot 40 shots.
Yeah, 17 shots, no 38. He'll be all right. He'll be all right, man. What's up with this press conference, though?
I'm not sure if you're aware, but tonight marked your 50th straight game, scoring in double digits.
Greg Reagan
That's
says,
more
2K13.
than half a season, and a pretty remarkable display of consistency.
Josiah Corker
What's
says,
been the key
I'm from
to
New
such
York.
a long run?
Mello says, 42
What's
shot
up with
attempts.
New York? What y'all doing, bro? Y'all got to get it together. 42 shot attempts. Is that a problem now? Who else gonna shoot the ball on this team? Shump? What's been the key? How we answering this, y'all? Trying to be consistent with my plays. I think X is a good answer. Natural ability has been key. That's facts. That's facts. I am not hitting square.
Luca 4 MVP says, consistent. Jordan says, if you give me a second, I can find the right answer.
No, I don't care about the right answer. I want the right answer for me. X, consistent. That seems to be the popular. Yeah, let's rock with it. Let's rock with X. Let's rock with X.
Wow, 50 games? That's a long time. I really pride myself on being consistent night
Jordan
in and
says,
night out.
yeah,
I feel
X.
like if I can keep contributing on the offensive end, my team's going to have a good chance to win. That's the bottom line, you know? I just want to win games and do whatever it takes to get a championship.
Facts.
Mello says, white voice.
Good answer. 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 All right, we got 1,000 skill points. We just went from like 1,000 to 1,000 in a game, which is crazy. Where were we gonna put this? I think consistency, right? Get that to a 90. 90 consistency.
Mello says, favorite Somalian of all time?
The guy from that Tom Hanks movie. Steals? We could go crazy on a single stat.
Easy 3 says, Melo Mofara.
Maybe middies, because I'm missing a lot more middies now. Free throws, I'm kind of okay. I need
Easy 3 says, you need 3
It's
points.
so expensive.
SMF says, everything.
It's so expensive. I'm going to spend everything I got, and I'm going to get a 63 ball. I still can't even shoot.
Horn says, isn't there a SP glitch?
There is, but we're not doing glitches.
Easy 3 says, dude, they treating you like Ben Simmons.
And I'm still
Mello
dropping
says,
50,
imagine if
though.
Bobo had Amen Thompson athleticism. Chicken George says, did you know you can change the roster for MyCareer? The roster 71 says,
Yeah,
say they is
I've been
Somalian.
told. Man, what do y'all think? Do we throw it into the dunk? Get the dunk to an 85? We can't even afford that. We can get to an 80. That's solid.
Enright says, I still think that 2K13 was the GOAT. SMF says, 3-pointer. 870 Jarvu says, you playing this on console. T-Yon says, Tracy McGrath. Well, 54H4 and D says, do MIDI. Easy 3 says, 3 ball and keep working on it, trust. Slap and Toe Sleep says there's a
53 ball?
glitch where you can actually override the system. Nova Spun Apparel says, drop 60 for me. Cassius Pie Die says, 2K13 still
60?
slaps.
I don't know if I want to put all that into, like, I needed to be a 70 to be reliable.
870 Jarvis
That's
says,
like-
is this the best 2K?
That's like how many games?
D. Yarn
Is
says,
that like
early just
12
rapping.
games?
Slap and Toe Sleep says, you can get unlimited VC here with the glitch.
Yeah,
Dorothy
we're not
H4D
doing
says,
glitches,
passing
bro.
traffic, bro.
We're
Easy
getting
Tree
it out the
says,
mud.
and you're going to keep procrastinating and not do it.
I know, because I could master one thing before I start being average at something else. That's my
Dorothy
my
5
mindset
H4 and D
around it.
says, last game you needed that. SMF says, free throws.
Free throws. I'm pretty decent with the 73.
Dorothy
I mean,
5
it's
H4 and
cheap.
says, pass in traffic. Brant Bro says, chill on the glitch talk
Pass
cheaters.
in traffic.
Tian says, so foreign to you?
He said, chill on the
Easy to
glitch
says,
talk.
three-pointer is what you need to space the floor.
I don't need
Tegan says,
it.
talking
It's
to
just
you.
a bonus. Let's look at the badges though. That's not the badges.
SMF says, post fadeaway. The Broadster 71 says, glitches are for suckers. Melo says, if you
Lord
69, you in
General?
the league. T. Yen says, stuck off the realness.
Ankle breaker would be fun, but we're not good enough to even bother. Deadeye, 40% is kind of crazy.
Your Cars Decline says, this is my favorite and best 2K ever made. I stand on that.
Okay, we gotta choose something. We gotta choose something. I really want to go steals.
SMF says, Ellie Oops. Melo says, you like Nas?
Yeah, he's cool. He's like the only 90s rapper I actually
Tian
like.
says, speak the wrong words. Your Cards Decline says, when I get the chance to play this again, it's over with.
Interceptor.
The Broster 71 says, 2K25 rules.
That was the one y'all was talking about. 50% increase in strip probabilities.
Someone says, nice live. Zero by Fire Friend D says, do you like Frank Ocean?
Yeah, he's cool.
Melo says, you got to make a Jack Sigma build for.
I'm gonna pass on that. All right, man. We're gonna. Oh, my speed's an 89. I don't know why I thought it was lower than that. We're gonna rock with the. I don't want to do the 3-ball, bro.
Easy Tree says, three-pointer.
All right, what
Someone
y'all want?
says, what the most you scared in one game?
I think I had a.
Zero V4RH
a
Foreign
70
says,
point game?
make a
I don't
lean up
remember.
build.
What y'all think? I'm gonna let y'all pick. Most popular
Easy
answer.
Tree
we're doing
says,
it.
poll.
Yeah, do a poll. 3-ball or
Melo says, give Wemby your shoulder, please.
steal.
Someone says, I miss playing this on the Xbox
Vote in
360.
the poll. I don't know if you dropped it yet.
SMF says, steal.
Because if we do 3-ball, it's gonna take like 12 games to get enough for it to matter. That's half of our games.
H4 says,
before
don't
the
stop
playoffs.
talking. I'm almost finished.
All
DC
right.
Whitehurst 106 says, let's go 3-ball.
Or I can get my steal
Easy to do says, it's up top left.
up 11. Yeah, vote in
Easy
that
Toy
poll
says,
in the
vote
top
top
left,
left.
y'all. Let me know what y'all think.
H4 says, steal. That Gamer Dev says, steal BC. You can be closer.
30 seconds in that
SMF
poll.
says, I played this game on Xbox 360.
Oh, a
Melo
lot of
says, I
people
got
want
cheesy
that.
tot stains on my white shirt. SMF says, steal.
5 votes for 3-pointer right now. See, that's what's wrong with this generation. Everybody wants to shoot threes. Sean Livingston never missed a midi in his life, and y'all want me to put all this on a 3.
Kid Wiz says, on
5
ball
for-
defense. That Gamer Dev says, half steal, half block. Someone says, midi.
3-ball 1. I guess we're going up with the 3. It's all good. It's just gonna be the next 12 games of my life.
Someone says, Mitty.
60 on the 3-ball. What
Mello
does that do to
says,
my
we ain't in the
overall?
90s anymore. Oh, ja. 55 says,
75.
those YNS, bro.
It's all right. We'll make it work. And we had 2 million fans on the Twitter. What they talking about? I was surprised to see that King Denard made the Rising Stars game.
55RH4ND says, always wanting shoot.
Oh, it's All-Star time. Did I make it? I made it. Yo, I made it. I was so focused on just trying to be relevant because I was so far down the voting ladder.
0V5RH4ND says, the ones that are darker love to shoot. Easy Try says, you and Mello made it from the Knicks.
And I'm on the Rising Stars.
Frank
Where
State
am I
says,
here?
can you dunk on Steph?
I'll try. This is his first appearance too. Okay, contestants though. Oh, I am in a dunk contest. I don't know how that's gonna go.
Frank State says, dunk our Steph?
3 contests? Of course not. Okay. 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 Award race? What's happening with that? Iguodala's leading the MVP race? He's averaging 12 points a game.
SMF says, do some nasty dunks, bro.
I don't even know how to do a dunk on here.
Easy Three says, I want Iguodala.
No, I don't. He's averaging 11, 6, and 8.
Zovi5 Outrage 4ND says, 63 games are in the season, right?
LeBron's averaging 24, 8, and 6, and I'm averaging 27, 1 in 13? And he's first?
Crank State says, hit a 360 windmill. The Gamer Dev says, fate of the universe.
I guess. That's crazy. Players of the month. I got 2. LeBron got 1. And I'm gonna get the rest
SMF
of
says, get a triple double.
Player stat, no league leaders. I got a solid lead now for points per game. I might end with 30. As far as assists, I might break 13.
Zoe5RH4N
And
says,
stay there.
Iguodala.
Okay.
Isaiah says, I feel like you're going to crash out at like 39 RL.
39?
Drew says, how KD not an MVP race?
I'm not sure. Oh yeah, we play the Raptors next. Let's see where he's at. Also,
Daniel Sprague says, where do you rank
Trade
2K13
deadline
in terms of soundtracks of
is
other
coming
2Ks?
27, 8, and 4? And 2?
0V5RH4N says, what's
I
your
don't know.
OVR?
That's weird. Overall 75. Where do you rank 2K13 in terms of soundtracks? Personally, it's fire. I like it. I just think soundtracks are more fun when the genres are just like random. Like 11 and 12's amazing because every song is completely different. I feel like
Cyberic says KD listed at 69 is a joke
on 13, but it's still really good though. So maybe top 5, but lower on that list. KD's listed at 6'9". Yeah, that's crazy. He says he puts his height in lower so that he can he doesn't have to play big. He gets to play small forward. What else am I looking at?
That Gamer Dev says, play a game.
Yeah, we're gonna hop into one more game. And then we're gonna do some post.
Easy Tree says,
stuff.
KD, the only dude I know who's really all for ball and nothing else. Bishop Rick says, bro, easy 7 fit.
What's going on around the league? Isaiah Thomas wouldn't mind trade. Matt Barnes trade.
Easy Tree says, check trades.
Let's see what actually went down. What was the last thing we seen? I think it was this one. No, this is the last trade. We haven't had a trade in a while then. This was the last big trade that happened. Any signings that mattered? No.
Anthony says, missed you, ChiTownLo.
Anthony was good.
0V5RH4ND says, KDR, I don't care if he wins or not, bro. Just trying to play ball for. B. Severick says, Jason Kidd back as a player, giving me a trip. Easy, he says, Sean Marion is a blockbuster trade.
I don't think either team got better. Let's check at the standings. What was it? Mavericks and what was the other team? I mean, it really don't matter. Mavericks are 17 and 33. Yeah, it's slow. It's slow. It's slow. Not much movement. We're still 7th seed, I believe. Playoff picture. Yeah, we're 7th. 2 games behind the Pistons. I got beef with the Pistons too. We lost in 7 games to them in 2K12. John Wall, I should be an all-star.
Ultra says, what team you in?
With all-star snub. Irving Jones, headline Rising Stars Challenge. Oh, look at those jerseys. That's beautiful. I'm on the Knicks. Chicago likely to move
Hi, Edge
Bellinelli.
Says, best 2K. Easy Tree says, you took John Wall's spot.
As I should. Let's check what I could say with the GM. If Bellinelli's available, that'd be a good pickup. But I don't want to give up anybody like solid for him.
Easy 3 says, you need Bellinelli next to you would be nice.
But think about what I'll be giving up.
Your cards decline says, can you play a game already? Vizaveric says, how's my man Raymond Felton?
He's all right at the bottom of the bench. He plays like 7 minutes a game. There's nothing in here worth it. I really like playing with a particular player. I could give somebody some more
Easy
minutes.
3 says, you're giving up Raymond Felton in a first. SMF says, get a true big.
Oh, late night yawns. Who would I want to add? Or who I would want to give more minutes to? Because first thing off my top of my head, I'm thinking
says,
about
Boba, what's Raymond Felton stats?
Is Steve Novak, but he doesn't really play defense.
Bobo, Raymond Felton. Fam, stats from 2012 called, they want their average back, but who needs stats when you've got Felton-ness? Joe D says, what up, Lo?
I'll pass on that.
Damn it, Bobby says, get well soon. Victor Wembanyama.
WD.
05RH4ND says, get JR minutes. Anthony says, Steve Novak.
Know when I remember what
Anthony says, who need defense?
Sorry about that.
0V4H4N says, he was clutch last game.
Yeah, I could give
Basaveric says, what J.R. Smith over?
It's super low.
No problem.
I think it's
feel free to drop
70
by
maybe, 68. He doesn't play much either. Look, let me show y'all the rotation.
Brian Orpes 81 says, bros, my player look like Gershon Yabusele. Zaveric says, J.R. Smith that low?
He plays 8 minutes a game. Shump is starting with 33. You would think JR had a higher overall than Shump. $68 overall, down 7. I just think maybe he's just not happy with his situation.
Dame Dollar says, you look like John Bones a little bit. Zorvi5H4 says, Jared should start in my opinion.
So
username 48401 says, damn, everyone really went to sleep, huh? Severick says, that is blasphemy.
It's rough. It's rough. I don't know.
Running with Uni says, just switch 2Ks.
A lot of these people drop.
Otor says, can you trade for other players on this one?
Yeah, but it's too late. The thing is, I don't want to give up anybody that's relevant because our core is solid. If we lose a person out of our core,
Anthony Calderon says, hey, I was here on Monday's stream.
Anthony, what's up? Welcome back. So we'll keep the squad together.
Dude, says, I miss Kobe.
One more game before the All-Star break.
Mello says, you look like Thurl Bailey. But Zavaric says, do you play Mello realistic, never pass the rock law? V5H4 and D says, Mello been selling, bro. SMF says, trade everyone except your starting 5.
I don't get to choose who gets traded. That's the problem. I could request a player, which was what I wanted to do at first.
Easy Tree says, how much those Galaxies give you?
A nasty losing streak. But if I request a player and they trade someone that matters, I'm kind of screwed. I
LeBron
have no
James
idea how
says
much the
Melo
Galaxy
untouchable
is.
though.
It's a lot. Yeah, Melo ain't leaving, bro. Melo ain't leaving. Also, we are one follower away from 100 on the Twitch. So if y'all haven't already, please hit up the Twitch and give us that 100th follow. Plus, tomorrow's stream is only going to be on Twitch.
Melo says, favorite KO4Q video? LeBron James says, I got you.
Appreciate you, Bron.
Easy 3 says, bro, you got heaps of gifts today, damn.
Nah, for real. Favorite Kenny video? I don't know. I haven't watched his gaming channel in so long. I just watch his like regular stuff where he's talking hoops.
Eric says, tank for Anthony Bennett, Lumfo.
I'm trying to win here.
Easy says, need to spend it on your girl. 878 Jarvu says, is 14 or 13 better?
I'm spending that on Charles Barkley. I like 14.
WBD
but
says, you
13
only
is
play
fire.
Toronto and Detroit. Barrage Fuddy says, should JR start?
No. Shump is solid on defense.
LeBron James says, wait, am I already following on Twitch?
Are you? Uh-oh, Landry Fields. Uh-oh.
Melo says, there's
Where's
this kid
Hero?
from Greece named Giannis. He's going to be special. Mark my words.
Who? I'm not taking any risk with that. Offensive
Darth
rebound,
Savage
bro.
907 says, yo, it's Braun from Tuck. Spider-Man 29 says, what team do you support in NBA? Jacob
I'm a
says,
Heat
Brew
fan.
Papa 3. Anthony Calderon says, are you on Instagram? Otter says, this is an amazing
yeah,
Kanye
same name
song.
on IG. Same name on
says,
IG.
Bobo quiet.
Bobo's been very quiet. A little too quiet.
B. Saverick says, this is Donald Sterling era 2K estimate. Spidey-Man 29 says, Bobo, how you been?
Crazy.
Lord 5RH4N says, your team low-key a super team.
No, we're not. We're the 7th seed, bro. It doesn't translate
ChiTownLo
to
says,
winning.
Bobo, yo, Spidey just vibing and waiting for the Mavs to stop playing hide and seek with their defense. How about you, fam? Easy says, try out the 3.
It's a 60. I don't know if there's much to try out. He just kicked the ball. All right, yeah, this is my former team.
Spidey-Man 299 says, Bobo, respond or be a Ben Simmons fan. ChiTownLo says, Bobo, oh, yo, I'm here, fam. No way I'm pulling a Ben Simmons on you. I'm dropping bars, not blank stares. WD says,
That's
Bobo,
crazy.
3 or dunks? Vifarish 4D says, no, but you got Arlie good players. Easy. Says, Bobo,
No,
Kyle
I do,
Lowry
I
or
do.
Nees Nelson?
Honestly, our weakest person in the lineup
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, Kyle Lowry, fam. He's got the take charge vibe.
is
Nees Nelson
Amari.
just brings the who's he energy.
Amari doesn't do
Severick
much.
says, trade for Roy Hibbert Law. Anthony Calderon says, just followed on Insta.
Oh, appreciate
Bruh
it.
says, turnover machine. Spidey-Man 99
Bro, that's
says,
my
I knew that
first
question would revive Bobo.
Team operation.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, I'm like the Tim Duncan of comebacks fundamental and quietly savage, ready to drop knowledge. Fam. WD says, Bobo roast.
Reminder, Bobo
Dolby
has
5
10
R1D says,
seconds
he just be coasting for...
before each
ChiTownLo
message.
says, Bobo, WD, roast me. Fam, you realize I'm the reason a 3-man weave is still considered a team effort, right? Keep swinging. Easy 3 says, Bobo, who's bigger sideways, Kyle Lowry or LeBron James?
Oh my
ChiTownLo
god.
says, Bobo, fam, that's like asking if a fridge or a house is bigger. Kyle's thick like a milkshake, but LeBron's a whole buffet.
Whoa.
Severick says, draft this young kid from California named Cajo. Melo says, favorite Bob Cousy moment?
What are y'all doing?
Spidey-Man
to
299
Bobo?
says, Bobo, who's better, LeBron or Kwame Brown?
I think
WD
Bobo
says,
just got
"Ayo."
a pin of shame. That's the earliest I've ever gotten a rebound.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, nah, fam, that's like comparing a gourmet meal to a soggy slice of pizza. LeBron's the GOAT, and Kwame's well, Kwame's just Kwame. Chris says, violation. Easy Tree says, Bronze Wild Buffet is crazy.
Yeah,
Anthony Calderon says, who is your GOAT? Melo says, what's Bobo's ethnicity, you think? Daniel Sprague says, best anime?
I don't know. Hey, Mr. Worldwide. Best anime? Right now, I'm going Solo Leveling, and I can't wait to watch it. It's like my birthday every Saturday when I get to watch a new episode
Easy.
of
Tree
Solo.
says, Bobo, why is LeBron a whole buffet sideways?
Bobo, please don't answer. You don't have to answer.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, oh, yo, easy 3. LeBron's a buffet because he's serving up rings and highlights that keep us feasting. But low-key, he's got more options than a... Anthony Calderon says, who is your GOAT? Spidey-Man 299 says, Bobo, who's better, Russell Westbrook or Jokic all time?
Let's go with MJ.
Saveric says, reminds me of the Chris Smooth days. 0V5RH4ND says, the girl that took 1,000 dudes in a day is pregnant and I'm the dad. What do I do? Extrin says, how you playing, Kara? Mello says, then a what?
Career, the servers are still up. Anybody can play. Good smoke. Hey, if that's your kid, first off, you need to get tested for every disease known to man. Second, that kid is
Mello
come
says,
out
you know who's
like
the
a
buffet of
gremlin.
goodness in the NBA?
Oh! Come on!
Spidey-Man 299 says, Lo, are you a LeBron fan or a Jordan fan?
We
Extrin
hit
says, not on NBA
100
2K23.
followers on
When
the
Sleeping
Twitch.
Mygene says, clipping.
Appreciate
Brand Brew says,
ya.
crazy. Chris says, hey. Mello says, Rudy Gobert bag work.
Rudy Gobert bag work. Stop
Spidey-Man 299
playing,
says,
bro.
Lo, are you a LeBron fan or a Jordan fan?
It doesn't, I don't know. You can be both. Stop letting the internet get to your head. They don't know I exist. I can enjoy both.
The 054H4D says, I'll be collecting STDs like Infinity Stones, my boy. I got a full gauntlet, RN. Easy. 3 says, Bobo, why does ChiTownLo have a bag like Rudy Gobert?
I don't. It's going to compliment me anyway by asking it like that. And what?
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, man, ChiTownLo's bag looking like a clearance rack at Marshall's full of surprises, but mostly just questionable choices. Mello says, that's wild.
Wow.
Chris says, Co, what are you on, bro? Chris says, and want.
Bobo, chill out. Let's get this. Nope. Okay. Let's get that. Nope. Okay.
Spidey-Man 299 says, Bobo, if you would rank first to third, LeBron, Jordan, and Kobe, what's the ranking?
That's a great question for Bobo.
ZoFH1 says, Wemby's out for the season, and now IDK what to do. ChiTownLo says, Bobo, LeBron, MJ, then Kobe fan, but remember, ranking legends is like picking your favorite child, kind of messy and controversial. User 4813483921181 says, what free throw do you use?
That's crazy.
Mr. Varick says, do you live near a block?
I think I...
MG says, Spidey-Man 29, Bron, Jordan, Kobe.
I don't remember.
One Sleeping Mygene says, who did the Raptors take with the pick they traded you
Brave.
for? Jaden says, can I buy you 2K25?
Yeah, you can.
Mello says, Bobo, who's better, Wemby or George Mikan? Byron Preble says, Bobo, who better, Shaq or Tim Duncan?
It's for a year from now.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo,
yet.
Wemby's got that future superstar vibe, but Mikan, he's like the OG big man legend. Tough call, but come on, Wemby's built different. Daniel Sprague says, who would win, King Von or Goku? Spidey-Man 299 says, Bobo, that's a good ranking. Who's the top 5 players of all time?
Von's a demon, bro.
Zuri4H4 says, that
demon
lace sauced him up, and somehow it was a brick. ChiTownLo says, Bobo, top 5. That's tougher than a defensive play by Kawhi. Got to say MJ, LeBron, Kareem, Bill Russell, and Kobe. But it's all vibes. Jaden says, can I PayPal you so you can get 2K25? Easy3 says, Bobo, who's the biggest in the NBA?
Sure,
Spidey-Man 299 says, Daniel Sprague, King Von, even with no preparation time. Easy says, King Von already flying. Goku already won. Jaden says, what 2K is this? Spidey-Man 299 says, ChiTownLo, I thought you said LeBron is better than Jordan. Zaza says, Bill Russell is wild. Severic says, who is a better shooter, Steph Curry or Gilbert
probably.
Arenas?
Yeah, I said he's better, as in more skilled. Yo, these questions are going crazy. And they're
Daniel Sprague says, Spidey-Man 299, damn like that? Jaden says, how long have you had this for? MG says, LeBron is...
What is this you're speaking
Easy,
of?
Chief says, Bobo, who's a better shooter, Gilbert Arenas or Jay Morant?
What are these questions? Leave Bobo alone. All right, let's go.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, bro, I got to give it to Gilbert. He's like the human version of Splash Mountain. Jazz nice, but he's no Arenas in the shooting department. Zaza says, LeBron is the number 2 GOAT. Mello says, Bobo, who has better post moves, George Mikan or Hakeem?
Yo, why are we switching?
Daniel Sprague says, best console of all time. ChiTownLo says, Bobo, Hakeem Fan-Micken was
Best
nice, but Dream's
console?
footwork is smoother than a TikTok dance trend. Spideyman299 says, Bobo, who's scarier,
PS3?
Prime Bobo or King Von? I'd say Prime Bobo. Brody says, who is Bobo? 0V5RH4ND says, Chi-Town, you should start to tell people that you're playing 2K1. ChiTownLo says, Bobo, I'm Bobo fan, the basketball meme lord and self-proclaimed savant of sarcasm. Welcome to the chaos.
I might put like a fake 2K
Easy to says,
there.
Bobo, who's winning Avengers or Transformers. Zaza says,
2K26.
Daniel Sprague X360. Anthony
goes my
Calderon says, what 2K
achievement.
is your favorite? B. Savaric says, who's a better big
my
man,
favorite's
Tim Duncan
14.
or Zaza Pachulia? Jaden says, I love Bobo. ChiTownLo says, Bobo,
Bobo's cool.
hey, love you back, fam. Just trying to spread that basketball joy like Giannis spreads those Euro steps. One Sleep in My Jeans says, Bobo, what would be your response in the trolley dilemma?
That's a
Grant
great
Bruce
question.
says, Severick. MG says, ChiTownLo, yep. Zoe H4ND says, bro got 2K30 early. Anthony Calderon says, how did you like 2K16? Dodi says, spread is crazy. Daniel Sprague says, can you say happy birthday to my buddy Sean? Jaden says, can I see your controller?
I hope you have the worst day of your life,
DM34 says,
Sean.
you, what's up?
This is your final birthday.
Easy Tree says, Bobo, who's more inspirational, Captain America or Optimus Prime? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, let's be real. Fam Optimus is the GOAT of inspiration. He's got
why
that
didn't he answer
transform
the
hustle
trolley
while
question?
Cap just
Ask him
throws a
again.
shield. Sports Pain Collective, he says, who would win, LeVon James or Superman? Melo says, Bobo, can you do a money spread? Zaza says, how 2S2K23 in your opinion?
Oh my God, get the rebound. How, what is 2K?
Fabian Evangelista says, do you think Devin Booker will ever win NBA MVP? UD says, Bobo, who would win one-leg LeVar Ball or ChiTownLo? 0V5RH4ND says, Bobo famous for... ChiTownLo says, Bobo, fam, I'm like the LeBron, a meme is always delivering and never missing.
Cash, okay.
ChiTownLo says,
an accident.
Bobo, bro, that's like asking who'd win in a dance-off, a chicken or a potato. Either way, it's a chaotic meme fest. Zavaric says, where is Bobo? Zaza says, how was 2K23 in your opinion? Chris says, hell no.
Oh, I like 23.
Melo says,
23
Bobo,
is
can
cool.
you drop a rap bar? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, yo fam, check it, a life like a fast break. I'm running my race, dribbling through haters, catch me in first place. What you think? Daniel Sprague says, what do you think of Nonavos? Easy Tuttery says,
Okay.
Bobo, who's packing the most in the NBA.
I don't know what that is. Good pass. There we go. Wiz game is too close. We gotta pull
Zaza
away.
says, I had the new meter in 25.
Easy, I'm getting tired.
WD
of you,
says,
bro.
easy tripping.
Easy, you might be the first mod to get muted.
0V5RH4N says, I might swerve bend that corner. Whoa, whoa.
Rebound, rebound.
Brody says,
No
Bobo,
rebound.
how glorious is LeBron James? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, LeBron's so glorious, even the sun takes notes, but if he keeps flopping, he might get a role in a soap opera, has our drama king. He says, LeBron Jimmy. Anthony Calderon says, do you like baseball? Easy to says,
no.
okay, Bobo, am I helping the stream? Daniel Sprague says, what should the Steelers do next season? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, IO easy 3, you're more helpful than a three-point shooter on a fast break. Keep that energy up, fam. NBA Youngboy 20 says, you should play NBA 25.
We're gonna get there.
Melo
We're gonna
says,
get
Bobo,
there.
how good was Rodney Stuckey?
Rodney Stuckey's a bum.
Zoe5H1D says, lay nut. ChiTownLo says, Bobo, Rodney Stuckey, bro was like a microwave hot when it mattered, but sometimes you forget he's even there. How Stuckey struggles. One Sleep Imagine says, Bobo, who has the bounciest and luscious hair in the league
said
currently.
hair. He said hair.
Bisaveric says, was this game released before or after LeBron turned into Nine Tails Naruto? Famous Sage says, 2K13 was my favorite 2K even on PS3.
Before.
Zaza says, I'm a
Oh, I got the
cheesehead. Is
board.
that okay? Brent Bruce says, keep unlocking. Melo says, Bobo, if you can combine 2 role players, who would it be? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, I'd mix Taj Gibson and Boobie Gibson. Tough defense and an ice-cold 3. Call it the Gibson Bros special, fam. Chris says, I need to get a job before I go to
I didn't
college
think there
in the
would
fall.
be a wrong answer to that, and Bobo found a wrong
WD
answer
says,
to that.
being a 60 in 2K25 is going to be harder than 2K13.
Chris,
you
you
should
ain't
use
got a
some BC
job?
and start at 70 low. Zaza says, I'm a Packers fan. Is that okay?
Go
Melo
crazy.
says, that's a wild poll.
Chris, you want to be a full-time mod? The pay is
Easy Three says,
fabulous.
McDonald's is hiring. 05H4ND says, why is 2K making you miss these saucy layups?
I have no idea. Kyle Lowry, bro.
But he says, they released my homie today from jail. Chris
get him
says, how
back.
much? Mello says, I'm overqualified.
How
These
much?
nuts
Oh,
says,
no,
nice
we
bill.
don't pay.
When Sleeping My Jean says, he paying 15 SP an hour.
Yeah, we don't pay cash.
Zaza says, give me 3.
I pay in thank yous and appreciates. You choose your currency. But Alec gets
Daniel
paid the
Sprague
big
says,
bucks.
SP or VC. Anthony Calderon says, are you from Chicago?
Yes, sir.
Sports Bank Collectively says, Friday Night Funkin' or Black History Month. Andrew says, he pays in VC.
Nah, skill points. We don't have VC money over here.
085 or H4ND says, how do I become
Servers
a mod?
are off. You have to go through our mod recruitment guy.
Brody
And it's
says,
like a
Bobo, does he
series
pay
of
you the big
tests.
bucks?
I tried to oop it. I messed up.
Anthony Calderon says, how do you like it? I'm from LA. ChiTownLo says, Bobo
that's what's up.
does it for the love of the game. Fam Cashier's job just called. They want me back, no cap.
You see?
Basaverick says, have you been to
Bobo
Oblak?
does it for the love of the game.
Easy 3 says, yeah, it a hard test. It'll tell you. Ricky says, what's up? Bodie
Let's
says,
go,
I only
Ricky.
used 3 PT specialists on 2K13 driving was so cooked.
Oh, here we go.
Zaza
Here we go.
says,
He
blocked by
shot
Tuck
that?
Weapon. Andrew says, you got to fight 7 dragons to become a mod. Anthony Calderon says, would you recommend visiting Chicago? One Sleep in My Jeans says,
Yeah,
even
Chicago's
Bobo
cool.
got income and cooked.
Not in the winter. Come in like June. But it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. There's a lot to do. 5-point game.
ChiTownLo
3-point
says,
game.
Bobo fam, I'm just out here stacking bricks like Shaq at the free throw line cooked. Nah, I'm just getting started. Daniel Sprague says he think he Curry. Barcelonia says, opening this game to public service announcement, hit hard every time, miss it so much. Chris says, you just need to do a spin dunk when you drive. Zaza says, I'm in Charlotte. Easy.
Ooh,
Free says,
Charlotte.
Bobo, how much you making? Give us a number.
Where's everybody
WD
from?
says,
Drop
New York
a
is freezing right
location
now.
check.
Chris says, easy
Oh
dunk
my
every
God.
time.
Where's everybody from?
0FRH4D says, I'll get on my knee to be a mod instead, if you know what I mean. One
I
Sleep in
don't.
My Jeans says, this game soundtrack is all over the place. Brant Bruce says, Louisiana. Chris says, East Texas. One Sleep in My Jeans says, West Virginia. Mello says, your basement. Okoa says, I'm from
I
San
live in an
Francisco.
apartment, so
Anthony Calderon says, don't visit LA. Byron Prevost says, North Carolina. Zaza says, pause. Brody says, Louisiana. Brant Bruce
got a lot of
says, Baton
southern
Rouge.
folk in here.
Basaverick says, yeah, everyone also drop the CVV code on the back of your debit card. Easy 3 says, Alec is the head of mod recruitment, am I right? Big RH Foreign says, I'll give you that, Hawk, then. Milo says, Wyoming. Okoa says, San Francisco.
Wyoming.
Zaza says, Byron Prevo, me too. Ricky says, Madison, Wisconsin. Anthony Calderon says, have you traveled? Brian says, what's
yeah.
your build type? Antonio Hem says, opinions on All-Star Weekend. B. Saverick
Boring.
says, Seattle. D says, I love BBLO.
Hit
Zebo
that
says,
ball for
Indiana.
me. There we go. I'm an athletic
Boots
point
says,
guard.
Yo,
That's
John
the
Jones.
build.
Brian says, what's that build?
Athletic point guard. I've traveled. I've been to like 7 different
Zaza says,
states.
BB Hell. Sports Pain Collective says, tell Richie to shut up. Brian says, dang, how y'all? Swife1 says,
Does
Talk
that
to
count?
Us is the
Is that
best
good enough?
podcast out there. Adiz Nut says, my mama
I'm still
said,
waiting on the next episode.
Mello says, I live in India.
Bargnani wide open.
MKC
Gosh.
Ruski says, Georgia. One Sleep in My Jeans says, Severic, is it true downtown Seattle is like a ghost town BC of Bezos and Amazon? Brian says, how tall are y'all? Chris says, Athletic
Yeah.
SG gets to 99. Anthony Calderon says, what's your favorite place you've been to? Nobody says, Brian, 8 feet.
Favorite place.
Boots says, yo,
You
John
see,
Jones.
I'm a homebody.
Sports
I
Pain
honestly-
Collectively says, sorry, wrong chat, G.
I don't really care too much.
Easy
to
3
travel.
says, Bobo, who's the greatest 6 man of all time. Chris says,
Phoenix
6
was
walk.
cool. Yo, why does he keep cutting me off?
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, yo, no cap. It's got to be Jamal Crawford. That dude made 6th man look like an all-star gig. Whole squad be taking notes. Zaza says, I'm 6 for them young though. Byron Prevo says, Bobo, me or LeBron in a 1v1. Eddie's Nut says, my mama said, Daniel Sprague says, my guy Miv said he could cook you Mello says, give Wimby your blood clots. Brant Brew says, come to New Orleans.
Mibs.
0V5RH1 says, Chi-Town, what's your dream job?
Am I gonna leave looking
Chris
like
says,
Zion?
I got a 6'7" wingspan though. Brian says, who's the best role player in 2K history? Tyler says, how late you doing Stream
what's
Chai?
my dream job?
Brant Brew says, Bobo come
I
to
guess
New
what
Orleans.
I'm doing right now.
Zaza
That'll
says,
be fun
H-check.
to do all the time.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, bro,
cookies.
New Orleans, bet that's just an excuse for beignets and a vibe check I'm in. Let's ride. One Sleep in My Jeans says, Jamal Crawford in this game is unstoppable. One Sleep in My
We
Jeans
usually
says,
stream
Deion
for
Waiters.
on Fridays. We
Anthony
do longer than
Calderon
usual.
says, how long do you usually stream for?
Mondays is usually
Chris
3
says,
hours.
Gerald Green.
Fridays
Adesina says,
we
we do
might go
handsome.
to 2 o'clock.
WD says, what's your data analysis, Lo? What's the average age of the viewers?
Average age 18
Zaza says. And one
to 26.
Mello
I
says, when
started
did you
at
start
9 p.m.
streaming?
Central. 18 to 26. I think that's like 45%.
Daniel Sprague says, can you give me permission to move up the list? D says, that makes sense, Laurel.
List of
ZoviaFRH4 says, the Raptors are so mid in this game. Sports Pain Collective says, Draymond Green or Mibs. Chris
They're
says,
not
I'm
even
finna
mid,
major in
they're just
cybersecurity.
bad.
Easy says, Knicks really
Okay.
lost by 37 to the Cavs.
Cybersecurity. You know what's funny? That was my major going into college. was
Mello says,
cybersecurity.
no, I meant like, when did you start streaming in general?
Oh, November?
When Sleep in My Jeans says, hey, I got your job, bro.
I think November. Cybersecurity is a little more secure than computer science.
Daniel Sprague says, Sports Pain Collective at MyB says, JD Silverman says, goated game. Chris says, entry-level pay in Texas is $70K. Sports Pain Collective says,
That's
Mibs is
solid.
your biggest fan. He loves AD. Anthony Calderon says, what made you start streaming?
Mibs. I don't know. I just wanted to do something a little different. Because like the videos are
D
cool
says,
and all.
I want to get paid $250 a year for programming 3 times a week.
The videos are cool and all. And that's where
Dura
most of the
for
money I
H4D
make
says,
from
that
this
was college.
comes from. But
Steph Eric
I
says,
feel like
hype
I don't
dream.
interact enough with you guys. So that's what this is for. And it's so much more fun. Especially when I'm doing something everybody has some type of knowledge in. Or like history.
Daniel Sprague says, Jace or Big Rich? Easy. 3 says, NBA should have a new award, biggest fall off.
You want to get
Dom
paid
says, this was the
$250 a year
2K that
for
got me hooked
programming
on
3
2K.
times a week.
Mello says, I don't really watch your videos. They'll pick up on that.
Yeah, you see, that's that too. I'm pretty sure most people don't watch the video.
Dom says, I actually
At
got
this
drafted
point,
number 1 by Hornets in this. I
the
was so hyped.
videos
Sports
are
Pain
more
Collective, he
for,
says, Big Rich or Black History Month.
like
Daniel Sprague
just
says,
getting
Capper and
paid.
Visitel.
This is what I like prefer to do, which is why I want to move everyone to Twitch, because that's
Lisa
really
Brick
just
says, hey,
the whole
ChiTownLo, are you from
environment
Houston?
for it.
Brant Brew says,
I am
this is my
not.
first time watch you. Are the videos on YouTube?
Yeah, they're on YouTube, Instagram, and on
Melo
on TikTok.
says, master plan.
They're
Brant
short
Brew says,
videos,
I
though,
followed
all
the
about a
Twitch.
minute.
One Sleep in My Jeans says, already subbed on Twitch, gang. WD
I
says, B
appreciate y'all,
Sabrick, his name
appreciate
literally ChiTownLo. Silver
Name
F4H4D
ChiTownLo,
says, I can't
they
lie, I
ask
didn't
where
even
I'm
know you make
from.
long form vids.
No,
Big
they're
Joe
short
says,
form,
what's the
they're
YouTube? Daniel
Same
Sprague
name
says,
on there.
Jesus or Chico? Arthur Valdepina says, 2K13 have a player that
I
he
do need to do
99% on
long form,
3-pointers.
I've been
Chris says,
procrastinating
you can
on
do
long
Euro
form
3s in this game
so
too.
much
Easy Tree
only
says, Ilo, you religious?
because
Arthur Valdepina says, took me a whole year.
I want to make it perfect, but
Daniel
I don't
Sprague
know.
says, Dune Part 1 or Dune Part 2?
I've never
Mello
seen either.
says, I've seen someone named ChiTownLo. Big Joe says, what's the
Chinatown.
YouTube?
Same name, same name, same name, same name.
Chris says, you can do Euro 3s in this game.
Euro 3s?
One Sleep in My Jeans says, Ilo, what's your political stance and thoroughly explain why. Sports Pain Collective, he says, Twinks or Bears?
What are these questions?
Chris says, they overpowered as hell.
Man, y'all be acting up the later it gets.
Mello
It
says,
gets
last time you've seen a
quieter.
polar bear? WD says, Snickers or Milky Way? 0V5
Stop
or H4 and D
getting
says, bro,
political.
handed
I'm
him
not
the ball.
answering that.
Kaiden F. Clark says, Eddie Murphy.
I'm not
Hayden
answering
says, what's your
that.
favorite NBA team? Daniel Sprague says,
I'm not
Twitch or YouTube?
answering. No, I'm done.
One Sleep in My Jeans says, Goonicide or BLM? WD says, Gummy Bears or Sour Patch?
Sour Patch. I haven't had candy in so long.
WD says,
Oh my
chocolate or
God.
white chocolate?
White chocolate isn't even that good. Chocolate. I haven't had chocolate in forever either. I just don't eat candy. The closest thing to candy
Unsleeping
I
Hygiene
eat
says, BBC or BBC?
is the honey
Zero
I put on my
V5RH4
oatmeal
says,
in the morning.
bro, can we talk about the political economic state of the world right now?
Bro.
Chris says, hot chips or ruffles. The Genius Gold says, hello from Germany. Mello says,
Shout out Germany.
I like white chocolate. It makes me feel safe. Sports Pain Collective says, King Fawn or Black History Month. Pisaverick says, I ChiTownLo. Do you like room 49? Daniel Sprague says,
I don't know
bro.
what that is.
One Sleep in My Jeans says, shout out Germany.
Shout out to all the
Little Baby
Germans
Jesus
out
says,
there.
oil up or pour honey on your goat.
Go to workshop. Yeah, y'all be getting weird at night, man. What time is it? It's 1 o'clock.
Mello
we're
says,
smacking it by
shout out to
16.
Isaac Bonga. WD says, Theo Vaughn said he likes helping animals. He once picked up a snail and saved him 5 days of travel. One Sleep in My Jeans says, thoughts on the validity of the Holocaust Low? Daniel Sprague says, shout out to Austin Day.
Y'all.
You know, says, go ham. Easy Tree says, would you cheat on your GF for 10 more years of prime LeBron? Zero V5RH4 says, dark chocolate make me want to kill Rap and Steel.
Is that a question?
Sports Pain Collective, he says, Bobo or Bissenbeck Biombo?
Give me Bol.
Hayden says, do you like hockey?
First team all defense. That's what I like to see. I've never watched a full hockey game. I've heard that that tournament thing though.
Sports
was
Pain Collective
fire.
says, Hayden, I hate hockey. WD says, can you believe a Mountain Dew has 78 grams of sugar? Mr. Varg says, would you shave your legs
I
for
don't drink
Boban
pop
to win
anymore.
MVP? Big Joe says, how many games you playing do you play the whole season? Chris
these
says,
questions?
Jared Smith or Iman Shumpert?
Yeah, we're playing
One
all
Sleep in My
82
Jeans says,
games.
who has the thickest meat in Nick's locker room? Easy Tree says, would you cut your hair for LeBron?
No.
Mello says, you see a meteor is
Maybe.
expected to hit the Earth in 2032?
And by
Zoe off
expected, you mean
RH4N says, how
3%
many springs are in a
chance.
basketball?
Probably like 15. That's
One
how it
Sleep in My
bounces,
Jeans
right?
says, Prop Chandler.
He did not. Oh, he got blocked. I was about to say.
Easy Tree says, I'm calling Iguodala for that meteor. Heinlink says, Kawhi's fingers are AD's eyebrows. Mello says, it's okay, LeBron will save us.
LeBron's gonna just catch it and throw it back. Oh my God, these passes are terrible.
Saverick says, would you drink a gallon of warm butter for LeBron? WD says,
Why
have you
would
ever
you want me
dreamed
to do
about your
that?
streams? Like in your dream, you hear Bobo or Easy's questions? One Sleep in My Jeans says, LeBron
No.
gonna throw it back? Mello says, yeah, it's LeBron.
There we go. Y'all different today. As soon as that clock hits 12,
Easy 3
y'all
says,
start
LeBron's going to
acting
do a
up.
chase down block on that meteor. Lil Baby Jesus says, would you rather get $5 or give $5?
I guess I'd rather give it. It's only $5. You up that to like 500, the answer changes.
Big Joe says, this question is horrendous. Anime Guru Editor says, what is risk? Link says, Lizzo or Lizzo?
Probably Lizzo. What do you mean cab?
One Sleep in My Jeans says, Lo, who do you bank with in what state? Chris says, in your mouth.
Shout out Chase Bank, man. I have multiple banks, so it doesn't matter.
Daniel Sprague says, Fortnite or Marvel Rivals? One Sleep in My
Marvel
Jeans says,
Rivals.
PPP loan?
I
Tenny
was too
Hefner says,
scared to
what
do
game
it.
is this? Chris says, I do Capital One. Dom says, Anne Frank or Rosa Parks for one night. WD says, banana pudding or potato salad. Andre says, wish you
I
nothing
hate
but love.
potato
God bless
salad.
you. Anthony Calderon says,
Thank
how
you,
old are you?
Thank you, thank you.
Jesse says, Dirk or KG.
24.
User 27663796344 says, crazy how this game is better than the current 2K. D2 Ken Dawn says, SMU versus Clemson basketball game, TM, who you got?
Let's go Clemson.
Sports Pain Collective, he says, Big Joe Rule 34 or Black History Month. Link says, not my Captain America. Am I right, brother? Chris says, banana pudding or cake? 0V5 RH4N says, what's the trigonal entropy solidity, the fourth power? Tenny Hefner says, why you playing on rookie? Dom says, I wasn't going to drink tonight, but I missed the New Orleans Hornets. When Sleep Margin says, Dwight Howard or Magic Johnson's son or Dwayne Wade's son, daughter thing. Just Mello says, have a homeless man rob you or rob a homeless man. Tenny Hefner says, not Hoff is pointless.
I hit the wrong
Jesse
sound.
says, CP3 or Paul Pierce.
Hall of Fame cheats, bro. You can't play on Hall of Fame. CP3 or Paul Pierce? I prefer CP3.
Easy 3 says,
really
Bobo Helen Keller or
Paul
Rosa
Pierce
Parks. Pacific Rick says, who would win in a fight, Superman or Raymond Felton?
Bobo's not going to answer
Daniel
that.
Sprague says, what about Superstar? Chris says, huffing them old games is impossible to play.
I hit 80. I'm still at 75.
Baby Jesus says, Bronny or Mac McClung. Link says, not knowing ball or world peace.
Give me Mac.
Dom says, Miami Braun or 2016 Cavs Braun.
2016.
Just Malo says, have a homeless man rob you or rob a homeless man. RH4N says, coach look like Morgan Freeman.
What?
Byron Prevost says, bro, y'all got to chill. Stefano says, John Moran or Anthony Edwards. Easy 2 says, Bobo, who's more inspirational, Helen Keller or Rosa Parks? One Sleeping Margin says, is Bobo designed to only respond to questions about the game?
He is designed to preferably respond to those types of questions.
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, both are legends, but I'd say Rosa Parks takes the W for that iconic bus move. Helen was like, I can't see her here, but let's go. But Parks, G. Jesse says, is KD top 5 right now?
What is Bobo talking about?
Jack says, John Jones. Tenny Hefner says, stop skipping my comments, AI. Dom says, Norris Cole was better than Derrick Rose. Sports Pain Collective says, I'd like to voice my distaste for Richie and Daniel because of what they did to Mibbs. Lil Baby Jesus says, live with Pat Rush or have Jace as an intern. Zavaric says, what is Bobo? Easy 3 says, would you rather be homeless or a homeless person get a home? 05RH4 says, how is Matt McClung not on the roster, but Bronny is?
Matt McClung's dad isn't one of the best ever. Oh, maybe he is. I don't know.
Easy 3 says, Bobo, why did Rachel Nichols get involved with Jimmy Butler? Hein Link says, Harriet Tubman throwing it back or Rosa Parks throwing it back? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, fam, Rachel and Jimmy had more drama than a reality show. Guess even NBA stars can't resist a little gossip. WD says, classic Eminem or chocolate Eminem.
Happened in the bubble.
Daniel Sprague says, Bobo, 2K13 or 2K18?
Banana Swirl?
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, 2K16 fam, the gameplay was smoother than a selfie on Insta. Plus, who can forget the Kobe emotes? Legendary. Quiron says, I like to pick vegetables and fruits for a living, but my mom beats me so I can't walk. Easy, he says, if you're homeless, just buy a house. Anime Guru Editor says, fighting gorillas or glow rolls. When Sleeping Margin says, I ain't know Rachel was moving like that. Brant Brew says, you're a... Tenny Hefner says, Bobo got to chill. Mallow says, Jimmy Butler was dribbling a basketball in his hotel room. Sources say...
Isaac Chandler 4 for 4.
Anime Guru Editor says, Glorilla or Gorillas. Link says, Free Palestine or not. Sophie 5RH4 says, what's the trinomial entropy of the economical economy multiplied by 7 to the 4th power? Dom says, LeVar Ball lost a foot.
I don't have my calculator.
Brant Brew says, Link. Sports Pain Collective says, brown M&M or green M&M? Penny Hefner says, 7th place is crazy. Bisavaric says, who is the best out of these 3, LeBron, Kobe, or Creamy Biggums? Lil Baby Jesus says, Angel Reese layup or LeVar Ball foot? WD says, how much do you save a month, Lo? One Sleep in My Jeans says, LeVar sacrificed his foot for Lonzo's knee.
45% of my paycheck.
Easy 3 says, Bobo Malika Andrews or Taylor Rooks, who better looking? Mello says, favorite Skittle flavor? VRFR RH4 and D says,
Skittle, green
blue
M&M.
M and N.
Double answer.
Stefano says, what's 29 to the power of 8?
Dog, I don't know.
Chris says, I'm finna grow some habanero peppers and onions.
All right, Chris. You need to get a job. That's what you need to do. You shouldn't have time to be growing
says,
onions.
Bobo, who's prettier, Malika Andrews or Taylor Rooks?
That's a crazy question. There's only one answer to that.
Sports Pain Collective says, lever ball, one-legged 3 or Kyle Kuzma jumper. ChiTownLo says, Bobo. Malik has got that newsroom glow, but Taylor's the whole snack. Honestly, fam, just flip a coin and call it a day. WD says Stefano 67. 0V5 RH4 says 298-283-83939 948-262-738-489-49477. Brant Bruce says, Bobo, can you hop on top? Lil Baby Jesus says, set it to Wombo. Stefano says, WD, nice call, buddy. Chris says, them groceries getting expensive.
Yeah,
Daniel Sprague says, Mike Woodson looking brazy. 05 RH4N says, times 4. Josh says, soundtrack and fire. Stefano says, it's Stefano Couch. Anime Guru Editor says, bunnies or honeys. Germ says, I might swerve bend that corner, whoa. Tinny Hefner says, Aaron Andrews or Charissa Thompson throwing it back.
What is wrong with
Lil
y'all?
Baby Jesus says, Tobuscus or PewDiePie. Easy Chi says, Bobo, would you rather be on top or the bottom?
Don't answer that, Bobo.
Brant Bro says, okay, I'll stop now. Josh says, is that Dr. Phil narrating?
That's Charles Barkley.
Savaric says, Bobo, who was more inspirational, Jeremy Lin or that Kay Adams.
Throw the ball up, Sean.
0V5 RH4ND says, hold on tight, because I might in this beach. ChiTownLo says, Bobo, Jeremy Lin for sure, fam. His rise was like an NBA version of Hold My Iced Coffee, totally inspirational. And the McGrew editor says, fuck him. WD says, ChiTownLo, stay running the game. Windy City Grind, put respect on the name. Jalen says, ear infection. Someone says, harder. Tinny Hefner says, this narrator makes us want to comment. Good strategy. Big Joe says, what's her record? Easy, Troy says. Guys, who was the chick or got ran through by the team on ESPN or something again?
25
Lil Baby
and
Jesus
22?
says, would you rather fight Prime Tyson or Caitlin Clark?
Caitlin Clark. Why would I fight Prime
Sports
Tyson?
Pain Collective says, hey, it's me, Chuck. Me and Shaq got hot after Inside the NBA. Jalen says, really bad ear infection. Mello says, Bobo, how tall are you?
6'7".
ChiTownLo says, Bobo, fam, I'm basically a dunk in the making, tall enough to snag a rebound, but short enough to still need a booster seat at the movies. Tinny Hefner says, easy to Joy Taylor. Yerb says, Joy Taylor. Germ says, I have a hip contusion. WD says, ChiTownLo, ice cold with the flow, stacking up wins, all gas, no slow. Jalen says, a really horrid ear infection.
Somebody challenged Bobo to a rap battle.
Mello says, favorite Indian hooper of all time? Sports Pain Collective, he says, GUIG or Black History Month. Ren 305 says, what's your record on the Knicks?
25-22. Appreciate the follows, y'all. Roll.
Sports Pain Collective, he says, Gooning or Black History Month.
I'm gonna go with Black History Month.
Lil Baby Jesus says, Goon every day or Goon twice a day. UD says, ChiTownLo, stay fly, stay bold, heart of the city, all hustle, no fold. Tinny Hefner says, who would win a fight, Iron Man or War Machine? Big Joe says, how many badges do you have? Stefano says, absolutely wild. Chris says, they on that freaky-ish. Mello says, favorite most aura player of all time. 0F5RH Foreign says, y'all want to know what's massive? Low Tapper Fady. Anime Guru Editor says, rap battle me, Bobo. ChiTownLo says, Bobo, yo, Anime Guru Editor, let's keep that rap battle in. The Jimmy bars are like my threes, wet and straight up in your face. WD says, ChiTownLo, make moves, no cap, came from the grind, now he running the map. Jalen says, my ear is definitely infected. Tinny Hefner says, I might swerve on that corner, whoa. Link says, full goon February or nah? Judy says, ChiTownLo running streams like a pro, 2K13 got the game on glow.
Bobo.
Big Joe says, good spin move.
My bars
Lil Baby
like
Jesus says, sis bars on
wet and straight
Anime
up
Redditor
in
says, bro, what?
face. Bobo's a
Yerb
freak.
says, you watch that Court of Gold series? WD says, ChiTownLo, stacking views, no glitch, 2K13, run the court like a glitch. Brant Bruce says, Bobo, can you kiss me? Joshua says, Yeezer's so much better than NBDTF. Dasha says, want to go on a date? I'm a guy Lil, bro. Jalen says, what to do for ear pain? Melo says, don't entertain Bobo anymore.
Just chop it off. Van Gogh
Everyone
style.
says, Pascal Siakam. Anthony Calderon says, Emma, go to sleep now. Will you be on Monday?
Yes, sir. Monday, 9 p.m. Central. I didn't mean to flop. Actually, we'll be on tomorrow, but, you know.
Dom says, my girl caught me jerking to LeBron highlights, and now I have to move. Melo says, you listen to Beethoven?
Yeah, you heard his
Chris
new
says
beat?
that pass was horrible.
I know, I'm sorry.
Sub-Zero says, this is when 2K was good and not full of microtransaction. Daniel Sprague says, did you mean to flop?
No, I did not.
Jalen says, I chopped, but my ear still got the fection, brother. Jebby1 says, you play for the Pacers? Anthony Calderon says, what time for tomorrow? Savaric says, you playing this on a 360?
PC.
Leo says, Bobo parle de français?
What time tomorrow?
ChiTownLo says, Bobo. No, I speak fluent meme fan, but I'm down for some French fries. Does that count? Easy3 says, who is that girl that did it with her co-workers to keep her job? Aiden Cooper says, that's LeBron poster made my pants drop. ChiTownLo says, easy, you have just reached level 6.
Level 6.
Tenny Hefner says, does the AI knows his age?
Yeah.
Dom says, one night with Savannah James or wake up as Bronny James. Sports Pain Collective says, they caught me yanking it to SpongeBob and now I'm homeless.
Why would that
WD
make you
says,
homeless?
2K13 on the court, no need for a guide. Chicago's the vibe, where the legends reside. J-Bone says, Pascal shaking Pascal. Jalen says, beep, 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 baba. Dash says, what do you think about Chromacopia 6'7" swerve in the corner? Well, Livy done. Germ says, what's your favorite 2K? Anthony
2K14.
Calderon says, see you tomorrow then. Well, today, Lo. Joseph Kate
Right,
says,
Anthony,
2K13
appreciate you pulling
2025.
up.
Chris says, you breaking the assist record? Anime Guru Editor says, Bobo, give me a one-liner. ChiTownLo says, Bobo.
Might as well go for it, right?
To reach new heights, fam. WD says, Bobo in the chat,
Bam.
keeping it live, throwing down bars, watch the vibe. Dom says, Ray Allen is the reason LeBron isn't busting tables. Brant Bro says, got me on that Brecky Hill lifestyle, down in the trenches, neck deep. Mela says, is my
Don't
girl
talk to a
cheating on me? I
girl.
saw her out with a homeless man giving him money. Jalen says, ooh, brother. Easy3 says, Joy Taylor or Molly Karen.
What are y'all on
Sports Pain
right
Collective
now,
says,
bro?
the only way I could do that was if you wanted me to, I could come and pick it out and then I can go. Aiden Cooper says, I gooned to the Powerpuff Girls and now I have to go door to door notifying my neighbors. Tenny Hefner says, do these comments the narrator
Oh my
reads distract
God.
you? Dosh says,
No, it confuses me.
Visavaric says, what are your thoughts on nuclear energy and how it's going to turn LeBron into a Super Saiyan? Easy3 says, Bobo, who's better, Joy Taylor or Molly Karim? ChiTownLo says, Bobo, Joy Taylor's got that fire, but Molly Karen brings the vibes. Got me feeling like M in an NBA Finals game. Anime Guru Editor says, rap battle me.
What does that mean, Bobo?
Jebbia1 says, I'm
You're
gooning.
turning Bobo into a
Mello says,
gooner,
if you can
bro.
choose your
Stop.
ethnicity, what would you be? Fabian says, TikTok after dark. Jebbia1 says, I'm gooning. Jebbia1 says, I'm gooning.
No,
Sports
no.
Pain Collective says, I'm but a cool. Dom says, I just know LeBron can't swim. Anime Guru Editor says, how twa? Dash says, rawr, rawr, rawr,
Oh my God.
Melo says,
This is 100% the last game.
ChiTownLo says, Melo, you have just reached level 6. Aiden Cooper says, Allah Akbar.
Ball
Dash
game.
says, Nigger. Germ says, Skibbity Toilet. Fabian says, TikTok after dark, yes sir. The baby Jesus says, what's the best race?
Whoa.
Fabian says, water. Joshua says, raw. Bowski says, bah. Dush says, nigger. Mello says, wet like what? Dush says, nigger. Dush says, nigger. Little baby Jesus says, I'm busting. Aiden Cooper says, I'm finna bust.
What is wrong with y'all, dog?
Dash says, nigger. Easy3 says, Bobo, what'd you do, Joy Taylor? Dasha says, nigger. ChiTownLo says, Bobo, bro, Joy Taylor could run my life and my heart like a
Stop
fast break, no
asking
cap.
Bobo
But I'm
these
just here for the memes,
questions.
fam. WD says, I'm throwing bars like I'm Dame Dollar in Portland. I'm in the live with Chi-Town, reading these like, Ty says, raw. Daniel Sprague
Who
says,
keeps saying that?
LML!
Where are my
Dusher
mods?
says, nigger. Tenny Hefner says, please block the roars. Jalen says, Dush says, nigger. Dusher says, nigger. Bowski says, bus in this ass.
Oh my God.
Dush says, nagger.
Alec.
Brent Bruce
easy.
says,
Where
tell that to
y'all
Bobo.
at?
Dush says, nigger. Brendan Foley says, about buses. Germ says, I'm gonna go down to Taco Bell and get me a Bahaha blast. Mello says, wet like what the?
Okay.
Troy FRH4
Okay,
Indy
all right.
says, Adolf Hitler was an Austrian-born German politician who was the
What
dictator
is
of Nazi
going
Germany
on?
from 1933 until his suicide in 1945. He rose to power as the leader of the Nazi Party, becoming the chancellor in 1933 and then taking the title of Führer and Reichskanzler in 1934. Ty says, rah, rah. Dash says, nigger. Dash says, nigger. Tyler says, Dash ban him. LeBron James says, what's your favorite 2K?
Okay, all right.
Dash says, nigger.
All right.
Aiden Cooper says, Joy Taylor or Joy Taylor?
Yeah, we're done
Dash
for the
says,
day, bro.
Tenny Hefner says, block Dash. Mello says, go live with ChiTownLo.
Jesus Christ.
Lil Baby Jesus says, got a ban Dash. Tenny Hefner says, block Dash.
From and why
Fabian says, it's Itches Help
this?
TikTok After Dark.
Y'all ruined
Fabian
it.
says, no Mom's Day off too, Mom.
You're ruining
Easy
it.
3 says,
Now
I got
no
you.
one gets it.
Fabian says, tonight, Truly June Buggy says,
y'all was having fun.
Mello says, they on lunch break.
Now I got to look at 3
Who says,
chats
Alec on a vacation.
at the same time.
Jeb one says, I sallow come.
Because
Lil Baby Jesus says, Ambatuku, easy. He says, Charles Barkley about to run out of breathe soon. Brendan Foley says, I'm about a bus.
It's so quiet. It's
Truly
so
June
peaceful.
Buggy says, nigger. Aiden
It's
Cooper
so
says, Joy
peaceful.
Taylor or Joy Taylor. Tenny Hefner says, T.Y. just got
It's
reported.
so peaceful.
Sports
So
Pain
peaceful.
Collective, it says, Ambataku.
Sports Pain Collective. Thanks for the follow. You was
Zero
tripping.
V5RH4D says
But it's
Adolf
okay.
Hitler was an Austrian-born German politician who was the dictator of
You
Nazi Germany from
apologize. Put it back
1933
now.
until his suicide in 1945.
Y'all a
He rose to
mess.
power
Y'all
as
a
the leader of the
mess. There's a
Nazi
minute
party,
left in
becoming the
this game.
chancellor
We're
in
done after this.
1933,
Y'all getting
and then
silent
taking the
treatment
title
for
of
a
Führer and
minute.
Reichskanzler in 1934. Tyler says, truly Junebug ban him. Germ says, I do this for my country and Mother Russia.
Yo, I cannot score to save
Daniel
my life.
Sprague says, no.
There we go.
Tenny Hefner says, they ruined it. Brant Brew says, what a
Bad
goon sesh that
host.
was. Tyler says, can I be a mod?
Ethan.
Aiden Cooper says, Dash ruined it. Tyler says, can I be a mod?
Anyway.
Jalen says, oh yeah. Lil Baby Jesus says, it was Dash.
Gonna go watch George Michael.
Mello says, no, I'm not special anymore.
Have you not
Daniel
seen
Sprague
all
says,
of them already?
it was all Dash fault.
I don't think he has
Aiden
new
Cooper
highlights
says, turn
dropping.
it back on my knee. Sports Pain Collective, it says, I'm sorry, my sweet prince. Tyler says, gee, can I be a mod
I
since
could
my
just
other
hear
ACC got
my
banned?
wallet not being empty
Joshua
anymore.
says, he apologized, put it back now, bro.
It's a good sound.
Easy Tree says, Tyler, what's your other AC? But he says, easy, you got to ban them. Lil Baby Jesus says, that was a great goon sesh before that
crying?
guy ruined it.
Bro, keep your chin
Mello
up,
says,
bro. Your
that one
crown's
guy
falling.
ruined it.
You'll be
Ethan
all right.
Carson says, bad host.
Start
Tyler
some
says,
maple
easy
syrup
tree. It was
on
like T-Pole
pancakes at
Train or something.
5:59.
Cash
Yeah.
Bandit 417 says, first off,
I
she
can't
has no
imagine
kids,
eating
and who
breakfast
cares?
that
She
early.
drinks on the
It just
weekends.
doesn't feel
Mind your
right.
own business.
Good pass.
Mello says, I'm watching George
Hold
Micken
up.
highlights now then.
Hold up.
Hell yeah says, best 2K ever. Jalen says,
Good
womp
enough.
womp.
Ball game.
Brant Brew says, cry about it, Ethan. Easy D says,
Muted
bro,
and
even if I
blocked
muted
dash.
them, it was going to get red.
But it's still red.
Ethan Carson
Yeah,
says, I'm crying so
because,
much right now. Jalen says, I bet
Overhead
Toronto
had
win.
A Hitler
WD says, what's your
biography
thought on
wanted
maple
to read
syrup
real
on a
quick.
pancake at 5:59
So
a.m.?
it slowed up the.
Joshua says,
The key
nah,
for chat.
chill on the host. He Matt Handsome. The dude was playing too much. Bisa
Oh, but
Varick
it's all
says,
good.
aren't
We
his
wrapping up
highlights just
anyway.
layups and step-throughs,
We
LOL?
wrapping up anyway.
Mello says, cheap sake. Easy 3 says, I muted and blocked
Y'all
Dash,
ruined
but it's
it,
still
man. This
red.
is why we can't have nice
Tyler
things.
says, easy. He modded me, BCO, lifted in
Man.
my Google Play credits. C says, 2K11, 13, and 16 got the best soundtracks. Oh, I. Brant Bruce says, easy
274.
3. Might as well let them say it, I
I
guess.
failed my goal. I think
Easy
it was to make
says,
two
Tyler, it
baskets.
doesn't show our block. Easy, that says, Brant Brew, I couldn't catch them all. Aiden
One
Cooper
dude-
says,
I mean, one
ball
dude
game.
kind of ruined it.
Tyler says, easy. 3,
but at
I'm
the
banned on my
same
other
time,
AC.
Y'all was
Brant Brew
collectively
says,
making
understandable,
it worse
my
and
man.
worse.
MG says, TV in the back stuck on that. Easy.
Plus, my
3
man
says,
Alex
at least
fell
you got your
asleep.
gifts, man.
He was
Mello
working
says,
a
one bad
15
apple.
Oh my
Bisa
god.
Varick says, one dude ruined it.
15-hour shift.
Ethan Carson says,
So
I
he gets
lied.
a
He is
pass.
actually a great host. Mello says, spamming hard RS. WD says,
27,
Melo and
5, and
2K13 was
19.
my
That's
favorite. I
a
could
way
drop
to
80
end it.
every game. Chris
That's
says,
just
all that
being
freaky.
said.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry
Easy
about it.
Tree
It's
says,
okay.
bro, I couldn't catch them all. Unvoke says, best 2K08. Zero V4H4ND says, bro, they got me locked up now. Ethan Carson says, favorite streamer Aaron. But he says, triangle.
It was an obvious choice.
Mello says, my fault getting
Circle,
involved
what?
with that.
Not really. Seemed like an obvious choice to me. I mean, with the numbers I'm putting up, can you really leave me off the team? Really? To be honest,
MG
I can't
says,
wait to
easy
get out
tree,
there
get
and
some new
showcase
mods.
my talents.
Brent
I'm going
Bruce
to take
says,
over
square
that
low.
game. Just you wait and see, bud.
Mello says, Mott me and he'll block everyone like Whiteside.
Mid answer.
Easy Tree says, MJ only Chi-Town can do that.
Mid answer.
Wire in Offset says, man, can I get site to download for PC? RH4ND says, did you enjoy my history class
All right.
about Hitler? WD says, 309 SPU Rich.
Yeah, I am. All right, we'll turn it back on. I think we're done for the day, though. At least as far as the games. We played a lot of games. Tomorrow, we have the All-Star game.
Ethan Carson says, my king. Aaron Farrell Anderson says, I'm still mad that I put MJ in my career.
You put MJ in there, Aaron? You're tripping.
Mello says, mod me or block everyone like Hassan Whiteside. Easy Tree says, it was so much men I couldn't block or mute them, damn.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm not mad at it. It was just easier to shut that off. Either they leave or they're muted now, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, tomorrow. What do we got tomorrow? Tomorrow, 12 p.m. Central tomorrow. What do we got?
Helmet 2.0 says 2K13 was firm as my. WD says easy short staff.
Challenge.
Lost Salo Seti says best 2K by far. MG says easy 3. Only if easy did their job.
Overhand. What are you doing over there, bro? You're tripping.
Easy says Dash is gone though, but he was already muted and he still was in chat somehow. Brant Bruce says my band has a show tomorrow. It'll be a good day. Mello says you in the All-Star game.
You got a band? You got a show?
Helmet 2.0 says 2K13 was fire. My first game on my Xbox 360. Aaron Farrell Anderson says, yeah, I put MJ on the Bulls and I was on Thunders. And they won 4 years in a row, so I retired my dude. ZoroFRH4 and D says, my bad, I'm going to chill out.
You set yourself up.
Six Pack White Claw says, rip real Kanye, L clone Kanye. Tyler says, easy. Easy, I was mod, but my TikTok ACC got banned. Can I get mod back? But he says, I could be on this live for hours and I'm not glazing. Chris says, 2K13 was my first game, but I didn't start playing 2K until 2017.
7th. Oh my God. We're going to end up 7th in the playoffs. We still have 32 games left. We're going to spend 12 games getting our three-pointer to, what is it, 80?
Easy. He says, Tyler got to ask Low for that. It's out of my hands. Mello says he was putting up 2018 Braun numbers.
I might as well put it now before I forget. I only could go up 1. 48 minutes.
MG says, how many months am I...
I don't know. Did you put in an application?
Tyler says, Chair, remember the Google Play credits? Six Pack White Claw says, request a trade to LA.
Play credits.
Judy says, one more game, G.
One more game?
Chris says, how many drills do you have?
I think I only have 2.
Milo says, have y'all processed my resume yet?
It's we have an automated system.
MG says, application is crazy.
Yeah.
Someone says, is we major on 2K13?
Yeah. Yes, it is. Let me see something. Where'd you send your resume, Mello?
Easy Tree says, I'm just happy I made it.
Let me see if I can find it.
Before H4N says, Emma, head out, bro. I'll be in watching tomorrow, though.
All right, bet.
JDJ Run says, absolute peak. I thought Farzan Russ says, play a game. Tyler says, Chid, do you know what Life 360 is?
Games.
MG says, should be under MG.
Yeah, it's the thing where you track people's location on their phone. Mostly
B says,
parents,
I'll miss the 2K13 soundtrack when you finish the season.
Dude, I am
Daniel
so
Sprague
tired of
says,
this music.
Good stream for Noah says, best 2K of nostalgia.
Mello, where's your resume, bro? I think I found it. Hold up. Is this it?
Tyler says, yeah, well, you can see the top speed in a car, right? And why did it say 206 MPH? Aaron Farrell Anderson says, Lowell Midget and Derek Rose went off on us. Easy, he says, you need to mute the music and play another playlist.
Yeah, we're done with
MG
TK.
says,
we play something
else.
else.
Brant Bro says, Mello deserves mod.
All right, hold up. Let me see.
Mello says, Shay43 Gmail.
Shay43 Gmail?
Lil Baby Jesus says, brand new Lamborghini, fuck a cop car. Easy Tree says, yeah, I know.
Oh, here we go. I think I found it. Yeah, I think I found it.
WD says, let's get to 40,000 likes like LeBron. MG says, Easy Tree, do it.
Yeah, here it is. Y'all want to see it?
Easy Dice says, only ChiTown can change who's mod and who isn't.
All right. Mello has his resume
Bowski Sam says, Tupac Shakur for president.
Objective to become a TikTok moderator so I could ban people I personally dislike and let my homies slide with anything. That's your objective? That's crazy. Skills can scroll for hours without blinking. Once reported a bot, felt powerful. Speaks fluent Gen Z, including emojis and slang. Expert at ignoring drama until it gets spicy.
Easy. 3 says,
Selective
personal is
hearing
crazy. Got to keep it professional.
and reading. Perfect for mod work. Okay.
Anxiety says, are you in ready to outload?
Mello, I don't know how I'm feeling about this.
Mello says, bro, I'm dead.
Self-proclaimed comment section judge. 2020
WD says, fluent Gen Z.
Dropped fire emojis on thirst traps. Instigated
Rambro
beef,
says,
but deleted comments when losing. Dog told people to ratio, but got ratioed back. Casual lurker on TikTok, 2019 till present. Scrolled for 10 hours a day? Elite stamina.
MG says, now Edge theme song number 1.
Masters
Easy.
the art
He
of
says,
watching
10 hours a
videos
day. Damn,
without
you got a
liking.
job or something.
Occasionally mass reports for fun. Education, YouTube University degree in bro, trust me. TikTok Academy, PhD in algorithm conspiracy theories. Reference my mom if she picks up. Some random dude I met in the comment section once. Mello.
Easy to says, I can vouch for Mello.
All right, Mello.
Mello says, I'm overqualified. MG says, what is bro reading?
That's crazy. That's Mello's resume.
Chris says, hire him.
Y'all think I should hire him?
Louis says, about.
Hey, the people want you, Mello. All right, you start
Brent Bruce
today.
says, do a poll. Easy, he says, he'll put up a poll.
Put up a poll.
Mello says, chat him honored.
Hold up. Yeah, put up a poll. Let's see what the chat says. You got it right now. It could be revoked. It could be revoked. It could be revoked. We're gonna let the people decide. You know, I'm gonna revoke it right now. Hold up.
WD says, WD next low. Mello says, don't do me like Mark Williams.
Yeah, you just got Mark Williams. We'll see if we put that trade through, though. There's no
MG
trade
says,
deadline.
let the people decide.
Yeah,
Louis says he needs to do humiliation ritual first. WD says, put me on the poll with Mello.
WD, I didn't get your resume. You're still got 8 months before it processes.
Easy Terry says it's up top left.
All right, vote in that poll. There's a 1 minute poll for whether Mello gets mod based on his resume he sent in. Let's see what y'all got to say. What y'all got?
WD says, where can I send my resume? OFL Channel says, clip farm of death.
Send it to
Nick
Easy.
Six says, Bronny James, what's up, man?
DM Easy and see if you could read it. Alec is our main
Mello says, I've been dreaming about this moment my whole life.
main hirer guy.
MG says, make everyone mod for.
Yeses. You got 4 yeses. Okay, you
Nick
get
Six
mod,
says, I'm your biggest
Mello.
fan, Bronny.
You
Easy
get
says,
mod,
voting
Mello.
looks almost unanimous.
Wow. Okay.
Chris
You
says,
got
night
mod.
y'all.
Congrats. You get your mod back. WD, where did you send it yet? Let me see if I can find it. Hold up. Let me see if I can find it.
Mello says, yes, thank you. Easy Tree says, congrats, Mello. WD says, not yet.
What do you mean not yet? What am I looking at? Is this not it? Hold up. Whose resume is this?
Easy Tree says, we start tomorrow on Twitch early.
WD's desperate resume for a TikTok mod position?
Mello says, Easy
Literally
Tree, let's get to
anywhere?
work.
Hire me please at crying.com. Please, I need
WD
this
says,
job. My
Lamel,
rent
yes.
is due. My dog is judging me. My fridge is just vibes at this point. I swear I'll be the best mod TikTok has ever seen. Just give me a chance. I'll ban who you want. Let the chaos slide, whatever you need. Yo, WD, God, get a spine. Skills, refreshing the app 400 times a day, dedicated. Can identify a bot account with my third eye. Strong moral compass, unless paid to look the other way. That's crazy. Already arguing comment sections for free. Might as well get paid. Experience.
Dre says, let me mod 2 ChiTownLo.
Okay.
Easy 3 says, what do you mean third eye? Mello says, I can vouch for him.
Y'all vouch for anything. Full-time internet addict, forever present. Consume more content than the average human should. Memorize TikTok shadow ban tactics through personal experience. Got banned once for violating guidelines.
Kaha says, if just started smoking cigarettes, I'm 35. I'm trying to smoke 25 pack a day, but can only smoke 4 or 5.
Okay. Professional beggar. Applied to 67 jobs this week, including Arby's. They said no. You couldn't get a job at Arby's, WD? Willing
WD
to
says,
work
can start
for
yesterday.
Exposure at this point. Can start yesterday. Education. Oh, you also went to YouTube University. Bachelor's in, I saw it in a documentary. Life experience, master's in
Easy
bad
Tree says,
decisions
McDonald's
and
is hiring.
regret.
Okoa says, I got a job in the alleyway.
References, my landlord. That one mutual who said, bro, you'd be a great mod. My mom to hype me up, but she lies.
Mello says, I heard Taco Bell is hiring.
WD. This is worse than Mello's.
Android Squad says, when playing 2K, WD says, I went to school with Mello. Easy D says, what do you think, boss? Oko says, hire him.
Y'all say
Showtime
hire
him says,
anybody,
Draymond Green,
bro.
Musty, and Stank.
What Draymond Green do?
Mello says, what we think?
I ain't feeling it. Oh, I ain't feeling it, WD. I'm sorry.
Easy to says, I think we need to make the mod thing tougher. Duty says, Paul it. Easy 3 says, another poll? Okoa says, let Mello decide. Mini Drax 423 says, hire, bro.
Let the new hire decide who to hire? That is insane. Jared
Thomas 576 says, are the Knicks playing?
Jared.
Mello says, don't give me too much power.
Where have you
Kyle
been,
Bell
Jared?
says, please hire him.
Y'all want to hire him? Oh, I hate this song. Skip. Vote in that poll.
But he says, Arby said no, but Lowe said yes. Easy 3 says, poll is up top left.
I didn't say yes. I'm on the no side, but let's see what the poll says. The poll doesn't get the final word, okay? That's just and you can't vote for yourself, by the way. Your vote doesn't count. Like a felon. Vote in that poll. You need 6 votes to qualify. How about that? You need 6 votes to qualify.
Mello says, tough song, you know ball.
Of course.
OD says, vote gang. Okoa says, he needs 6-7.
Anyone else send in their resumes? Or is this it? $400 refreshes a day is kind of crazy, bro. But I don't think you're qualified. 3 votes for yes, 1 vote for no. It's really 2 votes for no, or 2 votes for yes, because you can't vote for yourself. I don't know, WD. We might have to revisit your resume, bro. We might have to revisit. Okay, we'll revisit.
Brant Bro says, damn, I missed the vote. WD says, I ain't made it chat, juice.
It's all good. You can put your application in 3 years, and then we will try it again, you know? But yeah, I think we're gonna end it here, man. Discuss
Easy
it with
Tree
Alec.
says, we'll discuss it with Alec tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Hey, appreciate y'all coming through. Oh, whoa. This is not the song. This is
Okoa
not the
says,
song.
I'm only let myself be moderated by Mello.
This is not
Mello
the
says,
song.
Alec is prime LeBron.
That's the song. Okay, this is our wrap-up song. Appreciate y'all coming through. It was a fun little stream, little 5-hour stream. We will be back tomorrow, 12 p.m. Central, roughly, maybe before that. Probably before that, but not too before that, because I gotta go hoop in the morning.
Brand Bruce says, I love your energy, bro. Mello says,
you
stream.
We'll be back.
Easy Tree says,
tomorrow.
good stream you.
We'll be back Monday.
Brand Bruce says, stay good.
And
Okoa
also,
says, we
tomorrow's
stream.
stream is only on Twitch, so hit the Twitch if y'all haven't already. Appreciate y'all pulling up on TikTok, on the YouTube.
Mello
and
says,
on the
we'll be there.
Twitch. And y'all have a good night. All right.
Says, you can look. Brand
I'll
Bruce
see ya.
says, we'll be there.